I'm going to switch this over to Science Tech, and I will head over there. All right, you guys tell me, do we hear sound from them?
Have an observation.
343 unfolds to go.
It's orange!
Water towers can fly!
Cool. All right, I'll be back in a second.
Bingo! Right in the center.
Where's Jacqueline? There it is! That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No.
Oh my god.
Yikes, you bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Good afternoon, everybody. In case you missed yesterday's Texas tank watching, well, guess what? We are back for day 2 as we're starting to see activity at the tank farm here over at Pad 2 in Starbase, Texas. I'm Sawyer Rosenstein. I will be your host for the testing, whatever it ends up being today, and the hanging out with everybody. And speaking of hanging out with everybody, of course, besides hanging out with you, the viewers, I'm joined on commentary by people, and that includes Max Evans. How's it going, Max?
Good afternoon, everybody. Oh my gosh, getting up to a great start there. But yeah, Booster 19 is on the pad. The tank farm is alive, and the road is closed. So we will see what the evening holds.
We will definitely see, and we will also at least hear the voice as well of Ryan Weber. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. I'll be here for a little bit, but always have to get on and talk Starship. We'll see what SpaceX intends to do with Booster 19 today. I guess I can just start off here. We've been seeing the roads closed, beaches closed. We've been seeing the box fan vent going for at least a solid almost 2 hours now. It was what it feels like. And that is basically the chill down for the LOX pumps, as well as the exhaust for the ship and booster liquid oxygen subcoolers. So basically, we think they're chilling down the LOX side. The methane side has been basically dead. They have been running the methane vaporizers, but that could just be methane gas for the pre-press system on the booster. They might just be pressing the tanks that way. But we're just kind of here to watch and see what they do. Last time, it was when they started the methane reclaim vent and the box fan. It was 2.5 hours until they started loading. So they could start loading in the next half hour. They could start loading longer than that or shorter than that. We don't really know at this point. So we'll have to just wait and see.
We will all wait and see and find out together. I know someone who would rather it happen sooner than later is Jay Keegan, who is pushing the buttons and pulling the levers and producing the stream today. So as a reminder, if you have questions, you can tag us at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF. We'll do our best to answer as many of your questions as we can over the course of the next however long this ends up going, because just like you, we don't actually know. But it's interesting you pointed out there that we really see more of the activity over on the LOX side, not so much the methane side. What kind of testing, Ryan, are they able to do with just LOX and not methane that would still be, super cool?
I mean, they could still do their fast load of the tank. I mean, I think all of us that saw that were, it was pretty awesome to see the tank fill up that fast. It's like over 10 times the propellant as Falcon 9 in less time than Falcon 9. It was one of the coolest things ever. We don't know, and again, we don't know if that's their max speed, which I think someone calculated that as like 300 gallons a second is how quickly they were loading that or something along those lines. I'd have to check the math on that, but I think someone had said that at some point. But basically, SpaceX, with their newer pump setup, new subcooling setup, and the larger supply lines to the pad itself from the pump farm, they're able to load this booster in less time than a Falcon 9, so it looks like in about 30 minutes. My guess is ship will be in that range as well. So rather than prop load starting at like T minus 49 minutes, we'll start at like T minus like 32. It'll finish at probably T minus 2 minutes, and that's when they'll do the final checkouts, which will be really cool to see them fill a whole stack that fast. But as for just with LOX, I mean, you can test the tank. You can run. You can engine chill. You can do pressurization tests. There's a lot of different things you can do just by loading propellant on board a vehicle. Even if it's not the fuel and it's just the oxidizer side, they'll probably also pressurize all the COPVs, and they'll still pressurize the methane tank. In fact, they could use really, really cold methane gas and just chill down the methane tank without actually using liquid. So they can do that as well. Again, we'll just have to wait and see.
And I see a lot of people asking, what about static fire? Maybe potential for static fire this evening. Max, what do you think?
Well, based on the fact that the methane side of the tank farm hasn't really been that active, I would say the chances of that are minimal. Also, just considering that the testing that we saw yesterday was the first time we saw testing of any sort with a flight vehicle over at Pad 2, let alone with Pad 2 itself, with any vehicle at all. I would say our chances are still pretty low. I would imagine that they would want to knock out a few days of cryo testing and taking testing before they wanted to try any of that as well. Because mind you, they also only have 10 Raptors of the 33 that will be installed eventually on the booster. But I think just based on the lack of activity on the methane side of the farm tonight, or so far this evening, I should say, I think our chances are minimal. It's not zero. It never is zero. As far as we are aware, we haven't seen any notices of any overpressures or anything of this sort that would suggest a static fire. But just based on what we've seen so far, and the more cautious approach that SpaceX is likely going to have going forward with Booster 19, especially, I would say today is going to be more about tanking and whether or not they can do that fast or not, at least on the lock side.
Yeah, that's the thing with SpaceX, like you pointed out. It's never a 0% chance of anything like that. And
I mean, like I say that, and like yesterday, like that clip would have been hilarious if they did end up firing yesterday, because they
That would have
activated
been funny.
they activated both the DSS and the deluge, and we're all like, huh? Like we didn't expect that at all. That's why I say there's a non-zero chance, but it's probably not far from zero. But again, just based on what we've seen and the approach that SpaceX is going to have with Booster 19. At least for this week, I don't think that is on the cards for tonight.
well, we'll see. Because how long does the road closure go until today?
11 p.m. They extended it from 8 to 11 p.m. So there's still a lot of time. I'm kind of expecting today to be some kind of load test of some sort, and of course, since it's mainly the lock side going, there's a nice vent. It's hard to tell if that's from booster because the lighting makes it hard to see any vents off the booster, but
Yeah,
um,
that sounds like booster to me.
it does sound like the booster.
Although I can't see anything around the common dome or the hot staging ring.
It's
Yeah.
really hard to tell.
Very hard to tell. Chat, if you have any thoughts, pop it in. Let me know what you guys think is going on with that.
I think it's the methane tank venting. I think I see a little bit right above.
Oh, you
one
know
of the
what? You're
griffins.
right. Yeah,
Barely.
just above the right grid fin there. Yep,
Yeah,
there it is. Yep.
Yeah,
Oh,
methane
found
tank
it.
venting. So there you are. They are pressing the tanks. I mean, I'm not surprised. If you're gonna prepare for loading ops, you're probably gonna press both tanks.
Yeah.
But yeah, there you go. There's some venting of Bush tanks. So action.
Action.
It got action. Oh man, it reminds me of the really old days. Oh boy.
It's doing a thing. I can't say
Yeah.
the thing, but it's doing a thing.
It's alive.
It's
It really is.
alive.
It's alive.
There you go.
And it gets 200 gallons to the second.
Somewhere in
Whatever.
that realm, but like,
Yeah.
It's
what?
a lot.
Which, yeah, it's like only 200 gallons a second. Yeah, that's still an insane amount of fluid per second. But what I'm curious about is they were able to almost fill the LOX tank completely, and then what was it, like between 20 and 30% full on the methane side yesterday?
They got like 2 rings on the methane side, but you also have to remember,
The transfer
you may
tube.
see the transfer tube is a lot bigger this time around.
Yep.
Um, the methane tank is smaller, but it's taken up by the fact that the transfer tube is much bigger. But the LOX tank is also bigger on this, but it's less room in the LOX tank because you have you have a
Yeah.
bigger transfer tube. So it kind of balances it out a little bit, is what it does. Um, and I think it's all, not only is it structural the way they've done it, but it's also to help make sure that both the mixture ratios are still right. And I honestly think they're preparing for when they stretch the vehicle even more. So
Yeah. And
we'll
all, but
see.
I think where I was going with that was they were able to load however much they did yesterday from booster being empty to topping off both tanks or stopping prop flow into the tanks in like 32 minutes. And we don't know if that was at the full rate that the pumps can do, whether they were held back a bit. Maybe today is going to see how fast they can actually fill the LOX tank if they really wanted to. We don't know, but I think we estimated somewhere between 3,000 and 3,500 tons of propellant on board the vehicle yesterday. Again, in 32 minutes, which is absurd. But we don't know exactly what is on the cards for tonight so far.
That is LN. That's a relief valve on an LN2 tank, is what that is. Is what we're looking at here. But I think since we're talking about the propellant flow rates, I think it's kind of give people a primer on the differences between the pads. So pad 1 had 4 subcoolers for the methane side, along with 4 pumps. You basically had 3 pumps for booster, 1 pump for ship, and like 3 subcoolers for booster, 1 for ship. Is basically what you had set out. And then, if I remember correctly, you had, I think it was 6, 7, 8. No, it was 10 total subcoolers on the lock side, where you basically had 8 for booster, or like there was like 8 or 6 for booster. I have to actually look back again. It's been a couple of months. And then you only had 2 subcoolers for the ship, and then you only had 5 LOX pumps, and you basically ran 1 LOX pump for the ship and 4 for booster. Well, you go to this tank farm, you've got 5 LOX pumps for booster, 4 LOX pumps for ship. You've got 4 and 4 on the methane side, so 8 total methane pumps. The subcooling on it, the subcooling for the booster side has been increased by like 50 to 75%. The subcooling on the ship lock side has been like tripled, the subcooling capacity or capability. On the methane side, you added an extra subcooler for the booster, and you've added an extra 3 subcoolers for the ship. So basically, you know how ship took like 45, ship took like 49 minutes to load. They
Yeah.
basically doubled the capability of loading ship, or more than doubled it, almost nearly tripled it. Because the other part to that is the supply lines going from the pump farm to the pad are now double in size. They're double in diameter. So you can flow a lot more through it. So when they originally started building this, my original thought was, they'll probably be able to do the stack in 30 minutes. And it looks like they're going to be able to do the stack in 30 minutes. Yes, I got it right. For once, I am right. There you go.
Well, that's an optimistic
I said for once.
take.
But anyways, they
Anyways.
they have a much higher capability in this tank farm than they had in the last one. It's a much more modular design. It's not a bespoke setup like they had in the old one. They're basically replicating this design just about on the rest of their pads. The LOX pumps are a little bit different everywhere else. They're doing a kind of a dual pump skid setup rather than these large pumps at like 39A and probably at 37. But other than that, it's still pretty much, they're just kind of copying and pasting. Although the subcoolers at 39A are gigantic compared to these. They're even bigger than the ones they got here. And seeing the LOX vent kind of pick up now.
There
It
we
kind
go.
of ebbs and flows. I've
Yeah.
noticed over the past few hours. It's been having a high flow rate, a low flow rate, and then also, is that the the subcoolers going again?
It's the methane subcoolers. It's the LN2 exhaust vent of the methane subcoolers is what it looks like. But it's kind of pointless to do that when you're not subcooling any methane, because like there you see that little like arch right there, that arched line. That's one of the methane lines right there. Um, that is in fact the ship methane supply line that runs down and goes to the ship. A little bit to the left of that one, or a little bit to the right of that line. If you go or to the right farther down that line, it splits off in a Y, and the split off goes under it, and that's the booster supply, methane supply. And when they are usually flowing methane through the system, you'll still get frost on that because stuff leaks past or goes around, and there's nothing there, and the methane reclaim system is dead. Like the reclaimed tanks in which they use to fill with methane to then recondense it and get it back to the tank farm are not frosty at all, but they are pressurizing the methane tank as we see here, as we see it venting. So it is interesting that they're not doing anything methane wise, or at least liquid methane wise.
So in terms of activity then with the LN2, for people who might not know, why then would they need to have activity for the liquid nitrogen?
I don't know why they're flowing liquid nitrogen through those subcoolers, to be honest. They don't really need to. Maybe they're doing some kind of temperature check with the subcoolers themselves, and it's just tank farm side only. Um, but the fact that the road is closed and everything else, and they're chilling down the lock side, kind of says that they want to start. They want to likely fill liquid oxygen, because we've seen them do pressure tests before where they haven't closed the road. In fact, I think they even did a pressure test this morning, and they didn't really close the road because they've done like 3 or 4 pressure tests since this booster came to the pad. Um, but I mean, with the road closed, it means they're going to want to try to load more than anything. And right now, it's just locks.
Yeah, and I did see someone asking earlier, and Max, you kind of mentioned that you saw the tank farm doing its thing earlier. Phil was wondering what was the testing they were doing earlier in the afternoon. It didn't look like detonation suppression system or anything. What kind of testing have we seen otherwise today?
We saw venting coming from the engines at the bottom of booster 19. At least we think it was from the engines, but I honestly don't know because we didn't see any locks on board the vehicle. We didn't see any methane on board the vehicle. That was more indicative of pressure venting rather than a spin prime, which the road would have most definitely had to have been closed for. Um, I don't know. Like I'm genuinely puzzled by what that was. Maybe it wasn't on the booster itself. Maybe it was some venting coming from the launch mount ring. I don't know.
Mm.
I'm curious to hear what Ryan has to say about it though.
That could have been a spin up of the engines.
Mhm.
They could have just spun the pumps, and
Maybe
purged them. That might have been a that might have been an engine purge, or they might have just spun up the pumps. That's possible that they just loaded the COPVs and then spun them up.
that's also yeah
Um,
maybe.
they could have done that. It could have been a test of the spin up manifold, because you got to remember the entire aft section of this booster is entirely different from before. Like the similarities between this booster and the booster that flew on Flight 11 are it's 9 meters wide, it's got some grid fins, and it's stainless steel, and it's got some chines. You know, other than that, that's where the similarities basically end. It's a brand new transfer tube setup. The tanks are different. It's got an integrated hot stage ring. It's got a far more COPVs than the last one did. The entire aft section is completely redesigned. Basically, it's not a dome anymore. It's a puck of steel with that kind of goes down into a cone at the bottom with metallic heat shield tiles and insulation. The internal plumbing's been redesigned. It's got a side landing tank like Falcon 9. It's got Raptor 3 engines on it, which have been clocked a little. The inner ring of 10's been clocked slightly differently, and so has the inner set of 3. It is entirely different. And then not only that, the gas, the high pressure gas and autogen manifolds on the outside are brand new. That's a new design entirely. So I got to test it all. And that might have been a test of a purge gas system. That might have been a test of igniter gas. It could have been a test of a spin up. Honestly, it's really hard to tell what it was, but it definitely came from the engines.
They may have also done some sort of like test of the igniters as well, but I don't know if we had microphones close enough to the mount to hear that. Because normally with Raptor 2 on the version 2 boosters, we were able to hear the noises from what we thought were the igniters on the Raptors. It's I can't even make the noise it makes, but it's pretty. You can tell, but I don't know if they were able to do that today or not, because I know that they currently can do that without any propellant on board the vehicle. I don't know though. Yeah, and here's the venting that we were talking about.
Yeah, I could see how that could also resemble the DSS a bit.
Yeah,
Well, the DSS doesn't go straight down. The DSS goes into the plume. So where the plume would happen or whatnot, the nozzles are up inside the launch ring. Well, not really inside the launch ring, but they basically just spray water and nitrogen out just to try to disperse any collected gases is what the DSS is for. Thank you, Booster 7 Spin Boom, for that one. They've kept the thing because they realized how much methane can build up. In a way, it's the DSS is a lot like the way the shuttle and SLS use sparklers to burn off excess hydrogen.
Yep.
Rather than burning it off, all it is using nitrogen and water to disperse it and make it inert in quotations, really, but it basically is to disperse it so you don't get a big fireball when you ignite the engines. So it's the same principle, but it's a different way of doing it. It would be kind of funny if they tried to use sparklers instead, but
Delta 4 Heavy
yeah,
inspired
right,
Super Heavy.
Yeah.
and light off the excess methane that's built up or something.
Or even shuttle, yeah. The Rofies.
Yeah, so it's kind of the same principle as to why they do it that way, or why they do that. But of course, this is methane and not hydrogen. Hydrogen leaks a lot more than methane does, but methane still leaks. It's a cryo liquid. Cryo liquids love to leak. It's a one thing is people think that seals are always 100%. Um, I always say when you have a mechanical device, if it's not leaking, then then you might have a problem because there might not be any fluid left. Um, that's one of the things, especially like with hydraulics and whatnot. But I I don't know. Well, we'll have to wait and see what they're doing here today.
I mean, that feels like good old classic Texas Tank Watchers.
Yeah.
Is we're just gonna have to wait and see. Because I see people coming in and asking, "What's happening?" Testing is happening. What kind of testing?
Things are
I'll find
happening.
out. Yeah, Starship testing. What kind of Starship testing? You ask too many questions. Anyway,
As Doctor Who likes to say, you'll find out the long
Yeah.
way around.
Yeah. I didn't know you were a Whovian.
Oh yeah. I mean the new stuff, not really. But like the David Tennant, Matt Smith, Peter Capaldi days, and even the original series. Oh yeah.
But what
Good
about? I
Doctor
mean,
Who.
14 kind of counts because it's David Tennant again. But
Well, yeah, that was weird. Spoilers, by the way, for anyone. But
Yeah.
that was a weird one. I'm like, I remember watching that episode and be like, huh? What?
well, yeah,
What?
as David himself says, what?
Yeah. What?
Yeah, I could go on and on about that. Nice to see fellow Whovians, though. And I'm also kind of not surprised that in this type of community that we have some sci-fi fans in here.
Like recently, while we're waiting here, like recently, I've been doing a whole rewatch of The Expanse. Like,
Nice.
yeah, it's always cool to see the Rocinante and everything. It's nice to always do a rewatch of stuff.
Let me thank some people here really quick. Bideford, before we started, with a $25 super chat saying, "This is to say thank you to my friend Wilbo for all his support for this Super Rocket channel. Actually, this is for everyone that supports NSF, either monetarily or by liking this stream." Well, thank you, Bideford, and thank you to the people that do support us, both by monetary means and also just by liking the stream to let other space geeks out there know, hey, you should come check this out because this is cool. Even though we're literally just staring at a giant metal tank, it is still very, very cool. Rocket Man, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Doppelganger, gifting a Red Team membership. Negative here asking, I'm curious, what did they do to the hot staging section of this new booster that makes it able to sustain through multiple flights versus the ring where they would dispose of it before? Max, you want to take this one?
Yeah, so essentially, the hot staging ring on the late version 1 and version 2 boosters was essentially an add-on to the design, and that it wasn't a part of the design when it was first I guess, conceptualized or when it was first made. Because if we all can recall what happened on Flight 1, they tried to use a sort of like spin maneuver to try and separate both ship and booster, but obviously they didn't get that far in flight, and it wasn't successful. And also was just kind of that kind of maneuver to separate your stages is incredibly risky for your hardware. So as a result of that, and after some, I'm sure, conversations with engineers and management, they opted to go ahead and use the hot staging approach for staging, in that you light the engines on your upper stage while the first stage is still firing. Um, that takes away the need for any use of OH thrusters after stage separation, which is what settles your propellant at the bottom of the tank, so you don't ingest any gas, so it's all fluid. Um, and so that was essentially added on to the previous generation boosters, and it was meant for a one-time use, because they had to what's the word, separate it from the booster after stage step, and before the booster would come back, because the weight of that is just more work. I mean, means more work for the Raptors to do during the landing burn, and they want as little weight as possible to save as much propellant as possible to maintain prop margins if they had either an engine failure, or it comes down just off target to correct for itself. A whole bunch of reasons. But for the hot staging ring truss on the version 3 boosters, as you can see, if you put pictures side by side of what this one looks like and what the previous generation looks like, the openings here on the truss are much larger, and also it's directly incorporated into the design of the booster, so it's able to withstand multiple flights by already being a core structural component of the booster. And there's a lot more room for the gas to go, and there's also additional shielding on top of the actual dome there, which is the actual dome on top of the methane tank. There isn't any like area in between the ring and the actual top of the tank. That is literally the top of the methane tank right there. So basically, just in the way that it is designed, between having more gaps or larger openings for the gas to pass through, and already being a core component of the booster, that is what it is enabling SpaceX to use it for more than one flight. But we have also seen evidence of them actually replacing truss segments inside of Star Factory on the B18.3 forward section, where we saw workers taking out and replacing some truss components. So maybe there's a uh, ability there to replace those should the need arise on later flight proven boosters, if they're damaged per se. But it's already a core component of the booster, so that is essentially the main reason why.
And you gotta admit, it also does look pretty cool too, having it integrated.
Very
I am
much so.
gonna miss though that extra set of sonic booms of that breaking through the sound barrier on the way
Yeah.
down.
Yeah, that was always cool. But this is very N1-esque or Soyuz-esque, just on a much different scale.
I mean, the way that the tubing and everything is on there, the way that it's welded does look a lot like kind of that interstage area on the N1. Chris W. gifting a Red Team membership. Chris, one of the mods and people help out here at NSF. Thank you very much for that. Alexander Sterling saying, been a while since I watched a streak. Been a while since I watched a stream. Always interesting and fun. Can you give a brief summary of where they are with Pad B/2 being ready for launch? Where are we at with that, Ryan?
They're close. So as we see, they are testing booster on it. So most of the booster systems are pretty much ready to go. There might be some odds and ends here to finish off once they're done with testing, as they learn things. As for the ship side, I don't think the ship QD arm is 100% hooked up yet. I think there's still some electrical to be finished off. On the tank farm side, there's still two pipes that aren't hooked in, and it's the pipes that hook the pump farm to the ship supply lines, the methane and oxygen ship supply lines. So there's just basically two small sections of pipe that are not connected, and it's so that they don't really have any connection to the tower. So eventually they'll have to hook those in and then test the tower and whatnot and the ship side systems. Um, the deluge is done. The control systems, it's hard to know if the mega bunker that they built there, it's hard to know if that was for control systems and if that's fully kitted out and ready to go. But they're more or less done. I would expect to see some more, I would expect to see some high speed chopstick testing. It could be before this flight. They may not do it till next flight because they're not catching. They're very very likely not catching anything this flight. But Pad 2 is nearly done. 22 months in the making. It started around mid May of 2024. So it's honestly impressive for them to have built this entire launch pad, tower, everything in 22 months.
Yep.
For the most powerful rocket ever built. It's impressive, and it's the first time they've ever built this. So of course, other times will likely be quicker. But as always, when you build these things, it's are the tanks available? Is all the supplies available right away? Which is because it's something odd is I haven't seen them start on the next mount yet, whether it's the one for Pad 1 or for 37. I don't think they've started on it yet, which is kind of odd. I would have thought they would have started on at least one of them by now, but from what I can tell, they haven't. But we should be really, really close to this pad being ready to go, and it looks beautiful. I love the look of it. It's an engineering marvel to say the least.
It really is. It's also a far departure from what we became used to with the launch mount of Pad 1, where that needed
God.
at least weeks of refurb time before it was ready to receive a booster again. But the way Pad 2 is designed, it will give teams the actual ability to be able to rapidly turn around flights, and by this point in time, it rapidly could actually mean weeks and not months, like we have become used to again with Pad 1, or maybe even days at some point in the future. But that is why this pad has been designed the way it was, so that it can be used again and again and again without major downtime for any refurb. And a key component in that, it was the relocation of the BQD, or the booster quick disconnects, which in this case for version 3 boosters, you have 2 as opposed to the 1 that you had on version 1 and version 2 boosters. Because upon liftoff, the whole stack is going to tip over to the right, as viewed from this angle, to get as far away from the tower as fast as possible to mitigate damage. And before, on the old launch mount design, that would always roast the BQD. Like it took the full brunt of all the Raptors at once, which was really really hard on it. But with where they are now, that should not be the case at all. Which is quite helpful when you're trying to turn around your pad as fast as possible. So yeah, they've certainly come a long way, and not to mention the actual use of a bidirectional flame trench this time.
Yeah, and that's the thing also is, even you could tell just from this view how absolutely massive both the flame trench and the diverter are. Because if you've seen any of the traditional, I guess we'll say, flame trenches, so if you ever take the bus tour at the Kennedy Space Center and you get to go by 39A and kind of see how that flame trench is, you could tell it's pretty big. The one over at 41, Max, you and I have been basically almost in that thing, and that still feels like a giant cave. Now imagine the cave on top of this ginormous structure on top of it. This is mind-bogglingly big. Echo Deal saying, the one universal truth of engineering, everything leaks. Isn't that the truth?
Yep.
J. DevWeb saying, becoming a launch director member. Launch director, one of the highest levels of support here at NSF, which we are extremely, extremely grateful for. So you get access to the NSF Discord, you get all of the other member perks, and you also get your name at the end of the Flame Trench and at the end of all of our NSF live shows. So thank you so much for that extra support. We appreciate it. Jada Loach gifting a Red Team membership, and Ort Cloud with a $5 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. I want to hear everyone's thoughts on this one because I have a couple ideas. If Starliner, EUS, and Dream Chaser formed a band, what would the name be?
The
I mean,
cancellations.
the,
Even though Starliner isn't technically canceled, but still.
But it kind of is.
the two that popped into my head were either grounded in
Oh.
reality,
Ooh.
reality they're grounded, or the other one I thought of was in the doghouse.
Oh, EJ just had a really good one in the back channel. No fly zone.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
That's pretty good. That's harsh, but it's pretty
Yeah.
good.
But also in the doghouse, get it? Because the doghouses had the issues on the flight with Starliner.
Yeah, but doesn't
Yep.
apply to all of them though.
Yeah, it does, because they're all kind of in the dumps right now. They're in the
Oh, I
doghouse.
see. I see.
The secondary
Yeah.
meaning, yeah. Anyway, I'm interested to see what other ones chat comes up with. And while I scroll through and read some of these interesting, we tried the Untenables, what could have been, Dead Zeppelin. Sorry, these are great.
Dead Zeppelin? Oh my god. No return on investment, maybe? Although that's kind of a mouthful.
Indefinite delay. The Ungrateful Dead.
Oh Jesus.
Nice. Anyway, and Alex saying the Unflyables. I like that question. That was really good.
That
So
was
as we
that
continue,
was a good one.
as we continue to ponder names for things that won't fly anytime soon, especially with people, as we look at what's happening here, what can we hopefully maybe expect soon with the testing we're looking at right now? Ryan, what have we seen so far for people just kind of tuning in, catching up?
Well, the main thing is the box fan vent, which you see venting right now, is been going for the last at least 2.5 hours at this point. And yesterday, after 2.5 hours of this vent going, and of course the methane reclaim vent was also going at the same time, they started loading. So they could start loading anytime now. What looks to be venting right now is at least the booster lock subcoolers are definitely chilled down. They if the rest of the pad is chilled, they could essentially start flowing liquid oxygen through and probably start loading at any time. But then again, we have seen this box fan vent a lot and a lot of many different times, so there is a chance that it could be longer until they do it. Maybe they're just kind of running prop through and then they'll load later in the day. They have until 11 p.m. right now. We're just kind of waiting and seeing if all of a sudden this vent just kicks on and starts billowing out like crazy, then they might be into loading or might start loading. But until that point, I think they're just maintaining temps right now at the moment. So that's kind of where we're at. And I guess I'll say this for box fans. So basically, inside where that vent is a metal column, basically a box. And at the bottom of it are two large fans. Now, these two fans literally just turn on and pull air into a column, which then goes up and out of the box. Well, what SpaceX has done, rather than just dumping the LN2 exhaust into the wetlands like they did on Pad 1, as we all remember those, what they're doing now is all three subcooler exhaust lines. So there's one large booster subcooler, and then there's a set of four. There's another set of four that are in front. Those have two separate exhaust lines running to this box, and then the ship subcooler also has a line running to this box. Now, the other thing that runs to this box is the new grass vent, if we want to call it that. It's the chill down line for the LOX pumps and the initial LOX systems. That's where this runs to. So that's actually a LOX vent. So you basically have LOX and LN2 coming out of this box fan is what you have. And the reason why they do it this way, they just pull air in, is because it dilutes the LN2 and liquid and oxygen. So when they pull the air in, it just dilutes the whole thing, so you don't have like a concentrated nitrogen or oxygen source just getting dumped. And as I've been explaining it, it kicks on, but that's not really the problem. Is that it started to kick on, but that really wasn't like a kick on for loading. That was just kind of like a surge, because it does surge every once in a while. As I think they're putting more LN2 through to keep the temperature in. What really needs to happen is for both of the vents, because you see basically two vents coming out of that. You see like two separate ones. Those should be both of the booster LOX subcooler exhaust vents, because there's two of them. If both of those kick on and becomes like one single vent and gets really, really nuts, then they could be into loading. But until that happens, you just kind of have to wait and see.
Which, by the way, that could have been another band name, at least for fans of the EUS, the box fans.
Oh, damn it. Dang it. Dang it. I should have. Oh, EJ had such a good answer to this, and I should have used that. I should have used it. It's a fan in a box, but that's not important right now.
Easy there, Leslie Nelson. Easy.
Nielsen.
I should have done
Nielsen,
that.
sorry.
Ugh. That was priceless. That would have been good. I'll save that for another one. Save that for another stream. We're
Yeah, save it
gonna
for
have a
Flame
few
Trench.
more of these. Well,
Okay, copy that.
Yeah, 10-4.
Yeah, you could also save it for a Flame Trench, too.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see here. In terms of other questions that we've got coming in.
There it goes real quick. There's one of the
Now, will it sustain?
yeah. No.
No.
Nope.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It needs to start and then stay.
Not with that attitude. There we go. We got to will it into existence, chat. We just got to will it into existence. Stay. 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 Anyway.
Oh, can back up. Oh, no, never mind.
No?
Are we going to keep doing this? We're going to keep doing this.
It's like
We're gonna keep doing
see, there it goes again. See, in there. Okay.
This is all of our emotions right now as we watch this testing.
It's just,
Oh,
we're so
yay.
back. Oh, it's so over. We're so back. Oh, it's so over. It's just like the.
Yeah. Jay Keegan pointing out in the background, kind of miss having that OLM vent a little bit, which we didn't see that at all yesterday. And for those who might not remember, Max, what was the key with the OLM vent that we kind of don't have here now?
Well, whenever we saw that chill down, they were about to begin prop load on the vehicle, and there was also the vent that we saw. It would literally just flush ox vapor down toward the ground, and when it reached waterfall mode, that's when we know that we were getting really, really close. And when that vent stopped, that was our visual indicator that LOX load was underway for the booster. We don't have that for Pad 2, so we have to pretty much revert to looking out for frost on the vehicle. And tank farm activity should also pick up as well. That will also serve as one more visual indicator. But our cues that we have become used to on Pad 1, unfortunately, are not here anymore.
Yeah, there are no visual cues on the mount. We do still have the tower vent for when a ship is stacked. The tower vent is still there. We can see it clear as day. It's kind of like split into a trident tri-vent. So it'll look kind of cool when they go to activate it for the first time and then they use it. But as for the mount itself, there is zero indications at all. There's some vents that come off of it, but it looks like based off the timings for those are just drain lines to drain internal systems inside the mount itself and are not related to chill down at all. This pad is much newer in the fact that all the booster engine chill, all of the main supply line chill is all routed back through the tank farm and either back into a tank or it's vented off through the box fan or whatnot. So they don't vent it. There's no vent out of the mount. They cycle it all back to try to recycle as much as they can, which why not? You say propellant rather than, because they used a lot of LN2 and liquid oxygen when they, especially used a lot of locks to dump overboard when they went to chill down the mount, because of course, you had to put gas through, and then the waterfall vent is literally they're just dumping liquid oxygen out of the OLM vent is what they were doing basically, and of course now that doesn't happen anymore, so they save it, being a little more conservative with stuff, which is nice. They kind of need to save as much prop as they need to with how much they want to launch.
That is true. Also, until the ASUs come online, the air separation units. That will help, though. Which, along those lines, Jam was wondering, do we know how many cycles a booster or ship can be cryoed without need for any maintenance? Because, I mean, with airplanes, obviously, same thing. You get the pressure that where the metal grows, shrinks, grows, shrinks. I would imagine it's something similar here with all of the super chilled, propellants going through and having to go cold, warm, cold, warm. Does that cause any major stress concerns on the structure? Like, is there a set amount where after a while they go, maybe we should recheck the welds or something?
Not so much on the launch mount side, because that's meant for hundreds, if not thousands, of cycles, and if there was any material in there that would reach their limit of what they wanted to do, they'd have to replace it. But the launch mount itself is made for multiple in hundreds, if not thousands, of actual thermal cycles. The booster itself, I don't know where I heard this number. It could be way wrong, and it could also be way different for version 3, but I want to say it's somewhere like 20 something times. Ryan, do you know?
For how many times they could load and unload this thing before
Yeah.
maintenance?
Yeah.
The number is not known.
Yeah. Okay.
I wouldn't even say SpaceX probably knows that number for Falcon 9 at this point with how much they've flown it. They probably know how many times they can cycle those tanks and do flight cycles with Falcon 9 before they have to do maybe minor repairs to microfractures along the tank wall, or they might have weld failure issues. As for Starship, we don't really know what it's going to be. The only way to really find that out is do you take data from launches or from cycles, and you do metallurgical testing, or you do simulation testing based off of known material properties, and you see where failure point might happen and however long. You're kind of guessing on that one. It wouldn't be until they found something, say during a refurb, that then you go, okay. Because everyone and this is the other thing with this extra program is everyone thinks that, oh, once they start flying and catching, they're just going to be able to catch and fly right away again and again and again. No, that's not how this works in any way, shape, or form. SpaceX is going to have to be checking these boosters every single time after flights for years on end. They'll probably get to the point where they will understand that they can put this right back on the mount and launch it without any significant inspections, but they're going to need to understand where this might fail in the future and how many cycles it's going to need before, say, it needs to go in for a large overhaul. Is at some point you're going to fly this thing 100 times. Say they fly one of these boosters 100 times. Well, maybe at that 100th mark, you then need to open the tanks up, go in. You might need to swap out propellant lines. You might need to swap out the QDs themselves. You'll probably have to swap COPVs off as you go. I don't know how many times those grid fins can last. They'll probably have to swap grid fins out. They'll have to swap out and change the shielding that's on the top of the forward dome. The truss section may have to get replaced at some point.
Ooh.
It's these things.
Sorry, Ryan. More venting from the CH4 side.
Yeah, it's odd because there's no CH4 flowing at all, so it's kind of weird. But it's going to take them a while to fully understand this vehicle as they fly it, and what has to get replaced and when, and what has to get fixed and when. The really curious thing that I want to know, because they should be able to do it with this booster, because stainless steel is pretty easy to work with, is say they do get a crack in a tank, or they get a microfracture or something, or the tank gets damaged for any number of reasons. Will SpaceX just chuck that booster away? I kind of doubt it. That's a lot of money to just chuck away. Or you do it like an aircraft, and you put a stainless steel patch on it you weld a doubler onto that. So there's a chance we see ships and boosters with doublers welded in locations because of cracks forming or because of damage done to it, which that might look pretty. I don't know if that'll look cool, but it'll definitely have that kind of vibe to it of, oh yeah, they got to do this, and that is kind of like a sustained LOX vent.
That's
No.
yeah.
It's looking more like it.
Well, let's watch the booster then. If this
Well, both,
sustains
yeah.
here, which it looks like it is, then let's watch the LOX tank of the booster.
It looks like both sides are being sustained pretty good now.
Yeah.
The methane side is just kind of venting. It's not really. There's not much pressure behind it.
But it's still venting.
It is venting, but there's no pressure behind it, which means it's not subcooling anything.
But it's continually venting.
But I would say this: they are subcooling liquid oxygen right now, and they are likely loading the booster. I would not be surprised. I would say I'm 90% sure they're loading right now. So we'll have to watch the LOX tank of the booster.
Yeah, frost watch for sure. Watch. I
Frost
think
watch.
we should first see some discoloration on the tank surface before we see actual frost build up on
I
it.
don't know if we'll see discolorization. We saw how quickly they loaded last time. There was no discolorization. There was just frost.
Oh, really?
Oh
Okay.
no, it was just frost.
I mean,
Instant.
if it's that fast, yeah, that makes sense.
It was that fast. Yeah, usually there's almost barely any discolorization. But then again, the lighting was different than it is now. With the lighting we
Yeah.
have now, we might see it. So
Yeah. We're going to have to wait and see. It's kind of nice not have to look for that discoloration if they're going at the same speed, that is. We'll see if they go slower, if they go the same speed, if they go faster, but not sure. But it seems like Alex making a good observation here. This starting right around the top of the hour at 6 p.m. Central Time is really when we start to see that pick up. That also makes it quite easy for us to kind of time things out here. If we go, hey, if the tank farm started going crazy like that at 6 o'clock on the dot, let's see how long it takes to go from there. So everyone, eyes on the booster. This is Texas Tank watching when we get to the exciting part of it, as opposed to just watching tanks. Now we watch for frost. And chat, if you do see frost, please shout it out. Shout it out in chat. Let me take a moment really quick then before we get into the crazy action here to thank some people. Quack McQuack with the $10 super chat saying maybe you've already explained this from the angle that we had seen earlier with the launch mount there. They're saying they didn't see how they get to transfer the rocket onto the pad. So how did they do that? Max?
So essentially, pretty much the same way they do it, or did it at Pad 1, which is where they transport the booster over there on the booster transporter. And then there's a staging area out of view behind the launch mount from where this camera is right now. And that's where the booster and ship itself will also stage for the chopsticks to come down, pick them up, and then transfer them over onto the launch mount or on top of the booster in the case of the ship. So the staging area is behind the launch mount, so we don't really have a good view of it. We would if we had cameras over in like the flats area or from like South Beach. Like South Beach for sure should see it. So should Dune. But from this camera angle, in particular, even though it's very close, the actual staging area is blocked behind the launch mount. But it is there, and that is where both boosters and ships will go.
Axel becoming a pad rep member. Thank you very much for that. Negative Ascent saying you guys calling the pad an engineering marvel immediately made me think of the old Modern Marvels TV show. Oh, I remember
I
that.
missed that TV show.
Hey, Sawyer, Ryan, Alex making an observation in the back channel. It looks like the right-hand CH4 tank has frost on the plumbing.
Yeah, it's getting a little frosty. The reclaim tank.
Yep.
But there's still no. It's done that a little bit in the past, but there's still no venting coming out of the methane reclaim vent, so there's still not really flowing methane through.
Not
They would have
yet.
needed to start that a long ago if they planned on loading methane during this. I think they're just pumping a bunch of LN2 through this system right now, and then they're just loading locks today. Because also, I mean, well, now I say that looks like the supply
Lines are-
lines are frosty.
Yeah.
Those two points right there are the supply lines to those large tanks. Although I don't really see if the tanks the top of the tanks don't look frosty though. So I don't know.
What else
But-
did they run through the lines? Would that just be more LN2?
No, that's the main methane supply line.
Right.
It could be they're using the other tanks rather than those two big ones because there's um the other older tanks are hooked into that as well. I don't think we can see that line. But here's the other thing with SpaceX is they might be chilling down the methane to load it later. I don't know. Who knows what they're doing?
I mean, they had the road closures tonight extended to 11 p.m. Central Time, so
Yeah.
you know.
Maybe they load locks, hold it, detank it, and then maybe they load both at the same time. Maybe that's their plan. Load locks first, detank it, then load both. They could do that. They have what? 5 hours?
Is it Ryan?
They
Is
could
it
do that.
possible that they have found a faster way to get the methane side of the farm ready for tanking than what we saw yesterday? Because we, like you've said before, like we only have 1 point to go off of for reference right now.
Thermodynamics still exist. That's the kind of thing is the reason why it takes so long to go from start of venting to start of loading is thermodynamics is still a thing. And you can't instantly shock cool and chill down every single line. You have to slowly chill down everything at a certain rate. Otherwise, you risk damaging your ground infrastructure. And it's called thermal conditioning and all that stuff. So you still have to do all that. That still all is a thing you have to do. So yeah, unfortunately, thermodynamics still exists. Let's just go that way.
Not with that attitude, sir.
And it's funny, Ghost of Ship 26 asking, how many tests like this do you think it will take your team to really nail down the timeline? I know Alex has some amazing spreadsheets from previous flights, but we are in a whole new ball game here.
It'll take a few times because they're probably they might try different things at different times. Yesterday was a good benchmark for just loading for what seemed like a static fire. If they do the same thing tomorrow or say Friday, it might be another good benchmark. The real benchmark for how they load this whole thing will be when they do the wet dress rehearsal with ship stacked.
Yes.
And that's not going to be for at least another month. It'd be my guess or more. But that'll be the real benchmark when they do that wet dress rehearsal. That would be them going through their count and doing everything. So I can't wait for that because there'll be so many clouds with all with
Oh yeah.
events that
Oh
they
yeah.
have. I cannot wait to see a full stack loaded that quick too.
And I think that shouldn't be too long before flight either. I think if we had to like guess a timeline for it, that could happen maybe as soon as like maybe a week before launch, maybe less. Depends on on how it goes and if SpaceX is happy with the data and how everything performed. But ideally, they would like to do that when the vehicle is ready to fly, so that they can immediately transfer from wet dress and get ready for a launch in the days after.
Because my expectation would be roll everything out for a wet dress, stack it, do the wet dress rehearsal, and they may do a destack and an inspection of stuff, or they may leave it stacked. It'll be the biggest question. I don't know. They may announce their net date before they do a wet dress, but if I were them, I would do a wet dress then announce the net date because the wet dress is the full test of everything, except for engine ignition.
Yeah.
And if I were them, I would just wait until they have all that data to decide anything. I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen any frost yet in the LOX tank, but then again, here we are. We're still learning how the system works. They may be slow loading today. They may not be fast loading.
Or
If
maybe
they were
they're waiting
doing
for
the
something over on the methane side?
Well, I don't know why they would be dumping that much LN2 out. The pressure behind that box fan right now tells me they're subcooling locks. That's what that tells me. When you've got that much pressure behind it, they are running a ton of liquid nitrogen through those subcoolers. And the only reason you do that is if you're actually going to use them to subchill something. Otherwise, you're just dumping liquid nitrogen out for no reason. So I don't know, to be honest.
But remember, it's SpaceX, so you
Right.
never know. Because SpaceX, that's always the answer. Why? Because SpaceX.
There's a lot that we don't know that could happen that we just haven't seen yet. Again, we have 1 point to go off of being yesterday's test. On top of everything that we saw with just the pad itself before the booster even got there. So yeah, we are learning as it happens, folks, just like you guys are.
And in terms of the Pad 1 tank farm, how much of that, if any, was saved and is connected over to Pad 2 here, Ryan?
So the storage tanks and a lot of the older pressurization systems are still being used. They did add in more pressurization system because if you're going to load faster, you need more gas to backfill the tanks. So they added more vaporizer systems in. Otherwise, because if you pull fluid out of your tanks too quickly, you can create a vacuum if you don't have enough backfill gas, and that is no bueno for tanks. That is no bueno. Anyone who's
No
watched
bueno.
MythBusters, anybody who's watched MythBusters, that it'll go crunch. So you don't want to do that.
Okay, copy that.
So, yeah, okay, copy that. So that's basically all that's like survived. The entire all the pumps, subcoolers, or if you want to call them heat exchangers, basically, methane reclaim system, all that is brand spanking new. It's just some of the pressurization systems in the old storage tanks are new.
So a little bit of the heritage hardware lives on.
Yep,
For now.
a little bit. Well, the original tank farm.
Well,
Big vertical
yeah,
tanks.
that's gone.
Those have been gone for a while now. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
like
thank
pre-flight 5.
God. That system was so bad because the big they kept having to change pumps out, and because my guess is they kept cavitating their pumps. They didn't have enough back pressure on the cryo supply pumps, so they were cavitating them and destroying them. That's my guess as to why they had to change them out so often. And the funny thing is as soon as they got rid of the vertical tanks, all of that went away. They stopped changing out pumps. They have had to do some pump work on the new pad as they were testing it, but I think that could either be bad pumps or they were trying to maybe take one out, test something, or do something along those lines. But right now, all 11 pumps. Wait, 11 pumps. I'm talking to chink in my head how many pumps they have, but they're all installed right now.
Yeah. I still remember the giant dents in them after Flight 1.
Right.
That was fun.
And those never went away, by the way. They never actually repaired those.
Nope. Well, because it was the outer and the inner wall. It was just the outer wall. They may have repaired the inner walls, but yeah.
There are still remnants from that. One of the large old ribbed, it's got outer rib supports on it. One of those methane tanks. It still's got a nice big dent on it from Flight 1. It's still there. Granted, those tanks are likely to leave over the next couple of months. They're going to take those tanks away, and they're replacing them with four brand new horizontal tanks. So that'll be the last of the original tank farm. That'll be gone. Which, thank God, they need more methane storage if they want to launch as much as they want to launch. So
Yeah.
I'm surprised we haven't had any loading yet. I don't know what's going on.
Because SpaceX, that's why.
And
Yeah,
of course, I was hoping to have its frost on it before I had to leave for work here. I was hoping, but I guess not. SpaceX is not going to give me the satisfaction.
No, of
Because
course.
why would they?
Even
Watch,
the
as soon as I leave and as soon as some other really space nerd comes in here soon, I don't know, is he really a space nerd? But anyways,
Is he really? I
is
don't
he
know. We'll
really?
let chat decide.
I don't
Oh,
know.
really?
Oh, really?
Oh, really? At least there'll be someone optimistic coming. I'm sorry, what?
Oh, shoot. I
I'm
almost
kidding.
cursed there. I'm like, wait,
watch
no,
it, Max.
correction.
I'm just gonna say this: you can see the dimming sunlight on the booster here, so we might see a frosty booster at night here, which is very likely. Which we haven't seen that in a long time.
No.
The last time I think we saw a really frosty booster at night was Booster 13 Static Fire. It was a little bit after night, and then before that, it was like Flight 3's wet dress rehearsal.
Well, mind you, I think it was
I mean,
Okay,
we have it Massey's. I meant it. Sorry, yeah, Pizza says that we have it Massey's. I meant at the launch site. Sorry.
Well, I
Should've
think
been more specific.
which booster had the static fire like right at sunset? Was that flight 10 or
That
flight
was-
11 booster?
That was Booster 13.
That was that 13?
That was 13. I remember it because it was after 7 p.m. They technically shouldn't have static fired then because according to their PEA, they're not supposed to static fire after 7 p.m.
Yeah, they're not
And
supposed to
okay.
fire after 10 at McGregor, but
Bird.
You know, they still do.
exactly. Well, I know you have to get off to work, Ryan, so thank you so much for joining on for the beginning of our Texas Tank Watching Adventure Part 2.
Abandoner.
Hey. I was
Abandon
hoping SpaceX would have some frost by now, but you know, I know as soon as this other chum comes in, they're gonna probably get frost. So it's just gonna be my luck.
Why can't
But
you
it-
just say my name?
Say my name.
Say
Gosh,
my
right.
name. Hi, EJ. How you doing?
We have a Breaking Bad special guest coming in. No.
Anyway,
Oh, yeah, science. Let's go, Mr. White.
all right. You guys all have fun watching this. I'm gonna go to work, so
Okay,
I'll
copy
see
that.
you all tomorrow. I guess. At this rate.
What? Do you actually need money or something to survive? That's a crazy concept. Just watch
Yeah.
Tank all day.
I wish.
Anyway. Anyway, thank you, Ryan. And as you heard, the voice of Heisenberg himself coming in, apparently. EJ over from Twitch. How's it going?
I am the one who twitches. Sawyer.
Wow.
Me too,
Wait,
but I take
wow.
medication for it.
Oh, yeah, no, that'll probably fix things. How's everybody doing? We ready for some tank watching for the day? All right.
For the day.
I don't know. When you said that, it made me think of Crazy Taxi.
Hey, it's time to do some crazy tank watching. Are you ready?
Oh my gosh, how is it that good? How have I never heard you do that before? Why is it that good?
Dude, it's me. You're acting like I didn't sit there and play that game for hours like everybody else here. Like, come on.
Oh, I know. I have too, but wow. Also, just I guess shows how old we are. Anyway, yes, someone just said I've just been sent into the past. Also, good to know we had the fans earlier of Doctor Who. Now we've got the fans of Crazy Taxi in here. But EJ, how much of this have you been watching? And I guess what's your speculation on what we're getting so far today?
Well, I've been watching the whole thing. I've been here. I've been here like literally the entire time that you've been here, Ron. No, I've seen everything. It looks like we're gonna get some action here. They seem to be doing something with the tank farm, but we will see. In the meantime, I just enjoying the company and enjoying this fine tank watching Wednesday afternoon.
It is Wednesday today. Goodness gracious, yes.
Hump day.
Thank you very much, Camels, from that commercial.
Ooh.
What do we got
is
here?
that CH4 side venting?
It looks like it actually.
Like the actual vertical tank, or is that part of the? Is that a yellow tank? What is that? I can't tell that if that's part of the
That is
methane
that-
side, or if
I
that's.
think that definitely is methane side.
Of course, right when Ryan leaves, right?
Yep, we
called
knew
it.
that was going to happen. We called it.
He called it.
Yeah, I mean he really did. He knew.
Yeah, Jake in the back channel saying that is the reclamation tank venting now. So confirmed, folks. I think we're gonna be getting some methane load tonight.
Wow. In
Right
a-
when Ryan leaves. How
in a
appropriate.
stunning turn of events.
Oh yeah, that
Oh.
tank is definitely venting now. Look at that toward the
Oh,
top.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, the amount of just the clouds coming from it. Look at this shot, by the way. Just talk about getting frosty and getting cloudy over there.
Get the
That's how you make-
cheech.
That's how you make. I forgot about that word, cheech.
The cheech.
The
Get
what?
all the cheech, chat.
Oh gosh, something I'm also not versed on. I'm scared.
You were not here yesterday.
No, I was not for that part. Sorry, I had other. I was gonna say I have a life, but I really don't. I had other things going on though.
This
Anyway,
is our life. Our life.
you're right. That's what I mean.
How do you kill that which has no life?
Anyway, Let's take some questions. How about that as we watch things here to see what happens? Of course, like we were saying earlier, is it possible they do a static fire? Maybe slim chance, but it's never a 0% chance, especially now that the methane side is starting to do stuff. So who knows?
Ye-
But Timey was
Yeah.
wondering, are static fires more to validate plumbing than engines because they're already tested?
Yes and no.
Go ahead.
I got this. I got this one.
Go. Let him cook.
He's
Let him
cooking.
cook. We have to cook. All right. No, it's they're doing a lot to shake down the pad and make sure that everything is working. But I mean, Max and I were talking about this yesterday in the tank watching stream. We were talking about there's not a lot of data about Raptor 3s operating in close proximity to each other. You're probably going to want to fire a couple of these bad boys, at least, you know, some of the 10 that are on there, I think. Probably going to want to fire these guys in close proximity just to get some data on, you know, acoustics and that like the vibrations that get induced from Raptors operating near each other. They probably do have some data from that left over from the first Starship flights, but you guys got to remember, new pad, new booster design, new ship design, new everything design. There's like, are there any common components with the Block 2 Starship or Pad 1 here? I really don't think so. So yeah, it's not just about testing the plumbing, even though that does help. You also want to test the booster, and you want to make sure those Raptors can work together. I mean, they probably will be fine, but you ain't gonna know that until you do it, right?
I mean, yeah, it's the only way to find out. And also interesting again because trying to figure out things. Yes, they do testing of engines over at McGregor, which you could see in McGregor Live 24/7. But it's totally different when you're doing it on a test stand versus integrated with a vehicle, right? So
Yeah. So those are two different things. Like, you know, the test stand's only going to give you so much data here, right? When you know, eventually you got to just put it on the pad and start you know, putzing around with it, start poking and prodding and figure out what works and what doesn't. I mean, I do think with Block 3 that we're not going to see the chaos of early tank watching, let's say. I mean, I hope I don't eat my words there. If I do, you can blame me. That's fine. But yeah, I mean, you still got to do it. You know, more testing is better. Like, better data here. Like, I really don't think that I've seen anything about testing. Like, my big thing, guys, like, and maybe I'm focusing too much on it, is just getting Raptor 3s operating near each other in close proximity. They did say that Raptor 3 has, you know, Elon said in a presentation, quote unquote, technical, I guess, presentation that, you know, the Raptor 3 addresses the leak issues by just mitigating the leaks, but it still leaks a little bit, right? I'd be very interested. I mean, you guys were talking about this. If I heard that right, I was eating some lunch, but you talked about, like, you know, the leaks and what happens. Like, you don't know how a lot of them are going to work all together. Are they just going to light on fire? Is it going to be like Delta 4 heavy? That's the kind of stuff you'd probably want to validate with this type of with a very, very long test, or not very long, like a critical test regime like this. Like, get really into the nitty gritty. And that's part of the reason why I think we're seeing so much testing all of a sudden. You know, they really want to make sure they don't leave any stone unturned. We don't want to have another, oh my God, on our hands, you know?
yeah, it's what you were saying. Like the early tank watching. How early into the program was that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was last
Yeah.
year.
Well,
And then Booster 18.
you know, yeah, but
Just saying.
relatively, it's been smooth sailing. Relatively, okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying though. When you talk
Comparatively
about
to
early program issues.
SN1, SN2, SN3, and SN4 that all popped back in the day. Like, SN4 obliterated itself and a test stand. 5 flew, 6 flew, right? You know, and then 8 and 9, those yeah. And then 11 or 10 landed and then blew up. 11 just, we still don't know what happened to that thing.
Stupid weather.
It decided it didn't want to be a starship anymore. You know, like there's a lot more chaos in the early parts of the program, right? Like,
Yeah. Which, of course, now as I say that, everyone's asking, can Pad 2 static fire in the rain?
yeah, probably.
Thanks, everybody. Yeah. Brings me right back. And of course, Max and I remember that very well. Let me thank some people here really quick, and then we'll get back to more of your questions. You can tag us at NSF, and we'll get in this little program back here to see. Rosebud53 with the $10 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com saying, break time? It just crossed my mind. I wonder if Elon might view NSF and EJ streams to reflect on the ideas, speculations, and criticisms the stream and chats you and your followers explore. I mean, I know some SpaceX people watch us, so hi, SpaceX people. Thank you for what you do for SpaceX.
Yeah, you guys do good work. In terms of the Big E watching us, he probably came in here and went, "What?" When I was here, went, "Who is this guy?" All right, I'm leaving. You know, he probably did that. He's probably like,
Maybe he
okay.
wasn't a crazy taxi fan. I don't know.
Yeah, hey, I mean, dude, I don't know, man. He plays video game. Maybe he was. Maybe he's like, oh, that guy's cool. Like, I don't know.
If that's the next game that he streams on X, then we'll know.
Do it.
What-
do it. Do it. Do it.
What did I
Anyway.
miss? Asking, are there any vane structures on top of the booster to influence the flip direction? Especially now with that integrated hot stage ring. I don't know. EJ, are there?
No, I don't think so. I do believe the deterministic flip is done with the grid fins in the plume, if I'm remembering correctly. Chat, you're going to have to refresh my memory on this one. So SpaceX, with the last two Starship Block 2 flights, switched to a deterministic flip. Meaning before, guys, believe it or not, before that, when Super Heavy separated, whatever direction it flipped was the direction it flipped. The deterministic flip flips up. Like, so the hot staging ring is pointed towards the sky after it separates. Yeah, I mean, you could, and it's the engines too. Yeah, thank you for refreshing my memory, guys. I have to put my tank watching hat back on. It kind of takes a second to get back into the groove here. Yeah, sorry, hold on. I was reading the chat just to make sure. Just what was the question one more time? Sorry, I'm reading.
I just had it cleared off the stream, but I think it was about the veins at the top of the.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, sorry. I don't think there's any veins up there. It's done with the engines and the fins. Mostly the engines, though. Thank you, chat. Yeah, sorry.
So,
you refresh
actually,
Max?
EJ, if I may jump in there, so that was with the grid fins. That was the case with version 1 and version 2. But the reason, if you look carefully and compare the location of the grid fins to the hot staging ring in terms of distance, the grid fins on version 3 are actually farther down to avoid the plume during hot staging, because we saw some warping in the actual grid fin pattern during version 1 and version 2 flights. So it's mostly down to just engines now. There also isn't like a permanent like flap or closure on the ring to help divert gas flow and give it something to push against and give it a nudge toward a singular direction. But yeah, it's mostly down at this point to just a staggered engine ignition on ship.
There you go. Yeah, and Alex saying the fins should no longer get roasted, thankfully, and Ryan Weber pointing out, who should be at work right now, saying that the fins are lower. So, yep, there we go. By the way, I like how EJ was saying, that he was going to put on his Texas Tank Watcher hat. I don't know if he meant that figuratively or if he actually has the Texas Tank Watcher snapback trucker hat that's available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com.
Yeah,
what did you think I was saying?
Tank Watcher collection.
Yeah, what did you think I was saying?
It's like a figurative hat. Not the actual one, because if you don't, you totally should get it. It's one of the awesome parts of the Texas Tank Watcher merch that we're finally getting to bring back out, because it has been way too long over at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Remember those from back in the old days? Well, now that we're finally Texas Tank watching again, I think it's time we take a look at some of that merch again. There's that hat that EJ definitely actually put on and wasn't just talking about theoretically. But we also have the shirts. We also have the mug. And then if you really want to go retro, we also have the Danger Van shirt in there too, in addition to all of the stickers and everything. So if you are just as excited as we are to get back to the old-fashioned Texas tank watchers and didn't get your gear way back in the day from the original tank watching, now you can. And you can join in on Texas Tank Watching 2026 edition. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Thank you for the totally intentional transition into the merch plug, EJ, as your brain was collapsing. That's totally what you meant, right?
Dude, I'm gonna say you saved me with that merch plug. I was reading chat and then my brain just decided to stop. That that happens. That happens sometimes, but yeah, no, I'm good now. I'm good now. I think. I hope.
Fame's non still having a strong there, EJ?
Dude, yeah, that does happen. That happens when I'm tired. I think I've been doing too much tank watching and all the other stuff that I'm doing.
Happens
a
to
lot
me
on
all
my
the time
plate.
as well.
Dude, yeah, no. Sorry about that, Chad. I got that question completely wrong. I was way off.
Well, someone's busy doing VTOL work over in Kerbal Space Program right now on Twitch, so.
Yeah, I was in fact working on a DARPA X-76 build in KSP, and yeah, dude. That thing is cool. It really is. Like, I'm not trying to distract from the tank watching, but if you're an AV geek, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency announced a new X-plane called the X-76, which is a tilt rotor, an optimized tilt rotor that's aiming to get rid of all of the kind of craziness of the V-22. But it also has stowable propellers on the tilt rotor, and it uses jet engines in plane mode. So you have a jet engine, but you can also have propellers at the same, like for doing helicopter things. It's wild stuff. I'm making one in Kerbal, and it is yeah. There's a lot of moving parts. Yeah, but it is
Literally.
fun. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, there was definitely some wiggly bits I saw in your testing, but yeah. And again, when we're talking about the, going off topic, isn't that the old tank watching anyway? Is we'd be on for so many hours that we'd just go off on our own little tangents anyway. Of course, answering questions and things, but also talking about, random stuff like this, like Kerbal. Interesting to note here, for all of that the tank farm activity that we've been seeing, Max, I still don't see Frost. What gives?
Nor do I. Which is, as Ryan was saying earlier, which is proving to be more true the more time goes on. It's kind of weird. That was a lot of activity, and by now we figured we'd at least see Frost on the oxygen tank here, which is the bottom tank on the booster. I don't know. Maybe they're trying something new with their sequencing, or if they ran into an issue with some line in there, God forbid. Maybe they're working an issue, or they're trying out different sequencing. I'm not sure. But we thought for sure we'd see Frost by now. But again, we literally have 1 point to reference, and that being yesterday's test. So they could just be trying out something new or something different.
So we can't blame Ryan Weber this time for wherever he left and we instantly got Frost.
I mean, we still can, but
boy. Let me finish thanking some people here. Got a little distracted with the answers and the Frost and everything. DJ Pond becoming a Pad Rat member. Thank you very much. Also then gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Juan saying, man, I loved Crazy Taxi as a kid. It was probably the first game my dad bought me on PC. Nice. I had mine on GameCube, so I guess mine was a little more recent.
GameCube?
Yeah, they had a GameCube version of it too, besides the actual one that I would play in an arcade.
I was gonna say I played the arcade game, and then I think I played it on like my buddy's Sega, like Sega Genesis or something. I think it was only on Sega Genesis, if I'm remembering.
Yeah, mine was, I guess, newer generation when I played it on GameCube.
You would have a GameCube. That makes sense.
What? What does that mean?
No, nothing. It just makes sense.
That I would have a GameCube?
Yeah. Oh, it was on Dreamcast. That's right. It was on Dreamcast, not Sega Genesis. Sweet. Yes, and also that Sawyer, that does make sense.
I'm so confused as to why. But anyway, what can I say? I was a GameCube kid. I loved it. Jeff Rowe gifting Red Team membership. Thank you very much for that. Dino saying, been watching since Hopper. Guys are doing great. Thank you. And,
Well, I'm not, but let me get back in the groove. I'll fix it.
And I don't know if that's Pioneer 13 or Pioneer 13. French Tank Watcher here. Been following you since Mark 1. Saw IFT 3 and IFT 5 in person. I know that angers
Nice.
some people here by calling it that. Thanks for being part of my everyday life. Not a problem. Pas de problème. Thank you for watching.
Flight 5 was certainly one of the most exciting missions of the 21st century so far. So I'm glad you got to see that one.
Hey, did you hear they caught the booster?
What?
I think they caught the booster.
I know.
Since when?
Crazy.
Oh boy. Let's see here. Some more questions. Max Starship saying, since Pad B is oriented differently from Pad A, what direction will Starship launch? Will it pass over the tower like Pad A, or launch in the direction the tower arms face? Max,
Oh my God.
since they have Max in the name, what do you think?
You know what? That's just now clicking. So, if you were to look bird's eye down at Pad 1 and Pad 2, Pad 2 is located farther west inland compared to Pad 1, which means that, logically speaking, depending on which orbital what degree that the rocket will be flying on over the Gulf, it may have to overfly Pad 1, if not find a way to scoot around it. But also, it's just now clicking that Flight 2 or Pad 2 flights are going to be even more insane, because the way the booster is oriented, it's basically facing south almost. Like it's facing southwest. So it's going to have to pitch right from this angle, which is pitching southwest or away from the Gulf. So it's going to have to correct for that, and then gimbal. It's going to have to correct by gimbaling the Raptors and fly back east again, to either fly around or over the pad, which is absurd to think about. That didn't even click until just now. So that's a good question, at least for booster catches. The booster is going to be coming in targeting the flats just south of the launch site, so that in the event that something goes wrong, it doesn't impact Pad 1 or Pad 2 directly. And then once the engine's light and they come down from 13 to 5 engines down to 3, the booster can just kind of walk its way over towards the sticks and then set itself down for a catch. But launch is really interesting. It may, honestly, I think it could be, the pad avoidance maneuver could be more away from this camera's orientation, which is more south, which would still avoid both the BQDs there on the right hand side of the frame. But either way, it's going to have to correct again to turn east out over the Gulf, whereas over Pad 1, you only had one turn out toward the east. Tilting away from the tower alone was already tilting east, saving the booster a lot of work to do compared to what it may have to for Pad 2. So I'm walking through this all in my head in real time now. So sorry if I'm rambling, but that's kind of it's messing with my head now. The more I think about it, EJ, step in, save me.
Dude, it's happening to you too. Like, what's going on here?
It's infecting all of us, whatever it is.
I'm sorry. Did I bring it? Is this my fault? Am I the super spreader of stupidity?
Yes.
Don't answer.
This is what happens over on Twitch, huh? The home of the brain rot that then melts our brains here.
You know what? No, I was just building like rotary gear mechanisms for a helicopter drive. Like, I don't know. I think I just need another cup of coffee. But anyway, so Max, the pad avoidance maneuver that Starship does when it lifts off is most likely going to push the trajectory slightly south of Pad 1. It just goes around it, dude. If you think about it, the way the pad is oriented, that pad avoidance maneuver is going to make it slew slightly to the southeast. It'll just go around. Yeah, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, I would not directly overfly Pad 1,
As cool as that would be, though. Assuming all went well.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be awesome. Like, I'll be honest, like, probably nothing will go wrong, but there's no really like efficiency loss here for just slewing the rocket off the pad a little bit to the south and never having to worry about that. You know what I mean?
It's just going to look insane, though. it's going to look insane.
I mean,
mean,
it's Starship. It always is.
I'm here for it, man.
Now, one thing that people have been noticing that it's kind of caught my eye now too, because I can't unsee it once you see it. Someone's saying, why is the lower left chine blinking? And Synthetics also asking, what is on the left chine? LEDs, encode decode corruption. See, there's those like 3 green lights on that bottom leftmost chine, and they keep kind of flicking on and off.
Where? I'm struggling to see where that is.
So you see how the chine has got like the little gaps in it?
Uh-huh.
The bottommost one in the left view.
Are those lights?
I think that's just a piece of material flapping in the wind, and what we're seeing is
Yeah.
the sun reflecting.
That seems like the most, because if you look on the right, you have a similar light or color in the gaps there between the chine pieces. So I don't know for sure. That is 100% a Ryan Weber question, but that also looks like just something flapping in the wind.
I mean, it's a Ryan Weber question. You need Ryan to tell you it's tape?
Who are you?
Nice. Either that or Starship's having trouble getting to post, guys. I mean, like, I don't know. Pick one. Like, could be having some error codes. You'd have to check the motherboard.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Apparently you don't need to ask Ryan. You also have Alex in the back channel who's saying that looks like tape.
Oh, yeah. Alex, is it tape? It's tape. All right.
It's the successor to Is It Cake? Is it tape?
Would that mean the tape is a lie?
It absolutely would.
Oh. Wow.
So taking a look again right now over at the tank farm, we're still seeing a lot of activity where this typically would indicate that they would be fueling Starship right now. However, we saw just from that last shot that the booster is not frosty, and yet we have the crazy activity going over there on the liquid oxygen side, and recently we also saw the methane side starting to kick in. So we still have no idea why they haven't started loading yet, or when they plan to, or what they're planning to do, other than testing. Some kind of testing.
Ryan brought up a good point before he left, in that the methane side of the farm wasn't being chilled down at the time that the lock side of the farm was, and that is a process that does take some time, upwards of a couple of hours, I think, at least for the lock side. The methane side might be a bit shorter, but we only just saw the vents that we are seeing now currently on the vertical tanks on the left hand side of your screen within the last half hour or so. And usually, if it's like an hour and a half process, they're probably still in the process of chilling down all of the plumbing and the lines used to get methane over to the launch mount and into the booster. Because that's not something that you can just rush. You can't just do it super fast. Otherwise, you risk damaging all of your plumbing and your pipes. So it could still be a bit longer. Maybe they're still getting things chilled down before they get prop flowing. But yeah, we figured we'd see frost by now at least, because the lock side of the farm has been going since the early afternoon.
Right, that's the real question then, is why did they start the lock so early? Are they just kind of, like we were talking about, could they just be wasting so much LN2 waiting for that to go? Or what? I don't know. EJ, do you have any thoughts on what could possibly be happening?
Yeah, not spooling up methane at the same time is a little... I mean, they're definitely doing something, though. Like, I'm not...
They're doing something. You hear that, guys?
Truer words have never been spoken.
Things are happening.
No, I'm trying to... Okay, I'm not having a strong this time, I swear. I'm actually trying to rack my brain. Like, why would you activate locks? Why would you turn on the locks recirculation and not methane? Max, you said it takes a little while to spool that thing up and get ready to go. What is the use case here? That's always been my kind of modus operandi, chat, for trying to figure out what's going on here. Put yourself in their shoes. Okay, what would constitute turning locks on but not methane? If you were going to load more liquid oxygen than methane, maybe, right? But then again, we saw them load a lot more liquid oxygen than methane yesterday, and they fired them both up at the same time. So that tells me that, I don't know, I mean, just a basic kind of analysis here, right? Like, there's not a good it maybe it broke. Like maybe they tried something different with that thing and it broke, or maybe there's some use case that we don't know about to staggering your tank farm activation. But yeah, I swear I'm not like, duh, I don't know. No, I'm trying to think, like, why would you do this? Or, we could just say that they're doing something, that works.
I mean, dude, like that's a very valid point to make, in that maybe that they found something that they had to troubleshoot first before they got into methane tank farm chill down and propline chill down. We don't know, and as we've said a few times already, like the only point of reference that we have to go off of was yesterday's testing. So we don't know. I mean, maybe we might hear from SpaceX on what they're doing, as unlikely as that might be. But I guess the more and more we see them testing, the more we'll have a better idea of how the tank farm chill downs will or should commence, given timelines as they go and evolve, to speed things up and make them more efficient. But yeah, very peculiar.
We did have NASA spaceflight official that had a pinned breaking news update, and the update was they are doing something.
Did we actually? I didn't see that.
Yeah, it was pinned at the time, but it's from NASA spaceflight official update. They are doing something.
Oh my God.
Although the question now is looking for sources. At Grok, is this true? That's
At
the real
Gork,
question.
is this true? Gork, I require context.
At Gork context.
Gork vague posting, Mac. Like, I don't know. I ruined that. Never mind. Move on.
Wow.
I completely ruined that.
I don't know where that was supposed to go.
You have
But,
derailed.
let's see here. Again, everyone else trying to figure this out too at the same time as us. Livin's asking here, what do you guys think SpaceX will do in terms of heat shield experiments on Flight 12 and 13? Is that something maybe they kind of really worked out mostly on V2, but also given this will be the first V3 stack? Any thoughts on that?
So from what we can see on the heat shield for ship 39, there's like a handful of tiles that are currently missing, but the heat shield itself is like 99.999% complete. And that there are not any intentionally missing areas of tiles like we got used to seeing on version 2 ships, because I guess they either have enough TPS data, but maybe in combination with the fact that version 3 is meant to become the first operational version of Starship. So I think Starship really cannot be treated as some sort of experiment anymore. They have to make it work, and they have to get it operating. And I think with the plans that they have going forward with version 3, especially this year, between going orbital for the first time, ship recovery on site at Pad 2, and then also the in-orbit fuel transfer, I think the TPS experiments are done until they are ready to fully implement a different solution going forward for the TPS. So yeah, I think they are going to be done with those for a while.
Well, hopefully, and again, the real test will be on this first flight to see how that heat shield works. We might see them make some tweaks between 12 and 13, but hopefully at this point they have a design that is pretty well set in stone so that they can really focus on V3, focus on getting to orbit, and then, in my opinion, more importantly, focus on getting towards HLS and landing on the moon, which part of that practice will, of course, then be launching Starlinks into orbit from it, which will also be awesome. It's a lot of ifs, but it's SpaceX, so I think they can do it. Let me thank some people here again. Jerwa with a $50 super chat. Goodness gracious, thank you. Saying, do we have grass vent? #flashback. Haven't seen a grass vent in, oh gosh, months, if not almost years. Jerwa then also coming in and gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much for that. Saling saying, remember to breathe this time. It would be fun, but seeing all you guys turn blue is not good. Frost Baby 2.
Yeah, that happens. Sorry. Yeah, all right. I'll remember to breathe.
Roger, you down, Tranquility. Got a bunch of guys about to turn blue here. We're breathing again.
Thanks a lot.
And then
Tranquility.
Bill. Yep.
Keep going. Sorry.
Sorry. And then Bill is saying, with a good question, can you super chill liquid nitrogen and circulate it back into the tanks to then use that chilled LN2 to super chill it again, but this time being more effective to load faster?
I don't know.
I know you can get nitrogen densified, sure, but I mean, why? Like you want to circulate it back into the tanks, and then use that LN2 to super chill it again. I mean, you can densify nitrogen, but it's not going to do what you think it's going to do. Like you're going to get solidification. That'll absolutely happen, just like oxygen. So you kind of have the same pitfalls as that, but there is a limit. Just because you chill it, right, and then you recirculate it doesn't. And, let's chill it again. Like, okay, you just super chilled something with your liquid nitrogen, right? Why have that in a loop with your tanks in the first place? I guess I don't understand why you'd want to do that. Like, why not just have a recirculation system and a heat exchanger with your liquid oxygen to super chill it, right? Using like the vaporizers, like what they do already. I don't really understand. Like, what are we like chilling down the tank to get it ready for LOX loading? You're gonna chill it with nitrogen? I mean, why not just fill it up with liquid oxygen? Like, SpaceX clearly has it down to a science to be able to do it quickly. I'm not sure why you would do this.
There's also a limit to how far you can actually sub-chill your own propellants. I mean, the oxygen, at least in terms of Falcon 9, I think Starship is the same way as well, is chilled down to almost its triple point. So it's basically almost solid oxygen with how cold it's already super chilled. So there's a limit of how far you can actually go. But as EJ was just saying, why would you need to when SpaceX already has this figured out? I mean, if they're trying to get prop load down to like somehow get it down to like 10 minutes when Starship is flying like, I don't know, 100, 200 times a year, whenever that time comes, maybe. But as it is right now, it works, and they have a good use for it, and they have it down to a science. Pun that maybe somewhat intended there. I don't know.
I'll be the one with the puns. I gotcha. Don't worry.
That was his way of saying that was a terrible pun.
Yeah, I know. I was instructed by a certain somebody
Wow.
to try and make your time on air miserable, so puns incoming, and you're welcome. Anyway,
Jay did give you some instruction before we went live, didn't he?
I wasn't gonna name names.
Throwing Jay under the bus here.
Yeah, as the stream watch, the stream will go black now because Jay's like, nope, that's it. You guys made
Yep.
fun of me. I'm
Yeah,
done.
right.
Peace out." By the way, also now I want to call solid oxygen socks. Just saying.
Stop it.
You
Why?
can call
Stop
it
it
that.
right now.
That's fine. That's what it's called.
Socks it to me.
No.
Don't do that.
That
Second part. Don't do that. The first part, you can call it socks. The second part, don't do that again.
Don't. That reminds me of that one clip, EJ. That reminds me of that one clip after Flight 8 when it was you, Doss, and Jack on the live show, and Jack was like, "It's gonna be May," and you're like, "Don't do that again."
Yeah.
That's what that kind of reminded me of.
I was like, brother, what are you doing, Jack? He was having a Jack moment. I'm like,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
Just don't
Stop.
do that again.
Oh my gosh, stop.
Oh my gosh. Well, anyway, it's gonna be May in a couple of months, but not yet.
Don't. Yep.
Stop it. Stop.
How am I doing, Jay? Am I doing good?
Chad, look at the excavators, okay? Just focus on those. Don't focus on anything Sawyer's saying.
Focus on the excavators. Focus on
at-
the clouds. Focus on the booster. Anything but
Look
the
at 'em.
puns.
Yay, Jay and I are friends again now for this. Cool. Anyway, I guess we should probably still actually talk about the big metal elephant in the room, I guess. But yeah.
What?
Excavators are big and metal. Just saying.
Here's a question from Aperture, who's asking, they have 2 primary beach closure dates for today and tomorrow. Maybe they test some equipment for tomorrow and make the static fire. So I guess with a
Hey,
closure,
Sawyer, real quick. We got 2
Yeah.
vents, buddy.
Don't cross
Where?
the vents.
Don't cross the vents. We had 2 vents for a second. It did pulse.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I was gonna say, I'm like, wait a minute.
It was there. I seen it. Alex seen it too. So it happened.
That one right there?
Yeah, baby. There it is.
There it is.
That's the methane subcord that we've seen going a couple times already.
Yeah, but there's a difference between pulsing and then hopefully actually staying.
That's true. That's true. But it's not. It's not staying either. See, it's
Right.
going on and off.
Hey, give it a second. All right, it's shy.
There it goes again.
Family friendly. We saw that with the oxygen side though. We did see it do the same thing. It was on, off, and then it kind of stayed. Remember the whole roller coaster analogy? You're talking about that. Love it, hate it, love it. Anyway, we'll be keeping an eye on that. But I guess that brings up still to the question that we were looking at there with the 2 different closures, one for today and one for tomorrow. Any idea what might be in store for today versus tomorrow? What they would want to do, tonight at this hour versus doing during a day tomorrow? This is all speculation, of course.
Okay. So Aperture. So first of all, like this is kind of you kind of take it as it comes. You know what I mean? Like yesterday there wasn't a road closure for today. Yesterday was a road closure for tomorrow. So I do believe that this is like on a case by case basis, and it's depending. The increase or decrease in testing is very much dependent on how good the previous test went. We know that this is an iterative program, right? So, say you went out there and you wanted, just hypothetically here, you wanted it to do a static fire with 3 engines, and you put it out there and it did a static fire and 2 of the engines didn't go. Like not that that's happened or anything, guys. Like say that happens. Well, that's not what you want. Well, now instead of going to the next test of like testing 5 engines, now you got to sit there and you got to figure out, okay, what went wrong? We need that 3 engine test, right? So we can't go kind of to the next iterative step in our testing regime, right? So it kind of, like I said, you got to take it as it comes, right? So it really depends on how well the test yesterday or the test today go before we, and that's going to be basically deterministic of what's going to happen in the future. Like, yeah, that basically they're playing it by ear. And I know that sounds so ridiculous and weird to say, but yeah, that's what SpaceX does. That's what they do. They've had, they've had tests that have gone wrong. They've had tests that have gone very right. Like, I'll take Flight 1. Flight 1, the thing got off the pad. Huge milestone, right? That was a huge thing that needed to be tested. Sequencing 33 engine ignition and then separation, right? They did it and it went off the pad, and now you know that works, right? We're gonna see the same thing here. I mean, hopefully Flight 11 doesn't go like Flight 1, hopefully. But you'll see the same thing here. You got to get over these hurdles. You got to get past these steps, and how well you got past the step, or if it performed to your satisfaction, means you go on to the next thing to test, right? It's really deterministic, like how good the test goes to when these road closures happen. What I'm trying to tell you is that it's super random. It's super random, and we don't like sit here and have a phone line to Gwen Shotwell's desk, being like, "Yo, Gwen, how did that go?" And she'd be like, "Oh, it went really bad." No, we don't. Like, that'd be cool, but we don't have that. So, you gotta. It's random. You gotta take it as it comes. Like, we don't know how well the tests went, but we're here. We're here to watch them. That's for sure, and we're here to give you good coverage for it, at least as best as we can.
I think if I had to guess, excuse me, I think tonight might be a repeat of what we saw yesterday, just to demonstrate the fact that they can do this 2 times in a row in close succession. But we also saw venting. What we presume was the engine section earlier in the afternoon with some venting. So maybe they'll try and fill it faster today, or they'll go back to filling it to static fire levels like we saw yesterday. I don't know, but it could just be a repeat, just to gain confidence both in the vehicle and the ground systems. But I don't think a static fire is too far off, assuming all goes well.
That is true. And again, the road closures, they seem to, I mean, obviously this one was listed Friday, but they seem to pop up and the hours of them keep changing. So you never know. Next Space Flight, by the way, if you don't have the app or use the website, is a great place to keep an eye on all of that. to know when those road closures and beach closures are happening, so you get an idea of when testing is. You can even get a push notification when a new one comes out using the app. So I guess as we continue to wait here, the big thing was we were pointing out, oh, we saw more vents, and then the vent stopped, and then it went, and then it stopped. So about the venting, Max, can you kind of break us through here or take us through here a little bit of the different kind of vents that we're looking for and what they do?
Roughly, because the tank farm is not my strongest area of expertise, but obviously you have to chill down all of your plumbing and all of your tanks that are holding or will have cryogenic fluid come through them. That's I. I'm not the greatest at explaining the variance of thermodynamics in this case, or why sequences happen and what they do. Maybe EJ's a bit better at that than I am. Come in, EJ, save me. I don't know how to answer this question well.
It was just
I
what are
like-
the different vents on the screen?
Well, okay. So
Well, that-
as you can, well, it's on the screen. It's on the
Well, that's the whole
screen.
point is to explain what each of them do, because other than just, oh, methane reclaim, what does that mean? That kind of thing.
Well, methane reclaim is what you pick up from either the vehicle from either boil off or once you stop prop load, because you can't just go out venting methane out into the surrounding atmosphere, because that's highly flammable, and then you would get what happened on Booster 7 Spin Boom Jump Scare. But also with the chill down or the with the subcoolers, that is turning whatever gaseous methane you have into a liquid form, and also super chilling it at the same time. The log subcoolers also utilize liquid. Oh my god, I can't say it. N2. What is it?
Nitrogen?
Yes, I can't. I could not get it out. I'm sorry. They utilize both methane and lock sides of the farm utilize that to help make sure that they are cooled down to their proper temperatures. But they do have the ability to vent out oxygen, because that is not entirely flammable as it is now, at least in that form, and that is why we see this big old cloud of locks coming from that side of the farm. But yeah, all methane has to be reclaimed and then recondensed for use at a later time.
There we go. That's all it was. See, I knew you knew the answer to that.
It's
That's
a
why I threw it
mouthful.
to you.
I know. It's just I never know how to talk about it, because I don't talk about it a lot, and it's just not my area of expertise.
No, it's fine. Let's see here. Again, we were talking about the road closures. As we continue to watch the venting here, it's up and down again. As we watch that, Wobbly Sniper is asking, why doesn't SpaceX just build their own road rather than having to close this one all the time? And I think part of that just comes with how they acquired this, because obviously, Max, over at the Kennedy Space Center, it's not something they really have to worry about as much because it's inside of a government facility versus a giant public roadway.
I mean, they still have to worry about it, though, because the Kennedy Space Center has a lot of employees here, and I want to say somewhere in the realm of, oh gosh, what is it? I think it's in the realm of like 8,000 to 10,000 employees here at the Kennedy Space Center alone, and that's not including the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, which is south of us. So there still is a heavy amount of road traffic here, even though they are badged employees, contractors, all of that. So they will still have to have road closures internally to the Kennedy Space Center to get hardware down the road. But we already see that whenever they have to transport, say, a Starship Tower segment, or if they have to, oh goodness, what it's
Even
I
boosters
don't
and
think-
fairings.
I mean, I don't think that's an actual road closure, though, because they just at that point it's the same for boosters as well. They just pause traffic on that side of the road, let whatever hardware come past, and then traffic resumes. It isn't a straight road closure for hours on end. All that being said, though, they do close off the road towards like LC 39B and 39A whenever they're about to launch from there as well, to keep in compliance with the BDA or the blast danger area local to that launch pad. So they still have to do that, but it isn't as public or easily available to look at to those who aren't either employees here or who have direct access to that information. But again, that is not public information. But they still do have to work around that here on KSC grounds, and also Cape Canaveral Space Force Station grounds as well, because of Pad 37 and Pad 40 and everything else that they may have over there at some point in the future. But that's not just SpaceX as well. That also goes for Blue, that goes for Stoke, that goes for anybody that wants to move hardware around the Cape. There have to be road. No, oh my gosh, there have to be alerts put out for hardware being moved out and around, just so everyone's aware. It's the same whenever a tall piece of hardware comes in on a barge. There goes some sort of alert goes out through either text or email to let people know, hey, X and Y drawbridge is currently up and not in use because of X and Y hardware coming through. That sort of thing. It's just different. But in Starbase, there's one road here at KSC and Cape Canaveral. There are multiple roads to use, and also multiple launch pads.
World's premier spaceport, multi-user spaceport. But yeah, and then also the fact that you've got wildlife reserve issues in both locations actually, both over at the Kennedy Space Center, which is on the Merritt Island Wildlife Preserve there, and then you also have all of the protected wetlands and areas surrounding Starbase as well. So it makes it a lot more difficult to just be able to build your own road. So I mean, they've gotten expansions at least, and I think it helps that a lot of it is now within the city of Starbase, which has a lot of SpaceX pull going for it. But yeah, it's a whole big ordeal there.
I mean, fellas, another thing to take into account, like, why doesn't SpaceX just build another road into Starbase and Boca Chica? Guys, okay, so there's only Highway 4. I mean, it's not to say that SpaceX won't build more infrastructure down there in the future. They did just incorporate a city around, or built around this spaceport, right? But, so, you look at a map, right? Due south, it's all wetlands, right? It's all wetlands basically all the way to the Rio Grande, and then on the other side of that is Mexico. So building a road that way, I mean, on top of the wetlands challenges, probably don't want to do that. And then to the north of the pad site is the Port of Brownsville. There's a gigantic, wide, dredged canal going into the Port of Brownsville. You can't build a road north. There's a huge, unless you want to build a gigantic bridge that can get aircraft carriers underneath it. Yeah, the only thing is to go west, right back towards Brownsville. And it's all wetlands going all the way back there. If you guys have ever been out there, there's really only one way to get in and out. Now, that's not to say in the future that SpaceX probably won't widen the road or even build a parallel road. Max, you were talking about the Kennedy Parkway, the road that goes from the road that goes up to the VAB is a double lane road, and if they need to close down one of it, they close down one side of the road and divert traffic onto the other side. It's like a highway, 2 lanes on one side, 2 lanes on the other. Maybe SpaceX will do that in the future. We don't know. They're definitely going to build more infrastructure down there. They're not just going to sit there with a 2-lane Highway 4 and be like, yeah, it's fine. Because once again, anybody else that goes down there knows that Highway 4 is a little worse for the wear from all the industrial traffic going in and out of Starbase.
Speaking from experience, cough.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a bumpy ride getting out there. So there's definitely, are they going to build another road? They'll probably do it in the future. But there really is only one kind of route out to Starbase, because you have Mexico to the south and you have the Port of Brownsville to the north. There's really no getting around that. The only way to get back to solid ground, is to go back towards Brownsville, and there's already a road that way.
I mean, it would be epic if they somehow built a causeway or a bridge to get over from SPI over to Starbase somehow, but that is a lot of fish and wildlife property that you would have to either claim or have a waiver for to build a road on, and that is already a lot of damage and work to be done just to build that, which they're already not very fond of doing. So yeah, while SPI or South Padre Island is maybe 5 miles from the launch site, it's about an hour drive to get from the pad itself over to SPI, because you have to go all the way out to Brownsville and go all the way around, all the way back
Yep.
around it and route north again. So as the crow flies, that's not far, but you are limited to the roads that are built around the Port of Brownsville. So it's kind of a headache, but alas.
Yeah, and I mean, if we really want to get into like road construction, that's a hobby of mine. No, I do appreciate how roads get made, guys. Building roads on wetlands not easy to do.
No.
It's not easy, especially a road that's going to be taking industrial traffic. So heavy, like tractor trailers moving rocket parts, for instance, right? And not the lightest things around, right? Or moving rolls of steel, rolls of stainless, rolls of 3 or 4x stainless out to Starbase so they can make more starships. Those are not the rolls of steel are not light, to say the least. If you want to make a road in wetlands, right, to try and move this type of industrial traffic, it's not something that gets done overnight. You basically got to scrape all the topsoil off, and depending on topsoil composition, right, like, you know, you have to get down to compacted soil or fill, right? With wetlands, that's really hard to do because everything is wet. It's right in the name. So you basically have to try and get down to dry or try to compact the soil to displace all the water in the soil. You could put like a big mound, like what SpaceX did. They did that at Boca Chica way back when it was a Falcon 9 pad. They compacted the soil by building a huge dirt pyramid where the HIF was supposed to be for Falcon 9. That seems like that was years ago because it was, but it doesn't seem like it was that far. Whatever. So building a road through the wetlands requires a little bit of time, a little bit of attention. It's not something you just like, oh, just pave down a road. You know, you said you couldn't build a road through a swamp, but I did it anyway. It fell into the swamp.
No, dear.
So I built a second one. That fell into the
Fell into
swamp.
the swamp.
Then a third one that burned out, fell over, and then fell into the swamp. But the fourth one, lad, that stayed up. That one stayed up.
What are you doing in my swamp?
EJ has lost his marbles.
Dude, my marbles are gone long time ago, man. Come on.
I was gonna say. Also, it's 2026. Who still plays with marbles?
Never mind.
I'm waiting for
Never
chat to just roast me on that one. But anyway, here's a really interesting question. It is now 11 past 7 p.m. in the evening Central Time. And that brings up the question here from Daniel, who's asking, are they still restricted to not static firing after 7 p.m.? Can we rule it out for tonight? Ooh, what do you think?
I think I'll have to reread the documentation, but I want to say that 7 p.m. cutoff is for all static fire tests in the future over at the launch site. That has not been the case over at Massey's, mind you, where they have fired late into the night before, well past 7 p.m. But for the launch, I believe the cutoff is still 7. But they have only done one cryo test on Booster 19 at Pad 2 so far. I don't think they would jump right into static fire testing, let alone when they have only 10 engines installed out of the 33 required for flight. I think they still want to gain a bit more confidence in how the vehicle and the pad are working together before they move down into that road. But based on the testing that we saw yesterday and how smooth that seemed to go, that may not be so far off into the future. Maybe this week. No, I don't think. Can they fire on the weekends? I forget.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, God, Sawyer.
Hey, you were with me that day. You get it.
I do get it. But we don't want that to happen again, do we?
I mean, I'm sorry. No, we don't. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. And it's worth noting that SpaceX has done it anyway in the past because SpaceX. So we have seen them static fire after 7 p.m. anyway. And yeah, as you pointed out, Massey's definitely not a restriction given that Ship 36 was at like 11 p.m. Central, I think it was. So
it was late. Yeah, it was very late in the night.
Yeah. And they do have closures on weekends per Alex. All right, let me take a moment. Thanks to people here. Then we'll get back to more of your questions. Solid rocket candy. Ooh, that sounds delicious. I mean, I like it. Crunchy peanut butter, but imagine it now is... Anyway, do y'all think they'll use Pad 1 for a ship catch or use Pad 2 for both booster and ship? What do you think becomes the future of Pad 1 once Pad 2 is up and running here fully? EJ, what do you think? Oops, sorry.
No, you're good. Go, EJ.
So, okay, if it was up to me, and it's not, but if it was up to me, I would ship catch on pad 1 and booster catch on the pad that you see on the screen right now. The strict reason is because, like, okay, what if the ship misses, right? If the ship misses, it's the first pad, it's already being redone. I mean, they already have started putting in sheet pilings into the first pad to dig out its flame trench, so they can refit it to look like what you see on the screen. But yeah, I don't know, just kind of let's call it risk mitigation. Doing that, like, how? Okay, so like you got to think about, okay, what are the logistics of actually doing this, right? In terms of like concept of operations, right? We're getting into what's called con ops, right? With a mission. So, okay, Starship and Super Heavy launch, right? Super Heavy flips, comes back down, gets caught by pad 2. Now the ship's up in space. What is the loiter time of a Starship? Like how long is it? How long can it stay up there? Because now you're beholden to orbital mechanics, right? You could try to get away with doing one orbit all the way around and come back, in which case you got 90 minutes to get Super Heavy away from the pad. I don't know about you guys. I don't think that's good enough. So now you got to wait. You got to wait until an ascending or descending node crosses the latitude of Starbase. Because orbits precess because the Earth is spinning, right? It's only gonna it'll eventually line up again, but your orbital plane is not going to necessarily be coplanar with Boca Chica after 1 orbit or 2 orbit or 3 orbits. It's probably going to be like maybe 8 or 9 orbits, right? So how much time does that theoretically buy you to move Super Heavy off of the pad? If it was up to me, I wouldn't. The reason why I say pad 1 catch, right, is because you want Super Heavy, catch it with pad 2, put it back down on the pad, safe the booster, and then by the time that's all done and ready to go, Starship is going to come back down and get caught by pad 1, right? That way you don't have to risk like trying to get Super Heavy out of the way, right? Trying to, get it on a transport stool and move it back to Starbase before the ship comes in, right? You're at least afforded a little bit of leeway here because you have 2 catch towers. That's what I would do. Whether SpaceX is going to do that or not, I don't know. It really comes down to what they have planned for their con ops for the flight, whatever flight that they do. I don't know, like flight 13 or 14. Whenever they try to do that ship catch. I mean, it really comes down to, well, how long can Starship stay up there? Starship, to my knowledge, doesn't have any solar panels on it. Maybe it will in the future. Like, what's its loiter time, right? How long do the batteries last on board while it's on orbit? Does it have fuel cells like the space shuttle? I don't think so, right? So you really that all kind of comes into play, right? And I don't know, they could try to catch the Starship with Super Heavy on the pad. I wouldn't want to risk that, though, in an early flight, because, if it misses, you lose the pad, the booster, and the ship, right? Instead of trying to catch Starship on pad 1 and just losing the ship and maybe damaging the tower a little bit, right? And the other thing to think about is, like, if the ship catch doesn't go, it doesn't do exactly what they want, now pad 2 is out, so you can't achieve a high flight rate. And SpaceX does have a lot of test missions to fly. They got to do a lot of flight missions. Remember, they're on the hook for a lunar lander. They're on the hook for it. Hey, you got to start flying these missions, and you got to fly them fast, and you got to think of the best way that you could do the most amount of testing with what you got. Shuttle? Yeah, shuttle.
He said the thing.
I mean, that's the reason why. Okay, you guys want to talk shuttle here for a second? That's the reason why shuttle has those gigantic delta wings on the sides. The gigantic delta wings are there for either A, an abort contingency with the shuttle called an abort once around, AOA, right? Where the shuttle does 1 orbit and then comes back down. But it was also designed for Department of Defense missions launching out of Vandenberg for what's called a polar once around orbit, where they'd launch the shuttle due south out of Vandenberg. It would deploy some type of satellite over the South Pole, right? And then close up shop, deploy the payload, close up shop, close the payload bay, re-enter, right? Come back down and land at Vandenberg. Now, you can't do that because, once again, the orbit precesses, it moves. Its track appears to shift left on a ground track, right? It shifts west. the shuttle had those big honking wings so it could make up for that. It can basically drift through reentry. It's called cross range capability. And Starship does have that too, to an extent. Not as much as the shuttle, I don't think. It to come back down and land after one flight. You know, the abort once around or the polar once around contingencies with the shuttle. That's why it has those big wings. That's why the Department of Defense wanted those big wings on that orbiter so it could do a once around mission. Can you think about how nutty that actually would be? Launching a shuttle due south out of Vandenberg, a 90-minute mission, deploying a satellite after 45, setting up shop, going right through reentry, drifting through reentry and coming back down and landing back at Vandenberg 90 minutes later. It's actually insane. But yeah, I mean, maybe Starship will be able to do that in the future. I'm not sure about what its cross-range capabilities are, but it is still certainly something interesting to ponder. If I had to put my money on it, I would say a Pad 1 catch and a ship catch on Pad 2. Or super heavy catch on Pad 2, ship catch on Pad 1. That's what I'm trying to say.
I was
Sorry.
going to say the opposite, to be honest.
Really?
Yes.
Ding ding.
Yeah. Well, it makes the most sense to catch the booster on Pad 1 because at that point, I think by the time they're ready to utilize the chopsticks at Pad 1 again, the launch mount won't be ready, but they should be able to catch it and then move it over to the staging area where there could be a booster transport stand waiting for it. By the time how many hours are in between launch and the ship coming back, they could safe the booster and put it down there for safing and transport. But also based on the approach corridor that was demonstrated based on Flight 11, it might make more sense to catch ship on Pad 2 at that point, just based on its orientation. So, yeah, I think it's going to be the opposite: catch booster on Pad 1, catch ship on Pad 2, and also, mind you, they are adding shielding to the very top of Pad 2, which is presumably to shield the very top section of the tower against all three Raptor engines during the flip and the flip and burn during ship catch and landing. So yeah, I'm gonna say the opposite, but that's not just for the sake of saying the opposite.
I like it. This feels like a good old-fashioned flame trench head-to-head here. I love it. Meanwhile, for those who are just joining, it is not Friday yet. It is still, in fact, Wednesday, and it is still waiting to see some testing action happening here at Starbase, as we still have the oxygen side there of the tank farm going like crazy. There is still the recondenser over there on the methane side, and still waiting for some more activity over there. Hoping very soon to see some frost on the booster, and that is what we're all keeping an eye out for here. And as always, we're here hanging with you, watching, doing the old-fashioned Texas tank watching, and answering your questions as they come up here. So let me finish where I was doing before with the support queue with all that, and then get back to more of those questions. Bonus saying, been a while since I caught a live stream, currently getting ready to start my training to obtain my airline transport pilot's license. Very nice.
Nice.
TP, nice.
Cornbread with the super chat asking, will it be 2 years before they catch both or Florida catch? I mean, I think they'll be able to catch both in less than 2 years, that's for sure. But Florida catch for both? Do we think that's possible in 2 years? I'm going to say yes.
In 2 years?
Within the
They would
next 2
need.
years that we see a dual catch of booster and ship in Florida.
I mean, if they can find a way to utilize one tower to catch both at 39A, maybe. But I think that they would have to send. I'm thinking this over in my head now. I think they would utilize two towers in that situation itself, for two reasons. Number one, pad 39A is the only pad over there with only one tower, whereas 37 is going to have four towers total, two for launch and two just for booster catches. But at that point in 2 years, just based on the timeline that we saw to get pad 2 online or nearly online for testing, there should be at least a set of chopsticks ready and able to be used over there, assuming all stays on track. So they might catch the booster at 39A and catch the ship over at 37, because we saw an entry corridor from some FAA paperwork maybe 5 or 6 months ago now, based on what SpaceX wants to do, and what the FAA allowed them to do. And the reentry oh my gosh, the reentry corridor showed the ship coming back and being recovered at pad 37. So I think, yeah, booster catch at pad 39 and then ship catch at 37, and that could be a couple years away, but I don't think any faster. I could be wrong. I would love to be proven wrong there, but I think that's what makes the most sense in my head right now.
Yeah, as a fellow Florida person right now, I would very much love to see that too. Just saying. So I think it's doable. Again, like you pointed out, it might be both at 39A, just have it hang in orbit for a bit. But at the same time, I mean, they already have the tower segments over at 37. Well, yes, that's all they have right now. It's mostly just flat land and they haven't really started building much yet. We're talking 2 years, and we're also talking SpaceX time. So I don't think it's totally out of the question. I think it's definitely safe to say we will see a ship and booster catch in Texas within those 2 years, but hopefully for Florida. And then Scott Brotherton coming in with the $20 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com, asking, could the nose cone in the factory window with the white tiles be for human landing services? I seem to remember the render showing a white with black areas for HLS. For those who don't know, first off, you should be following all the NSF socials because that's where the tweets were and the Facebook posts and all that showing that image. So if you're not following the socials, you should be doing that so you get up to date with that. But we did see something in one of the windows there that was white as opposed to just the straight stainless steel that we're kind of used to seeing. Could we maybe finally start seeing HLS hardware? Because given the new timeline of them wanting to get 2027 as the around Earth orbit testing of it with Orion, maybe they're picking the pace up there. I don't know. EJ, did you see that? What do you think?
Could the nose cone factory window with a white tiles be for HLS? It's possible. I'm gonna go ahead and say no. You got to think like those are their thermal protection tiles. Well, HLS does need some thermal protection system. It is not, as far as I understand, the human landing system version of Starship does not go through any atmospheric interface except on the way up, in which case you're probably not going to need the tiles in the first place. I think that those tiles they're doing some type of testing. It's some type of testing, maybe for okay, like
There they are on the
whatever.
screen, by the way.
I know, I see them. That's why I stopped. I was looking at it, and I'm like, guys, those are gorilla taped to the side of Starship. Like, this is clearly just some kind of test that SpaceX quite actually taped to the side of Starship. I don't think I think it's way too early to be able to try and figure out and extrapolate like exactly what this is for. I've heard people say like, and this is just entirely speculation, that it's for micrometeorite, debris mitigation. MMOD is what it's called. I've heard people say like, oh, it's for places where the Starship doesn't get nearly as hot, like during reentry. Either way, any part of that speculation is not. I don't think it's necessarily for HLS. With that being said, like, that's the nature of the beast with SpaceX. It's all iterative. Maybe it's possible, but I mean, I don't know. If you ask me, I'd probably say no. And that's a great picture from Caesar right there.
Although, to elaborate more on the HLS side there, in previous Starship update episodes, we have talked about we of course we talk about ship 43 and we talk about ship 45, which is what we just saw presumably. What we don't talk about a whole lot is ship 44. That nose cone has mysteriously gone off, and we have no idea what it's doing or where it is or why they pulled it off the line. So that leads us to only speculate that they might have something else going on with it, maybe about a higher purpose. Maybe they're doing some experimentation. I want to say that it's not entirely out of the question that Ship 44 could be the first HLS flight hardware. I could be way off on that, but again, like that was pulled off the line in, oh gosh, what was that? September. I've said it on air before. I should know this. I want to say they pulled it off the line in like September or October of last year, and we have not seen it since. It's been a long, long time. But yeah, that's just some more HLS stuff to be thinking about.
Yeah, and that was some great photos that we had there. which Membies, of course, got to see as well, in addition to what was in the kind of summary there, and of course what Max is talking about in Starship updates. So if you're not a member, it's a good reason to, so that way you get to see all of those photos and things happening. And again, we do post select ones, like I was saying, to the social channels. But it's going to be interesting to see if that ends up being for it. It reminds me, EJ, I'm sure you thought the same. That type of tile reminds me a little bit of the ones that they originally used on the Ohms pod for Columbia in the early days before they switched more to thermal blankets when they had that kind of white tiling up there. So I guess maybe it could be something for slightly less thermal heat, but still experiencing thermal heating. I don't know.
Yeah, the white tiles on the space shuttle, which I mean, NASA slowly phased them out. They realized they didn't need them by the end of the program. It was a different thickness of tile, and obviously it was painted a different color. They were painted white because of thermals, because it's on the leeward side of the shuttle. They're called LRSI as opposed to the HRSI tiles on the windward side of the space shuttle orbiter. Yeah, they you know, in the early shuttle missions, like on STS-1, they had some of them come off. And eventually, by the end of the program, they were coating the Ohms pods with Nomex blankets instead. And they did phase out the tiles, the white tiles. They kept using the HRSI tiles. These are silicate tiles. But the LRSI and HRSI, obviously, the colors are different, and the thickness of the tile is different too, because it's going to be taking different amounts of heat being on the backside of the orbiter. But yeah, absolutely reminds you of that. That was the first thing that popped into my mind. But I remember the question was asked, like whether it's for HLS or not. I don't think it's for HLS. It might be for that though. It's possible.
I'm interested now, but yeah, again, the shuttle brain instantly went to that. So we're continuing to watch for any testing action happening here. I see people going, well, it looks like the tank farm activity was dying down. It's not. The tank farm activity has been pretty consistent up to this point. Doesn't mean that it's a lot, but it's been consistent at what it's been at least, which still boggles my mind for how much we've seen the venting over there on the liquid oxygen side, and yet not really any visible liquid oxygen. I don't know if it makes any difference now that they have the giant transfer tube in there as well, the downcomer, I guess, as if you want to argue it that way. Does that impact when we would be able to see any of the frost forming, or no? EJ, you want to take that?
Just because I have caveman brain today, can you say the question one more time? It didn't sink in.
It was basically saying that with the giant transfer tube that they have running up the middle of it now, does that change how we would see or when we would see frost on the vehicle?
Yeah, during tanking procedures, yeah, you're not going to see the methane frost line pop up for a little while. Like, okay, so for the people that don't know Booster 3 architecture, inside of the LOX tank, they have SpaceX calls it a transfer tube. The LOX tank is basically an annular design at this point, meaning that it looks like a cylinder. The reason why is because there's a gigantic methane tube that connects up to the methane tank at the top of the booster, or the methane tank towards the top of the booster. That huge transfer tube, if you started filling liquid oxygen and liquid methane up at the same time, right, you're going to see liquid oxygen frost lines form way before you see the methane frost lines form, because you have to fill up that huge volume before it actually gets up to the tanks, which are actually on the outside of the vehicle. Yeah, just for some reference, guys, that transfer tube is not like some tube that's like the diameter of a basketball, right? Like we're talking, it's as big as a Falcon 9 first stage. So like 3.7 meters wide, or about 12 feet. It's gigantic. So yeah, you'd see liquid oxygen frost lines before you saw methane, like what we saw yesterday. I mean, it all happened really, really quickly, but that was the gist of it.
Yeah, and again, like we've been talking about, we have basically one data point to work off of at this point. So we'll have to see.
Well, I mean, Story, real quick, before you get to the next question.
Yeah, take your time.
I mean, we only have one data point, right? We only have the test that we saw yesterday. But okay, think about this for a second, right? If you filled up liquid oxygen first and then started filling up the methane transfer tube and eventually the tank, your methane will change temperature. It will actually exchange heat with your liquid oxygen. You don't, because methane is cooler than liquid oxygen when it's a liquid, right? So you don't want to fill up the quote unquote warmer propellants first, right? So maybe SpaceX will dial this in the future, right? But yeah, you definitely, you don't want to do that because yeah, your liquid oxygen would basically turn into, it'll exchange the heat and it'll warm up your methane, right? So you're gonna either have to like fill at the same time, or B, do a slow fill, or I mean with what we saw yesterday, it seems like they just sent it and then kind of figured it out from there. Maybe some type of thermal conditioning, like what was suggested earlier in a question. But yeah, you don't want to like fill up one propellant and then the other. You ideally want to do tanking at similar times, especially when you're dealing with fully cryogenic propellants, liquid methane, liquid oxygen. They're both really, really cold. And because they each have different boiling points and different liquefaction temperatures, right? You don't want one exchanging heat with the other and then equalizing out and giving you gaseous oxygen and gaseous methane. And like I said, if either one of those hits the boiling point, which is very easy to do when you're dealing with cryogenic propellants, you could get a buildup of ullage gases, right? And that just speaks to the tune of that one data point that we had and how fast they actually went yesterday. They're dealing with all this and they seemingly just belted it out yesterday. So we don't know if that's going to be the fueling procedure for the future, but I would know that you definitely wouldn't want to load LOX and then try to load methane. You could maybe you could get away with it, especially with how fast they fill. It's just going to, with fast filling, you could just open up the tank vents and then send it, right? You're going to get some heat. You're going to get some heat exchanging between your methane and liquid oxygen. But I guess if you're in fast fill, if you're going fast, it's not going to be that big of a deal. But yeah, you definitely, what we would see on the outside of the booster is we would see the LOX lines first, and then you'd see the LOX frost line at the bottom of the booster first, and then you'd see the methane later. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I aren't loading propellants at the same time. Yeah, just some food for thought.
No, that's good because I'm hungry because it's 8:30 Eastern at this point, so I could use the
Nice.
food for thought.
Oh, yeah, all right.
I was originally going to have chicken, but that works better. Anyway, taking a look at the views here, 7:36 Eastern or Central Time, over at Starbase. We've been seeing, of course, that CH4 line getting frosty, but still waiting to see frost on the vehicle itself up to this point. So it's again a lot of wait and see, like we were talking about earlier, the old-fashioned Texas tank watching. So at this point, we're keeping an eye on things, and again, you can see that that kind of puff happening there over at the methane side, but not really the frost yet. But one thing that is happening right now, Max, is over in California as well.
What? I'm not
What?
in California.
No, not you.
You said I'm in California.
No, something else happening in
Oh!
California, Max.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
I know you're in Florida.
Maybe I don't know if I actually heard you wrong or if there was a whatever.
Chad,
Besides
back
the point.
me up here.
Besides the point. Yes. So even though Super Heavy is not yet receiving propellant, one vehicle that has received propellant and is getting ready to fly right now is Firefly's Alpha rocket for Alpha Flight 7. Firefly's return to flight. Also, their coverage is being supported by us here at NSF, and you just saw Doss on your screen talking to Morgan there, who's one of the employees over at Firefly, very knowledgeable, and talking us all through what the flight today could do. It's a beautiful day over at Vandenberg. Firefly's Alpha rocket is looking mighty frosty, mighty venti, and looking ready to go. Just under 12 minutes left in the countdown to launch. So looking forward to seeing how this goes. I know they've had a string of somewhat bad luck in the last week or so with many aborted launch attempts. I'm not going to say the S word, but yeah, they have put a lot of work into the rocket to make sure that it is ready to go, and our team is there helping out with coverage there, and hopefully all goes well today.
Absolutely. I'll be having that open on another tab, and you totally should have it open on another tab as well, joining us along here with the Texas Tank Watching and the West Coast Firefly Following. How about that? Texas Tank Watching and Firefly Following. Something like that. Also, very nice to actually be able to see the rocket over at Vandenberg. Nice seeing Firefly not having a giant envelope of fog around it. Yeah, someone in
Yes.
chat said, we have Firefly chili before we have Booster chili. Let's go back to some questions here. Resistojet was wondering, do you think they'll try to recover any parts of the booster or ship when they ditch them in the ocean, given this is the first V3 variants? Or does that depend on how the flight goes? Max, who's not in California, what do you think?
I want to see all go well for them today. I really do. Yeah, I really hope it all goes well. They are due for a good flight. Alpha is due for some good luck, and it is a beautiful day over on the West Coast. So I think conditions are there certainly to view a good launch, and hopefully Alpha is ready to deliver on that.
I was talking about the question of recovering parts of the booster ship from Flight 12, but
Oh wait, what?
the
Sorry,
question that's on the screen. By the way,
I'm watching between two
I'm
screens here. I'm
walking
so
here.
sorry.
I'm
Okay,
walking,
so
but anyway,
I will.
worth pointing out here before we answer that question, take a look at the leftmost event there. It is pretty sustained at this point.
It is, yeah. So I'll real quick answer the question here, TLDR. Depending on what they want to do with booster, they may go out and try and retrieve similar to what we've seen with Flight 6 and Flight 11, I think it was, with the version 2 boosters. With ship, I would imagine that they would like to recover some of the ship as well. So, yeah, I think it is in their best interest for the sake of data gathering and also just seeing how well hardware holds up to do that. But I think those will both require boats, as I don't think the booster will be caught on Flight 12.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely could go out and do it. SpaceX has done, like you said, SpaceX has done it before. Wouldn't put it past them.
Yep.
Especially depending on where they end up splashing them down.
Correct.
Let's see here. As we now keep an eye out on Frostwatch here, with our Texas Tank Watching again, especially now that both of those are up and active. Let's see what happens here on the booster. Of course, below the booster, we have 10 engines on there that are kind of randomly dispersed throughout. I'm sure there's a pattern to it. Doesn't seem like there's a pattern to it, but there must be a pattern to it.
Oh,
And Emerald what?
There's a pattern there. Like, there's no way that they just put those on randomly.
Absolutely. I'm joking by saying that. Of course, I know it's not random, but it seems random. It's just what I'm saying. But Emerald Potion is asking, do you think they chose the 10 engines so they can static fire at 100% throttle without unintended liftoff? Or I saw someone else asking, why just 10 engines? Why not put all 33 on? Or why not put just the center 3 on? Or the center, the inner and the middle rings? Why?
I mean, I guess before you test all 33 engines at once, you want to make sure that all the hardware that you use to support Raptor 3s with this new version of booster are all able to work together with a much smaller amount of engines to reduce risk of damaging others should they be in the line of potential fire. And also, they have engines on all 3 rings. So they have the way the engines are oriented on Super Heavy boosters, they have the innermost 3. They have the middle ring of 10, and those 2 rings also have the ability to gimbal their engines for control. And then you have the outermost ring of 20. And they have engines located on all 3 different rings there. So I think they may fire all 10 at once to certify that the thrust puck can handle the thrust, or I shouldn't say be able to handle the thrust, but to verify the structural integrity of all 3 rings with the lesser risk of failure with all engines on board. Because if you have all engines on board and they all don't have a good day, or a lot of them don't have a good day, that would make it a not good day for a bunch of people on the ground. So I think just starting small scale and then working their way up, which I think is a wise thing to do, especially with a brand new vehicle on a brand new pad. I mean, Starship is not any sort of experiment anymore. Version 3 has to work, and so if they have an issue with Booster 19 of that sort, I think that would delay timelines by a long shot. and that would mean bad news for SpaceX on a number of grounds.
Yeah, this is one of the. I know we've always said, even like version 2, oh, it needs to work. They can't have this failing. This is a whole nother ball game of that. This is version 3. They've gone through all of that. They have deadlines for the lunar landing program. They want to get those larger Starlinks up. It is more critical than ever that version 3 be the version that works and becomes operational. So they really need to make sure everything is working and have all of those successes.
It's also to help test out the plumbing on the pad as well, also the plumbing on the vehicle, and also to test out the water deluge system with less thrust. Because if there is any, if say water flow isn't sufficient, there's a lot less thrust there to manage compared to all 33 engines. So it's to verify not just the vehicle, but also everything on the ground as well. But it looks like both sets of venting now are pretty sustained and pretty consistent. So we may see prop load here in just a few moments here, folks.
Yes, as the sun sets in Starbase, hopefully the frost level will rise. And that is what we will be looking out for here very closely. And again, as always, chat, if you see it and we don't, just shout in chat, Frost, if you do see it.
Ooh, this
Look at
orange.
the color.
Look at that.
Imagine this launching from Mars. This is what it would
It's
look
Yeah,
like.
right.
orange.
It's orange.
It's orange.
Yeah, this is full on like Blade Runner 2049 right now. This is beautiful.
Oh, I love it. Now, while we look at this view for a moment, there was a question about from Astro Wanderer asking, why does it look like a payload door in one of those bottom rings? You see that, EJ, up kind of towards the top of the screen here? What would that be?
So that's an internal structure that's been welded to the inside of the tank wall. I'm not 100% sure what that one is for. If I had to guess, it's probably for the methane header tank mount brackets. There is an offset tank inside of the LOX tank for booster for the V3 boosters here. Yeah, the LOX landing tank. Yeah, it's the header tank. Okay. Yeah, that's right. So you have that transfer tube that I was talking about that goes up to the methane tank, right? You obviously can't have your header tank in the center there, right? So it's offset. The LOX header tank is offset in the new super heavy booster design. I said methane. Sorry, still waking up. I need another cup of coffee. So there's a bracket that holds that tank in place, and what you're seeing there are the penetrations from the welds that that bracket is welded to the inside of the tank wall. When you're welding stainless steel and all metal for that matter, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Those burn marks, they're burn marks on the backside of the metal, because when you're welding just metal in general, you want to make sure that you're running enough current to be able to heat up everywhere around the weld, right? In order that, that heats up the metal and gets it, kind of, I'm not going to say spongy. That's not really the right word. It's called weld penetration. That isn't a payload bay door. It's just the burn marks from welds on the inside of the tank that's holding the LOX landing tank. You want that to happen. You want to get good penetration with the weld, or else it's not going to adhere correctly. And in order to do that, you really want to get burn marks on the other side of whatever you're trying to weld to.
There you go. There's the answer to it. Because, yeah, it almost looks like it's like a speaker that you talk into at a drive-in. I'd like 2 Starlinks with a side of Coke.
And Firefly launch, please, and hold the fries.
Which, speaking of which, they just gave the go for the final commit there. There is 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go until the Firefly launch out in California right now. So, just want to mention that is also happening as we continue to tank watch. There is a rocket that will hopefully be lifting off in under 2.5 minutes from now out at Vandenberg. Again, over on the Firefly channel over there, you'll be able to see it, which NSF is helping to support the live coverage of the broadcast there. So we continue to watch for frost at this point, and keeping an eye out for that now. Let me really quickly thank some people. Woofy, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. And Isaac, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. A reminder, Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord. And hopefully we will see you in there for food chat, different chats about everything with all of their different rocket providers, some member photos in there. It's a great time, and we will hopefully see you in there. Sorry, I'm kind of dual streaming right now, like the guy who was calling 2 football games at launch, calling 2 items at once here, or 2 football games at once, now 2 launches at once while testing and launch.
For Firefly's Alpha rocket.
Let's listen into DOS as we come out on a minute to go almost until the Firefly launch. So there's your split screen, folks. We got both for you.
T-minus 1 minute.
Listening into the Firefly comms, so that's why you won't hear any of us talking.
T-minus 30 seconds. Fly high, Aaron. Alpha's in autonomous mode.
Nominal stage 1 TVC motion.
As we
Good
have
anchor.
Frost on Starship, by the way.
T-minus 10.
What happened right now,
9,
Sawyer?
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
Go, baby.
Transition to ascent operations, PRC MLP 1435. Operators transition to ground channel for pad safing. Nominal click. Nominal O2 contact.
Plus count.
T plus 1 minute. Mark.
Vehicle is supersonic.
Gotta love when 2 things happen at once. Again, Frost finally forming on Starship
cute.
right as Firefly launches Flight 7, or Stairway to 7. Continuing to listen in to the Firefly broadcast as we see that Frost forming on the right side. We'll send it back over to the broadcast so you can all keep listening in there.
Good O2.
T plus 2 minutes. Mark.
You can see the rocket continuing downrange there. Now's the time to be looking out to the west. See if you can catch Alpha from your perspective. Remember, over on social, tag us at Firefly Space.
Miko. Stage separation. Stage 2 ignition. Chamber pressure looks nominal.
Beautiful.
Looks like we had a little bit of a delay on that one
T
camera.
plus 3 minutes.
There's that booster falling back to the earth.
Yep. So it does look like some of those experimental cameras we had on board, we were not getting a signal. We wanted to show them to you on the live show. Well,
Oh.
maybe we got them back. Hey, I'll take it. They heard me talking, Morgan.
Yeah, they heard you talking bad.
Look at that.
So here we see
That looks
stage
gorgeous
2
view.
continuing on. Curve of the Earth in the background. That might actually be the sort of point of Vandenberg. You can see the coast in the background there.
I would love to confirm for you, but I'm awful at geography.
T plus
Now this
4
is a
minutes.
longer burn
Mark.
as that stage 2 starts to pick up that orbital velocity. Stage 1 is really about getting up out of the denser atmosphere, getting some altitude. Here, stage 2's job is to accelerate around the planet. Getting in orbit is sort of a game of going fast enough that as you fall towards the Earth, it curves away from you and you miss it. So just adding velocity, you can see on the telemetry there in the lower left-hand corner.
And we have 2 rings of frost, by the way, over on Starship on the right.
That's happening so fast.
Back in mission control. But keeping
the
an
time
eye on all the data that's coming back down.
Yeah, from the
And
time
you
we
can't
brought
really
the
see
Firefly
flames
stream
themselves,
up
but you can
until
see the
now, we've
heat
had 2
the
rings of
flames
frost.
make in that nozzle extension.
The sort of radiation, the black body radiation, the red glow there coming through the nozzle. This is where that plume has really expanded. There's just no atmosphere to make the little
T plus
pencil
5
flame,
minutes.
right?
Mark.
Yeah. As a reminder, we will be burning until T plus 8 minutes and 2 seconds. That's when we should experience SECO.
Still can't get over that shot on the right with the sunset.
I think SpaceX's drone is also out there. I think I saw it flying in the background.
Oh, I hope we get some photos posted on social.
Now's a good time. If you're watching the live stream, let us know. Were you able to see Alpha? Do it right there in the chat. If you saw it, tell us where you were watching from. Or, hey, if you didn't see it, say, I was watching from Portland and didn't quite see it. The sun was in our eyes, or whatever your situation was. But we would love to see what y'all were able to see.
This is amazing how fast it's going. Both Firefly and the prop load on Starship. I believe Ryan saying we're at 5
plus
rings.
6
Continuing
minutes. Mark.
downrange, coming up on. I didn't need to say it. T plus 6 minutes.
Yeah, those folks in the control room, they're on it.
That's 5 rings of propellant in the same time that stage 2 is still burning on Firefly.
Man, what a beautiful shot.
That is fantastic.
That's at 19,000 kilometers an hour, and Starship
put
has
those onboard
already
cameras on
filled
just for
5
you.
rings.
I appreciate that. I like to say we put them on for the viewers. They're probably actually for the engineers, but you know. Now, as a reminder, we do expect that SECO at T plus 8 minutes, so just over a minute from now. And we do have an expected loss of signal. The stage 2 will be going over the curve of the Earth, no longer have direct line of sight.
T plus
back
7
to
minutes.
that ground
Mark.
station that is sending us these fantastic views right now. So we'll
6
give you a
rings
little
of
bit
prop.
more information about how you can keep up with the mission. As Alpha continues its way.
Again, I hope we get photos with that beautiful sunset color of Starship. Which, if we do, they will be on our socials. All the NSF socials, I should say, not the Firefly ones.
Just about 30 seconds left in the burn here.
AFSS has reached end of mission. Good prop performance. T plus 8 minutes. Mark.
Oh, hi, Mark.
SECO. Nominal orbit insertion.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Good job,
Nice.
Firefly.
Good job. That's awesome.
Great return to flight there. Stairway to
Oh.
7 in space. Nominal orbital insertion.
That's a good
Meanwhile,
call.
look
So,
at this.
guys,
Again,
mind you,
amazing.
before Alpha liftoff, there were no signs. There was no frost on the vehicle. Okay, we are just over, just under 9 minutes into flight, and we're already about 7 rings of frost on the first stage LOX tank. That is absurd.
Wow. Yeah, and again, it feels like we're watching it in fast forward, but this is real speed now. That's the craziest part. Is
Yeah.
I'm so used to the time lapses because you see them on the social channels. I make time lapses and all the time, but this is real speed.
Yeah, shout out to you and LSR and people that do the socials with the time lapses. Those things are super helpful. Like when I don't know about you guys, when I wake up in the morning, I specifically am looking for like when tank watching is picking up, I'm looking for the time lapses, man. LSR, if you're out there, thank you. You rule. And Sawyer too.
I don't do as much. LSR, Matt, all the team over there on the socials do a great job. But yeah, which if you're not following them, we're on all of them: X, Facebook, Instagram, Threads, TikTok, Blue Sky. I believe those are the 6. So you can check it out there. And each of them have their own little fun quirks to them too. So if you're following on X and not on Facebook, well, then you're missing out on the Facebook, space today in spaceflight information. So you really should check out all the socials, not just one, because you get more stuff. Anyway, now that my ABP is done, we can go back to things here at Starbase, which this is amazing. It is 11 minutes from frost to 8 rings. What in the absolute world is happening here?
Well, I mean, Sawyer, like I said, we're not going to know until the liquid oxygen tank fully fills up, but yeah, I would say presumably they're probably filling methane too. We saw the methane tank farm, the methane side of the tank farm doing its thing. But once again, fellas, you're not, ladies and gentlemen that are watching, you're not going to see that until it fills up the transfer tube, right? Like we're not going to be able to know.
And we also don't know how much they're going to be loading propellant today.
Yeah, exactly.
Are they doing a half load? Are they doing a full load? Are they fully loading with LOX? How much are they loading with methane? We don't know. And that's the fun of kind of watching this.
Now, Sawyer, was I seeing some condensation coming out of the bottom of the OLM there? Like, did I see some engine chilling?
Looks
Oh,
like it.
good call. Yes.
That's been
Yeah.
going. That's began when they were about 2 rings into prop load. But still, yeah, it's dude. This feels just like tank watching, like just classic tank watching. Look at this. Look
Oh
at
my
this.
goodness. Well, would you look at that?
Would you just look at it?
Would you just look at it?
Wow. So this is unbelievable here. This is so cool to see it going so fast. Ryan Weber reminding us there are 24 rings in the LOX tank. And we are already about 9 rings up. 9 rings? Oh, come on. We need Adrian back for that. Anyway. Well, here. This is
I left you
unbelievable.
hanging out to dry on purpose. I'm sorry.
Really?
sorry.
On
couldn't help it.
purpose. Oh my God.
You jerk.
I'm sorry. I had to.
Why did you have to? No, you didn't have to.
All right. Wyoming coast. I'll meet you in the middle at the Wyoming coast.
Squirrel.
No, you're an East Coaster. Come on, my guy.
That Wyoming is east of Oregon.
Something. Yeah, right. It's
So-
east of the Pacific Ocean.
In the time since we've started this absolute monstrosity of a conversation, we've loaded a whole nother ring of liquid oxygen. Just saying.
That's pretty fast.
Yeah, I think so. Wow. Anyway, I should get back to actually looking at questions now. I'm just mesmerized right now at the load rate of this because I wasn't able to see the full load, start of load at least yesterday. So I'm getting to enjoy it myself now today for the first time. And goodness gracious. Anyway, let me check the panel because it has been a minute. I guess Grebo wondering then also, will we see frost on the methane tank, or will they just fill the transfer tube if they were doing a static fire? I would think if it's something like we've seen in the past, they always have to load a little bit of methane at least.
I mean, they essentially will fill the methane tank to what they need to support the Raptors without overdoing it and risking a high combustibility if something does go wrong. The reason why they fill the LOX tank all the way is that serves as a weight ballast and is less harmful or less wear on the actual hold down clamps holding the booster in the inside the launch mount. Because it's different when a launch vehicle is sitting on the clamps, or the clamps release after one or two excuse me, after like maybe 1 or 2 seconds. But if you're actively firing against them at nearly full thrust or full thrust, that those hold down clamps are doing a lot of work, and it's a lot less wear and tear on them if your booster is heavier and providing more weight on them to support going against the thrust. So that serves as more as a weight ballast, and they only load as much methane in as they really need to risk the chances of a major kaboom if something was to go wrong. And I think based on prop levels that we saw yesterday, that was very similar to what we saw over at Pad 1 and the version 1 and version 2 boosters with the full LOX tank and just a sliver of frost on the methane tank up top. That's more or less what we saw yesterday. So I would imagine we should see something very similar to that when the time does eventually come to static fire this thing.
Yeah, and I guess the question then is how much does the transfer tube hold in terms of methane amount? Because again, we're talking something the size of a Falcon 9 stage in there. So, let me thank some people really quick. Ian, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Donru saying, feel like tank watching days will soon be past. No. Texas tank watching will live on forever.
Not with that attitude. No.
Well, if you think it's that short-lived, then you should go get some merch at shop.nasaspaceplate.com with the Texas Tank Watchers, so that way you can go, I remember when I used to Texas Tank Watch with all the cool kids.
Venting like, from the top of the LOX tank there. Sorry, Sawyer.
No, go ahead. That's good. But yeah, I'm sure there are people out there that still have the Texas Tank Watcher tank top from way back in the day. All the people that got to say, yeah, I was that old school and retro that I had the Texas Tank Watcher tank top. I guess now it would be the equivalent of having the Texas Tank Watcher trucker hat. Let's see. Ken saying, on Mars, when they're refueling, there won't be any condensation. Is that right? I don't know. We haven't really had cryogenic propellants on Mars.
I think there should be, because it's still there is still an atmosphere on Mars, remember? And the ambient temperature on Mars, as low as it may be, is still not anywhere near close to the cryogenic temperatures of either of LOX or methane. So there should still be frost there. And it's not about the temperatures on Earth. I was about to say it's not relevant to that, but it is. But also, it's also the temperature comparison between that of Earth's atmosphere, more or less, compared to where they are in Florida and Texas. Even though they're not that hot to us, it's extremely hot to any fluid that's cryogenic, where you are hundreds of degrees below zero. So in Mars, while it is still cold to us, it's still not cold in comparison to that of how cold these propellants are. So we should still in theory be seeing vapors and frost.
Exactly. And for those just joining, coming over now from the Firefly launch, first off, that was a beautiful launch. Yeah, we have been watching all afternoon for some kind of activity to begin. We've been watching the tank farm do its thing, and then the moment that Firefly gave the go for launch was when they began loading the propellants, or at least liquid oxygens from what we've seen, into Starship Booster 19 here. And yeah, if you're wondering, wow, that's pretty full. And didn't it just launch 15 minutes ago? Yeah. Yeah, it seems like it's almost completely full with liquid oxygen, or at least more than halfway in just that short amount of time.
Hey, Sawyer, forgive me. Do we see? Is that just the sheen of this shot, or do we see some frost on the methane tank there? I think that might just be the sheen.
I think you're no EJ. You might be right there. We might.
Yeah.
I don't know. Can we? Is there a way to get a tighter shot on that, Carson?
Enhance Carson.
Sorry
Carson
to
Phillips, by
backseat
the way, is the
produce.
one now.
I know you guys hate that.
Carson Phillips is the one doing the producing at this point. Carson says no. Cool. Thanks, Carson.
Now, all caps. No.
He hates us. It's fine.
Yeah,
he does.
You know,
He
if
does.
we're Jeremy, Richard, and James, he's Mr. Willman. He's the producer.
Yeah. No, actually, let's be real here. Mr. Woman is Kevin. That's 100%.
I mean,
come on.
I mean,
I don't think Kevin would like that.
It's Mr. Willman. Oh, it's Mr. Michael Reed.
Yeah.
Love you, Kevin.
I'm not touching that one. Oh, look at that. Thank you. Carson actually helping getting the view there. This is awesome, though.
Yeah,
Look at all of that
You
venting.
may have been right there. That may have just been the sheen.
I think it was just the sheen, but we
Yeah.
should start to see something there in a second. You know, once they fill up that LOX tank, like I was saying.
Yeah, and then again, seeing those cowbell vents now too, and just how different even the vent locations are. We know they're roughly the same spot, but the way that everything is cleaner and more compact, I kind of like it. What are we doing? Well, I guess. Wait, is that
Frost?
Is that frost on
Frost.
the methane tank?
Frost on the methane tank. Yep.
Okay.
Goodness gracious, that was fast. Yeah, there it is. Right at
Oh my
the
God!
kind of
You
weld
can
lines there.
literally see it rising.
So
Oh my gosh, you're right.
very interesting because the LOX tank isn't completely filled up. So that shows that we have a little bit of a differential propellant load rate here. That's very interesting.
So was this about the same point yesterday when
Hmm.
they started loading the methane? That's what I'm wondering. Again, was the load time yesterday about the same, or did they have more of the liquid oxygen fully loaded before we started to see this methane up on the top part of the booster?
Dude, look at that shot. Look at how pretty it is. Look how pretty this booster is wearing a coat of frost and vapor. Look at that.
Yeah, it looks amazing. You're right. Sawyer, I think it's about this is about similar. That's about where the LOX load was when they started tanking methane yesterday. Now, just one more thing real quick, fellas. It's not they might have a little bit of a differential flow rate between liquid methane and liquid oxygen, but now that I'm thinking about it, you know, the flow rate could be the same because the volume that the methane needs to take up versus the volume that the liquid oxygen needs to take up to hit frost lines on the LOX tank versus the methane tank, you know, might be the volumes might be a little bit similar. Like when, you know, the LOX gets to a certain point, because once again, the transfer tube that's inside of the LOX tank for the methane. So they might be loading at the same rate, and this is just when the frost lines occur. But Sawyer, just just some idle thoughts. But Sawyer, I think this is very similar to yesterday. Yeah.
Now, the real question is, what kind of testing are they doing? Because it's worth noting, we don't get overpressure notices anymore, given the whole changes that occurred in the village, with people moving out and the city of Starbase becoming a city. We don't know. Again, like we were talking about earlier, when we just saw the liquid oxygen farm, we were saying that the odds might be low, but never zero. It's worth noting, again, the odds are still never zero. So we're going to have to keep an eye on the load rate here to see what kind of testing they do. Maybe we see the DSS and the deluge system activate up again. Maybe we see Spin Prime. If we can actually see Spin Prime, maybe we see more. We genuinely don't know. So this is so cool to watch. And that's the fun of doing this, is we don't know what's going to happen. Hours ago, we thought, no way. Now it's a maybe.
I think we should keep.
I I mean,
keep
it's
an
still probably
eye on the actual frost lines to see when they go from like a soft edge to a hard edge, because that would be an indication that the prop load has stopped, and that is where the levels of propellant are settling at.
right. We'll see if they go for a full LOX load like we saw yesterday, or if they go for a slightly lower amount. But right now, that looks like it's about 80% of the way there.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, 80 sounds right.
And again, there's that little bit of line visible still on the methane, and it is very weird seeing it in real time increase and not on the time lapse. It's not just A/B testing. It is so strange. So at this point, I mean, all eyes are on Starship, both the load amounts as well as now the base of Starship and what might happen down in the flame trench area. This is so cool. This, folks, is Texas tank watching at its best. In case you can't tell, it went from, all right, this is kind of cool, to the hype is now real.
Sorry, and Max,
no.
I'm not talking a lot because I'm like my eyes are glued to the screen. I'm like I'm
Yeah.
watching every little vent. I'm like, okay, all right, they're doing this at this time. They're doing this at this time. You know.
It's,
think
yeah, I'm keeping an
the
eye on the clock as well as we do it for comparisons time. And thank goodness I don't have someone that's that has to look at my spine right now, because the way I am leaned up so close to the screen, both an optometrist and a spine doctor would be very unhappy with me.
I think we're around 25 minutes or so since we first observed prop load of any kind, and they've gotten this far.
Yeah, I believe around 8:20-ish would be around the 30-minute mark, and it was 32 minutes on yesterday's attempt from when we saw the beginning of prop load to when we saw the DSS activate. Just for timing purposes. So we could be very close once again to whatever type of test they are doing today, which we don't know, folks. It's not like we have insider information of, oh, this might be a wet dress. It might be a spin prime or a static fly. We don't know. Genuinely.
I mean, if we did know, they don't tell us. That's above our pay grade, fellas.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, I would email media@spacex.com, but yeah, I don't think we'd hear back. Anyway, now you can still hear
lot of
all the
engine
noise.
chill there. Lot of
Oh
smoke.
yeah.
A lot of condensation coming out the bottom of the OLM plate. Lot. Oh, okay. All
So
right.
what would that indicate?
Well, they're thermally conditioning the engines here. That means the engines are full of fuel and oxidizer. When you see those clouds come out of the bottom right there into the trench, that means the engines are priming or are primed already. It's one of the. I mean, yeah, we might see some action here, guys. Well, let's see. Keep your eyes peeled on the flame trench, guys. That's all. You know, we got the crew of the flame trench watching a flame trench on a Wednesday, which is funny. But keep your eyes
Ironic.
peeled on that flame trench. If you start to see water start flowing through there like it's Splash Mountain, then we're gonna get some action here potentially.
Which again, yesterday we saw the action, but then weren't able to tell what they were doing after, whether it was just the DSS and the deluge, or if there was a spin prime in there. It's hard to tell. But right now, that looks like a mostly full liquid oxygen tank.
I think they're going to be going to about the same levels they were at yesterday, prop load level wise.
In which case, they're 90 seconds away from about the point they were yesterday, where they were fully fueled.
We're coming up on that 30-minute mark as to when we first noticed prop load start, which is on track for what we saw yesterday.
I saw someone asking how quickly did we get to Firefly Alpha levels of propellant load in Starship?
My guess is under 2 minutes.
Yeah, first couple minutes for sure. It was already enough to fill a Firefly Alpha if it used oxygen and methane.
And mind you, Alpha is not a small rocket either. It may be a small sat launcher, but I think it is the largest of the small sat launchers. It is not a small launch vehicle.
It's like a jumbo shrimp, yeah. Boy, sorry if I'm not reading chat at the moment. I think we're all invested on what's happening on the screen here. Go ahead, EJ.
So I was My chat over on Twitch is doing some volumetric calculations out, and we figure that, you know, taking into account the methane transfer tube there, you know, subtracting the differential volume, that, you know, if we see the LOX frost line go up 1 ring, that's 52.86 cubic meters per ring of liquid oxygen, and those rings are going up. What is it? They're going up like a ring every minute, so that is almost like a cubic meter a second fill rate, which is all right. Okay.
That doesn't sound like a real number for a prop load.
Dude, that's like that's feed rates for some rocket engines, man. Like that's
Right.
that's a
Okay,
lot.
so I think earlier we were talking about the flow rate into booster being somewhere between 200 and 300 gallons per second. But if we just even assume the low end of that number, 200 gallons per second, for those who don't use gallons and use liters, that is 757 liters per second. Per second. That is absolutely absurd.
One might say bonkies.
Bonkies, yeah.
So we, timing-wise, at 8:20 p.m. Central should be about the same amount of time that it took to fully tank up to the levels they were at yesterday. Bunker venting. So we're seeing the bunker drain vent. On the
Is
OLM there.
that a sign that we're finished with LOX load?
Yeah, that means we should be close to seeing the DSS activate.
Oh, okay, here we go.
So we should be close to a theoretical T0 here. All eyes now on the base of the launch mount here. This is basically identical to what we saw yesterday afternoon, just now after dark.
Indeed.
So we've got the engines chilled down. We have a basically filled up Starship to the point that they were at yesterday for testing. If they are doing the exact same thing, then we could be a minute to 2 minutes away from whatever the test is. Oops, seeing more venting there.
Bunker vent, yep.
Sorry if we go quiet. We're also just all watching here. Look at that frost and look
Dude,
at
that's
this.
DSS.
Here we go, DSS.
There it is.
Let's watch. Hard to see.
Okay,
There's the deluge.
No, that's not.
No?
That was a spin prime.
Was that?
I think so.
That was
Yeah.
a spin prime.
Huh.
I think it was hard to tell because the way the camera was exposed, it was a bit overexposed, and the detail that may have been there wasn't visible, but also it's all clouds and vapor and just moisture there.
They
I don't
also have a
recall
giant
seeing-
bright light underneath there, which
Yeah,
isn't
I couldn't
helping.
I couldn't tell. I couldn't see any distinct visual cues that the deluge activated. I want to say I did, but
Didn't think so.
yeah, but there was a cloud of vapor that kind of washed up out of the trench very softly and kind of slowly, which is similar to what we saw or have seen in spin prime tests before. So that may have been a spin prime test, the first ever of Booster 19 with Raptor 3s.
We will, of course, be looking back at replays shortly, but for those who don't know, what is a spin prime?
Ooh, venting. Sorry, just listening. That looks like depress.
That is definitely depress.
So, looks like test has been concluded here, folks. We can't confirm yet if they went through a full spin prime test or what happened, but either way, the tests look very similar to what they did yesterday in terms of how much they filled the vehicle and in terms of timeline of how long it took to get there, and DSS, and what looked to be deluge activation in the flame trench as well. But the key difference here, I think, looked to be the appearance of some vapor that is indicative of a spin prime test. So now it looks like with that deep press of the methane tank there, it looks like they're about to begin offloading propellant from both tanks, both LOX and methane.
So, yeah, two things. Guys, there's a drone up there. SpaceX has their drone around. It's
Yep.
on the left side of the screen there. And Sawyer, if you asked what's a spin prime. So, guys, a spin prime is basically turning on the fuel pumps for the rocket engines without lighting the rocket engines. It's basically you're testing all the plumbing on the rocket engine. You're doing everything but firing it. So when a spin prime does happen, you see a big white cloud come out of the bottom of the pad, and I was just thinking about this. It makes perfect sense that they wouldn't fire the deluge system, but only the detonation suppression system during a spin prime, so they could get a good shot, just like we did, right? Of the spin prime actually happening. Now, SpaceX has way more cameras that are a lot closer than we do, obviously, right? But for the cameras that are in the trench and on the OLM, that deluge system is you're not going to be able to see how the plume propagates out of the engines when they turn the fuel pumps on. You definitely want to be able to see that. So it makes sense that they didn't turn the deluge system on, but we had the detonation suppression system. I'm pretty sure that's what a spin prime looks like on pad 2. I mean, we've never seen this before, right?
Correct.
We don't have as good of visuals compared to how we had compared to pad 1, because it's a lot more of a closed system here. Whereas on pad 1, you were literally on top of a launch ring, maybe 100 feet off the ground or like 70 feet off the ground. So you had all this room in between the engines and the ground. So which was a great to see any vapor coming out of the engines. But it's a lot more closed system here with pad 2. So it's a bit harder to tell, especially in combination with the deluge and the DSS.
I mean, it makes perfect sense, guys, that they'd be doing this today, considering we saw testing prop fill yesterday with the deluge and the DSS, and then we saw spin prime today with just the DSS, and then tomorrow with the road closures that we have, you throw it all together, you get pad deluge, detonation suppression system, and full engine ignition. Now, I'm not confirming anything. All I'm saying is that the increments that what we're seeing now, granted we only have 2 data points here, but the increments in what we're seeing does kind of trend in that direction.
And we like good positive trends, at least.
Yep.
Huh.
They don't mess up launch dates, right, Sawyer?
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Anyway, we are working on pulling replays, folks, so we will have those for you shortly, I promise. So stick around. We will have the replays. We will all analyze it with you. I'm sure that's all what all of us are waiting for now, is to be able to go through, analyze it frame by frame, see what's going on, see what we got, and go from there. While we have that moment, though, let me thank the people that I couldn't thank while the testing was going on. Telstar 86, the hot stage ring was the one ring to rule them all. That would have been an Adrian one.
One ring to rule them all. Sorry. Keep going.
Fine. 8M 617. Would you look at that?
Would you just look at it? You could tell it's a super heavy because of the way it is. That's pretty neat.
Yeah.
How neat is that?
That was very neat. Thriller, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Oscar Siegel, thank you for upgrading to Capcom member. Again, Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord, gets all kinds of member photo goodies, gets all the different channels, gets to chat with all your fellow space fans and talk about everything from food to sports and, of course, to the world of spaceflight. Apocalypse Cowbell, I like that now, gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Echo Deal, with $10 super chat, saying the only thing we know for sure about the future is that it hasn't happened yet.
The future,
by the way,
is what we make for ourselves, right? Fate is not set. Sarah Connor said that. All right, cool. Keep going.
Or as Squidward once said, future.
Everything is chrome in the future. No, they weren't. See, they got that wrong, Sawyer. Everything is stainless steel in the future.
Yeah, there we go.
SB129.
By the way, methane storage tank reclaim vent is happening, so that is part of the D-tank there.
Yep, D-tank is well underway then.
Bideford, great to see you as always, Bideford, with a $25 super chat saying this looks this looks just like last night. My bet spin prime. Hey, they called it.
Yep.
I'd for called it before it even happened. Well done. Telstar86 gifting a red team membership. Francis with an I. Come on, click through. Jay, your panels. There we go. Francis with an I saying, per perplexity, Martian air typically holds millions of times less water per cubic meter than near surface air on Earth. Very light condensation. But that's still condensation. So.
I mean, the atmospheric pressure is so low that it's not a lot. There's not much for the water to kind of be absorbed by.
No.
Yeah. 321 at Astra. Bet Booster 7 is jealous of the state-of-the-art pad. Well, I mean, it
There's a lot
depends
for
on...
Booster 7 to be jealous about, not going to lie. Not just the pad itself.
I was going to say, also the whole not going boom thing, yeah. Fluffy coming in saying, wouldn't we have an overpressure warning issued if they were going to do an actual static fire? Not so much anymore. The village has very much changed from the early days of Starbase, and there's really not that many people in the village anymore, and it's not like they're going door to door with notices. So we really don't get that anymore, do we?
Not as far as we're aware. We'd like to think that there would be some sort of announcement or alert going out to locals if a test was going to be had, but I don't know if we would have access to that or if that would be publicly available. But regardless, if they were going to fire it, there is an immense risk of a boom, perhaps, but whether it be a good boom or a bad boom. So you might see some larger closure areas, maybe extensions of the TFR. Maybe, I'm not sure. But yeah, it's going to be a lot more difficult to see or track as to when a static fire might occur, unless except with our best guesses. Unless we get some other obvious factors in play, but I would not count on that right now. Look at that drone with a spotlight. How cool is that?
Oh yeah. Also with the whatever lighting they have inside the flame trench there, in the diverter, there has to be some light underneath there because it is just, it's like a portal. I want to go through the portal.
Nope, Sawyer, don't go into the light.
But
Sawyer, don't do it. Sawyer, don't do it.
But it's even got a ramp in it. Come on, it's perfect.
That doesn't look like a Stargate. Don't go in that.
Oh, fine. You guys are no fun.
Anything can be a Stargate once.
What?
What?
You all right?
No.
No, none of us are all right tonight.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
Let's see here. Shadow Gunner saying, wouldn't they issue an overpressure notice if they wanted to do a static fire? Hey, that's what we were just talking about. Two people with the same idea.
Yeah,
So,
probably. Yeah. Oh wait, no, they don't do that anymore.
Whoa!
What's going on there?
Anyway, Drones Brasilia saying thanks from Brazil. Nice coverage. Well, thank you. Appreciate you watching. Yeah, appreciate you watching all the way from Brazil. Sorry, I don't know any Portuguese. Very interesting with the lights here. Ryan Weber noting apparently there are 4 posts with lights and cameras that are retractable into the launch mount. That could be maybe that thing that we're seeing sticking out there.
Well, Ryan, I do not see 4 lights. I see 1. There are not, in fact, 4 lights.
I don't see 4 towers either.
I was about to say, what do the 4 light towers do?
I do see a big old spotlight, a big old flashlight from that drone, though. Look at that.
Chad, I don't think they got it.
No, I don't think so.
No. It's okay. It's all right. It's all right. Folks in chat got it. It's fine. It's fine.
Right over my head, DJ.
Yeah.
Right over my head.
I was also leaning down, so that's probably why it went over my head.
All right. Both of your nerd cards have been revoked.
Wait, okay? Are you talking about the 4 lights?
Yes.
Oh, that's what you meant. Yes, I know that.
Oh, okay. All right.
I was gonna make that joke, but then I went to the lightning tower joke instead.
No, that was a good one too.
It's Picard. Come on, of course I know that.
Yeah. Anyway. All right. Oh, I was having a nerdurism there for a second.
I'm a Trekkie anyway, more so than a Star Wars fan. So yeah, I should know that. Continuing on. And then JK Video with the $10 super chat saying, any thoughts about cautions while draining tanks? to keep enough pressure for tank rigidity. EJ, you want to tackle that? About tank
Let's
pressures and
see.
tank rigidity?
So yeah, you got to keep the pressure up. They'll do that by modulating the liquid oxygen vents. I mean, with a methane. All right, we got the replay there. I'm just looking.
Oh yeah.
With the methane rescavenging system, they can basically just keep the pressure in the pneumatic lines that go out for that scavenge the gaseous methane, right? But it's something that you have to do kind of slowly because Ryan Weber actually talks about this a lot. And he always says like you don't want to mythbusters a tank, right? You just basically you let the natural boil off of the propellants. I mean, once again, there's
Hang
the
on, I'm
vent.
gonna interrupt you, EJ. I'm sorry. I
Yep.
know we want to get that answer, but this is probably the best view to see what kind of testing that was. On
Yeah,
the left.
yeah.
Let's take a look at the replays, and I'll save that question because I want to get back to it.
I mean, you just got to go slow on the D tank. That's all.
Yeah.
But I want to see it too. I'm like, because I wasn't sure, Sawyer, if my mind would just focus on this now. Like,
Yeah.
finish the question.
No, while we have it, I want to see it. And there's more of the venting from the booster.
And that's the type of venting that I'm talking about. You do that by modulating the vents, right?
Is there venting coming from the diverter there? The top of the diverter that we just saw?
Well, they are shining the flashlight there, dude. So something's going on down there.
No. In the replay.
I mean, point still stands, but yeah.
I don't know. We haven't seen it yet. Carson.
Like right there, you see it? Oh, here. Okay.
Oh, here we go.
DSS. That might be deluge right there.
I don't think so. I think that was just rewinding it, or... Yeah, here's the rewind. So this is it again.
DSS.
This is when we would see the deluge if it were to. So I don't see it.
I mean, the easiest way to tell would be from a wider view if we saw any of the tanks purging from the deluge tank farm.
Like this?
I mean, yeah. Although they might be right behind the tower. I'm not sure where the vents would be otherwise.
Even still, it went high enough with the pressure that they had to use for it that we would see a jet shooting up.
Yeah. So it doesn't look like there was any sort of deluge event there.
No, this
So
is
it
really
looks like
leaning more towards spin prime.
Yeah, so it looks like some like the vapor that we saw coming out of the trench after the DSS could have been gaseous vapor coming from the engines, which would be a spin prime. Holy cow.
It's hopefully we get a tweet or something with a confirmation on it.
Yeah.
Because again, that gigantic glow underneath there is a killer. I'm sure it's great for their cameras, but it's killer for ours. So yeah, that was the one about the draining the tanks, EJ. I don't know if you wanted to go into more detail if you got your point across.
I think we got it sufficiently across. You can use the residual pressure in the tanks. With the LOX tank, it's just those big vent lines that you see right there. They can modulate the pressure because of the boil off, right? With the liquid oxygen, I mean, yeah, the methane gets rescavenged, but you're going to lose a lot of the LOX because of those vents. But yeah, you do have to keep the pressure in the tanks. That's really important. It will crumble. We saw that from the early tank watching, didn't we, Sawyer?
Oh, yes, we did. Oh, boy. So, this was the one from yesterday, I believe.
Yep.
This is for comparison of what we saw.
Deluge activation there.
Yeah.
Okay,
again, the
it would have
giant
been
water
obvious
jets.
if the deluge came on. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say we definitely did not see that this time.
No.
Yeah, that thing on the right is also kind of a huge giveaway. So yeah, that is definitely safe to say no DSS.
Or no deluge.
Oh, sorry. Yes, there was DSS, no deluge. Can you
But
tell we've been
once
doing this a while?
Yeah, yeah, we have. But Sawyer, it does make sense, right? If you're gonna image a spin prime, right? You don't want water just getting in the way of all your cameras, right? If Ryan was telling us that they have light towers that are retractable inside of the OLM, there's got to be some optics down there, right? SpaceX is going to want to image this, to have their images corroborate their telemetry, right? That the data that they got from this test, it makes sense not to put the deluge system on, but fire the DSS just in case it does the backfire like what Booster 7 did.
Yeah. So now here comes the real question. Static fire tomorrow, question mark? Because, I mean,
I
if we're talking
mean-
about procedures of which they would go through things, it's usually tanking test, spin prime, static fire. But you're iffy there, Max, it sounds like.
Well, I don't mean to sound iffy. I'm more like, the more I think about it now, it's starting to make sense that they could try for one. I mean, if they're confident in the data from what they got tonight, assuming it was a good spin prime. Oh God, Booster 7, rip.
Really? You had to bring it back
Really?
up. Bring back
So-
the old memories.
This is the reason why they have the detonation suppression system. This
Yeah.
was watch.
R.I.P.
So
hose.
watch. Boom. So what happens? So guys, when a spin prime happens, like I said, you're turning the fuel pumps on and you are spraying fuel out the rocket engine. Now, this is, I want to add that this is atomized fuel, right? So it's not just turning the fuel pumps on, you're turning the fuel and oxidizer pumps on here, but you're not igniting, right? So you are spraying an atomized mixture out of the bottom of the booster. If that atomized mixture is very, very flammable to the point where a little bit of heat energy introduced to it will cause an auto combustion, which is exactly what you saw. That's what that Booster 7 thing is. And that's why they have the detonation suppression system to spray down that atomized mixture, mix it in with water, and basically snuff it out before it happens.
Yeah.
So yeah, to answer the question earlier, there's a non-zero chance that they could spin that they could spin prime that they could static fire either tomorrow or is there just a closure for tomorrow or is it also Friday? Anybody know?
Last time I checked before this stream, it was just tomorrow, not Friday. But
Okay, so
information comes hot and heavy. I'd have to go look.
I mean, they had the closure for tomorrow came out literally minutes after the test yesterday. So, there's a non-zero chance.
Let me check the closures page. Oh, there you go. Beating us to it. Thank you, Carson. So
Back up March 13th, which is Friday. So yeah, there is a closure on Friday as well.
yeah, it's a backup date, but
Yep.
yes.
Or it could be. Yeah. So there's a non-zero chance, guys. I mean, assuming teams are happy with the data from both the launch mount perspective, the tank farm perspective, and from the data that they got from the vehicle today, they may push ahead and do it. Now, whether they're going to fire 1, 2, 3, or all 10 engines at once, that's a way different question. But there's a non-zero chance that they light an engine tomorrow, at least. I'll say that.
So let's talk about that while we're waiting for the D-Tank. What do you think? They have 10 engines on there. Do you think we see 1, we see 3, we see 10, maybe 1 from each ring? EJ, I'll go with you first. What do you think?
I would go incremental, Sawyer. I would really make sure, probably 3. I don't think you need to fire 1 by itself. They have plenty of data on firing a single Raptor from testing at McGregor, right? I would say they'd go for 3 and then maybe recycle and go for 10. I firmly believe, guys, that those Raptor engines that are on there are there to test the plumbing for like those Raptor engines are there for a reason. They're in those spots for a reason. I don't think the sequence of Raptors that are attached to this booster is an accident. I think they're very much there for a very good reason. So I'd say start with 3, go through what your landing burns look like, right? With static fires, like how does the landing burn look? You know, how do the 3 Raptor 3s clustered together in the center? How does that work? And then go from the incrementally go from there, which makes sense given now that we have that Friday window, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I was gonna side I was going to side with you, EJ, in that I think it's going to be incremental, but they can't really test landing burn scenarios the way that the engines are now. They only have 2 of the innermost 3 engines installed, let alone multiple missing from both the middle and the outer rings of 10 and 20.
Yeah, but what
Um,
about the engine out procedures that they did during the last super heavy landing at sea?
I don't think that's something that they'll test right now. Like that, once they have all 33 installed, maybe it would make more sense to do that. But when you only have 10 engines assorted, not randomly, but all over the place across the thrust puck, um, I think it's going to be more about testing the ground systems like the flame trench, the deluge system. So I think, but I still like you. I think it's going to be incremental in that they'll fire 3 first, maybe 1 from each ring, maybe 4 to try and even out the load on either side of the diverter if they can. Um, and then work their way up to maybe they'll go right to 10 or try for 10 assuming 3 goes well. um, but yeah, I think they'll start with 3 and 1 with 1 from each ring firing.
Yeah, because if you're talking about firing 3 of them, the question is which 3, given that you don't have 3 center ones. Right? You have 1 and 3, I believe, in there. So if you do 3, do you do 1 from each ring? Do you aim more towards the center? How do you do that?
I don't know. That's a good
I would
question.
I would test. See, like I said, man, they I would test the 2 in the center and 1 in the inner ring, right? Testing that engine out thing. That's what I would do. Particularly try to do ones that are in close proximity to each other. SpaceX is really going to want to get some data here, and I know we say that like it's some interchangeable term. I'll take 1 data, please. No, okay. So there's not a test stand in existence that tests clusters of Raptors, right? But SpaceX, this isn't their first rodeo either. They have plenty of data from clustering Raptor 2s on Starship, so that you could probably extrapolate a reasonable thermal analysis for Raptor 3 based off of the flight data and testing data from Raptor 2 and the Starship Block 2 program, right? So that's what I mean about those engines. The engines that are on here, they're there for a reason. They're probably there for when they go to fire 3 engines, right? Fire the 2 in the center that are there and fire 1 on the inner ring. And my guess would be that they're trying to fill in the blanks in their thermal analysis with this testing. Once again, I don't believe that the 10 engines that are on there are there randomly. They're not just like, okay, we only got 10 engines installed. Okay, we got to start testing, roll it to the pad anyway. No, I do believe they were put in those spots for a very, very, very specific reason.
Yeah, by the way, I just want to point out, it doesn't look like it is getting less frosty as quickly as it did yesterday.
I mean, there's a lot more moisture in the air, it seems like, and the vapor's hanging around for a lot longer. If you compare the atmosphere or the environment around the pad from yesterday and into today, there was next to no vapor coming off the booster or the tank farm or the ground, and tonight there's a lot, which is indicative of there not being a lot of wind and it also being very humid outside. So in an environment like that, it's a lot more difficult for frost to melt away. But I think I'm seeing some thinner like spots there on the top of the LOX tank that looks like frost coming away or melting away. I could be wrong there. I'm not sure if there's a way to zoom in on that spot in particular. It's like right below the common dome. There's like 2 darker pieces right there, or 2 darker areas.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Again, it seemed so
Aren't those
obvious yesterday.
Aren't those the cowbell vents?
No, it's below those.
Oh yeah, I see him. Yeah. Okay. All right. I see what you're saying.
But I think just given the atmosphere and the amount of moisture in the air tonight, it's going to be a lot more difficult for the frost to deplete quicker
I
on
mean,
the tank surface.
I think you're right, Max. And I mean, there's also a really big difference between yesterday's test and today's test. There's that big bright thing in the sky, right? that big bright thing that if you stare at it too long, your eyes start to hurt. Don't stare at the sun; it's not good for you. No, right? Obviously atmospheric conditions, right? But the sun was shining on it yesterday, and it was beautiful, and that absolutely would influence heating of the booster and detanking of propellants.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
the frost line on the methane tank has for sure gone down there.
The question is, what if it's a black hole sun?
Oh, jeez.
Will it come and wash away the rain? Even Jake, my cat, just did a humph when I said that, so fair enough. Thanks, Jake. Let's see here.
I want to sing the song, Sawyer. Like that's why I stayed quiet. I want to sing the song, but I'm not going to.
It is such a good song.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, now it's stuck in my head. I'm trying to read through chat to get some questions while I think of that.
Congratulations, you just played yourself.
Yeah. Gineg with a question here saying, given how unclear the spin prime action is in the new OLM, how much detail will we see with a static fire to be able to analyze? Well, hopefully they also static fire in the day. That would also, I think, help dramatically, not having to have those giant bright spotlights inside the flame trench area. But what do you think? Because that deluge yesterday was quite massive as well.
Guys, when this thing fires its engines,
You're gonna know.
you're not. Yeah, exactly. You're gonna know. Obviously, we're not gonna be able to like see the plumes from the engines, but there will be a point if they like do a longer static fire on this pad. There will be a point where the steam does saturate. So they're spraying water down there, right, to protect the pad to keep the deflector, the flame bucket down there in one piece. They're also doing it to dampen the sound. That's like what a sound suppressor, right? But also they're doing it to so the heat can go somewhere, like I said, to protect the pad, right? But even steam has a critical mass of heat that it can absorb, right? And when it saturates, it actually becomes pretty clear. You can see that from OLM1 static fires, like when they had the booster bidet in there. There's a point where the big cloud of steam will come out, and then it kind of gets clear, and you can kind of see what's going on. My guess is that we're going to see something kind of similar to that. So with a camera like the one you see on your screen, it's going to be tough because the cloud's going to be in the way. If we could get like a 3/4 view of the pad, it's possible we'll be able to see it, but it's definitely going to be obstructed.
Like this angle would
Yeah.
would give us a lot better results.
Dude, there's Carson with the 3/4. I love you, man. That's awesome. that was great, dude. Thank you. I wasn't asking, but thank you very much.
I think when the time comes to fire all 33 at once, I think EJ, you probably know the footage I'm talking about. It's when it's the historical footage from Stennis when NASA fired all 5 F1s together for the first time on a test stand, and there was that big jet of fire coming out the trench. Remember that?
So the first 5 engine test was at Marshall on test stand 4670.
Was it at Marshall or was it Stennis?
Yeah, it was
okay.
Stennis later. But yeah, dude, I mean, but test stand aside, like, dude, I know
like just
yeah,
visually,
the jet,
I think
jet of flames coming out. It's gonna look
but
like that once the steam saturates. Exactly, you're exactly right.
On both sides, though, on both sides.
Yeah. I mean, even if you look at just some of the early, like Apollo, the Saturn 1Bs and all of those when they had the type of diverter on the milk stool and everything. Oh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or Proton. Like Proton has a very similar design in terms of being bidirectional compared to what we see at Pad 2. So I think it'll look like Proton times like 10.
Don't tease me like that.
I know. I know, dude. Like I've been frothing over that mental image for months, if not like over a year now. And we're getting so close to actually seeing how it's going to look.
That excitement about that? Yes.
See,
So
Yeah.
oh, yeah.
here,
See, that's
so
what I'm talking about. See the saturation? See how it's clear? You could see how the
Yep.
flames are propagating through the OLM.
Yep.
That's exactly what I mean. That's saturated steam. That's what it looks like. That's steam that can't absorb any more heat. There's no more room.
And mind you, that's also on the Raptor's minimum thrust level in an environment where the exhaust is dispersed in all directions. Now, all of that exhaust, assuming they, even if they maintain a lower thrust profile or a lower thrust level to save the wear and tear on the hold down clamps, or if they go to 100% thrust with all of the engines, that all of that exhaust is now going to be contained in a smaller area and only going out in two directions, which is why this is going to look insane.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
yes.
I also think that, guys, you got to think about Raptor 3 producing more thrust. I mean,
Yep.
it is way lighter and it produces way more thrust. Not
Yep.
that lighter, the weight of the engine or mass of the engine matters in a static fire test, but it's making more thrust. More thrust, guys, more mass flow rate means you're putting out more heat. So there's no way that SpaceX didn't take this into account, especially after the retrofitted booster bidet, right? So we will see some saturation. I don't think it's going to look like a Saturn V taking off where you just see straight flames coming out the sides. But then again, these Raptor 3s are making like 300 bar chamber pressure, meaning that they make a lot of thrust. 33 of them is pushing let me think, like 17 million pounds of thrust. That's almost 3 times the Saturn V. It's about 2.5 times the Saturn V's liftoff thrust. So, I mean, yeah, you can introduce more water, right? But there's only so much you can do when you have 17 million pounds of thrust coming out of the bottom of this thing, you know?
Yeah, minor detail.
Yeah, no, it's no big deal. It's only the most
Yeah.
powerful booster ever devised by man. Whatever.
And it's
That's
not even close either.
Well, actually, it is close because following behind Starship version 3 is Starship version 2.
Okay, Sawyer, you know what I mean.
And behind version 2 is version 1.
Oh my god.
Now the real question is, what's after that?
Saturn V, I think.
I thought it was
Nope.
Artemis.
No,
Yeah.
it's the no. It's
Yeah.
Energia,
What?
right?
No.
Definitely
Oh.
not.
No. Not even close.
Is it
It's
not?
SLS.
Yeah.
Oh, duh.
Like I said, Artemis, yeah.
Right.
SLS, then N1, then the Saturn V, then the shuttle, then Buran and Energia.
I don't know why I thought Energia was second. Never mind. Ignore
Energia,
me.
weak Soviet technology. Weak.
It was a pretty banging rocket, though. Energia was
Well-
was pretty cool.
But we don't like rockets that are banging because then that means they fail. So
I mean,
Actually, you know what?
every rocket flies under a controlled bang, so
Ryan's in the back channel and some people in chat. You guys are right. Now that I just did the math, I was just thinking about NK33s. Yeah, and N1 is higher than SLS. So behind Starship V1 is N1, then SLS, then Saturn V.
I always thought it was SLS.
Well-
I guess it depends on how you measure it, though.
but also
mean?
N1 needs to have all of its engines firing to do that,
Yeah.
which it didn't do very well.
Hey, they all fired for a little
But they
while.
didn't stay firing.
For a little while.
Yeah.
I mean, the NK33's downfall was not being able to be test fired beforehand, so all the engines were mounted untested and not fired. So it was a big risk.
I mean, that rocket had a lot more problems than just testing the engines before you sent it, man. Let's be real.
And,
And
sorry, the NK15. I'm sorry, the NK15.
yeah, the NK33s came a little bit. That was a little bit later. NK15's on the original N1s. Yeah.
Mainly lack of thrust vector control. Excuse me. Oh, good grief.
But early idea for a cool looking what is it, hot stage ring.
Yeah, right.
They do look similar. Anyway, also all I can think of now when seeing the video of it is Alex in the back channel mentioned steamed hams.
Mm.
So now I'm wondering if the Aurora Borealis is located centrally just to the flame trench.
What? You lost me.
You know the reference, right? From The Simpsons.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, it's the Aurora.
How
At
did
this
you
time of
find
year, yeah, in your kitchen at this time of year. Anyway, that I love that bit. Let me thanks to people here. No name, the $5 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Thank you very much for that. Philip Anderson, also at tips.nasaspaceflight.com, saying marbles, Beyblades, and spaceflight are the real sports. I mean, Boston would still lose at all of them, so it's great. Space exploration 2026.
Are you kidding me right now?
What?
You telling me that we would lose at marbles? We'd be the best at marbles, guy. What are you talking about? Go down
What
to
are you
Dunks and
talking
get a
about?
freaking coffee, and you're just mad over there because you lose your marbles.
I mean, we did
You've
get
already
Geno
lost yours a
Smith
long
back.
time ago, EJ.
Yeah, but I don't deny it.
Yeah, we did
Real.
just get Geno Smith back again as a Jets fan. Anyway,
You did. You did. Where did that lead you? Back to me.
yeah, that's anyway. Sports. It's not one of the real sports according to Philip, so we'll move on. Space exploration 2026 saying probability of Flight 12 success. Ask Ryan as well. Oh no, we'll save that for we'll get Ryan's response on the flame trench, I think. Which I think Ryan's going to be on this Friday. In fact, you've got basically the entire flame trench team on today's broadcast with me, EJ, Max, and Ryan. So
True.
Yeah, we're the second team. We're not falling for the banana in the tailpipe.
if you don't know, Flame Trench is our Friday informal news show where we go over a couple of the big topics happening in spaceflight, and we get to discuss them all with you, and things go off the rails, and it's a lot of fun. You should totally check it out on Friday. So if you're not subscribed to NSF to get notifications of when we go live with that and launches and other cool things, you totally should. And if you think spaceflight is just as awesome as we do, go ahead and hit that thumbs up. Let other people know that they should check this stuff out. God, I don't know. It always feels weird doing that plug. I don't mind doing the socials. I don't mind doing the shop. For some reason, the like and subscribe one is always the weirdest to me.
Please leave a like and a comment on this video because it really helps me in the algorithm.
Yeah, I guess because I hear it on so many other channels, it's like, oh, I
Question?
would hate to do that, and yet here I am doing that.
I don't know. Push it, guys. See what happens. Because we certainly don't know what happens. It does something. I don't know what it does. Maybe it just makes us feel better. I don't know.
Yeah. Also, shout out to the person who in chat just said LOL Gino. Thank you. As a long suffering Jets fan, it makes me feel great. Anyway, for people kind of just joining, what you missed was a lot of nothing happening, and then all of a sudden, at around a little before 8 p.m. Starbase time, they started loading up the booster, got it almost all the way full with oxygen, added some methane to it, and then we saw the detonation suppression system activate, and then what we believe to be a spin prime test, although based on what we could see, it was a little bit difficult, so we're not totally sure. Also of note, apparently this isn't the only testing happening at Starbase right now. Apparently Massey's is also closed for testing, and we see activity going on over there. What would they be testing over at Massey's now?
Stuff.
Stuff and things.
I don't know. I
That's
mean,
the methane. According to Ryan, that's the methane side of the farm as well.
Huh.
So that's interesting.
So they know that there's no ship on the test stand, right? Like, we're not just, like seeing things, right?
They rolled it back the other night.
Yeah, ship 39 isn't there.
Alex saying, well, no ship right
39.1
now.
is there, though, isn't it? Still?
There are some test articles there. They're on the right-hand side of the screen. See those two big tanks?
Yep. Matt should know I talk about it every week on Starship Update.
Yeah, you are familiar with all the tanks.
Always. Always be tank watching.
ABP, always be plumbing. So if this is methane, apparently they can only load the methane over to the static fire stand, although there is no ship out there to static fire, unless that means that if all goes well with the campaign, with the road closure tomorrow, if they do end up going for a static fire, then maybe we see the ship roll back out and do its static fire testing, getting us closer to launch. Maybe.
Could just be
Pure
priming the
speculation.
Yeah, it could. They could just be priming or prepping the methane side of the farm, but doing some quick testing before ship gets there. But ship 39 just rolled back within the last week. When did it roll back? It was
Same
the
day
night
that this
Booster
rolled
19
out.
Yeah, but that was Sunday night or Sunday, wasn't it? Sunday
All
morning.
blur. All of this happened
I
so
know.
fast. I think it was Sunday.
It happened on a day that ends in Y.
That is factual, EJ. That is factual.
Pretty sure
But
it was
I
Sunday.
think it's going to be a multi-week, or maybe a 2-week, probably around 2 weeks for ship to get its engines installed before rolling back out. Mind you, it only needs 6 to sea level three sea level and 3 vacuum optimized compared to 33 sea level on booster. But I think it'll be another week and a half, maybe 2 weeks before we see ship roll out. Could it be sooner than that? Don't know. But should be relatively soon.
Yeah, because again, when it went out there, 39 had no engines on it. So we'll have to see. And again, the last time we saw the booster rollout also had no engines on it. Now it has 10 engines on it and has been doing testing. So patterns, maybe? Coincidence? I don't know. We'll have to see. And yes, Alex, fewer engines to install. True. Very true. You don't need 33 engines. You just need 6.
That's what I just said.
Just repeating what Alex said as I try and fill time looking for questions, okay?
No, not okay.
Fine. You want to host? Here, I'll give you the panel. You do it.
I don't think he knows how to do that.
No, I'm a terrible host. I have no idea how to host. What even is the word host? I don't know.
You just got called out by EJ hard
I
on
know.
that one.
Hey,
Wow.
that's far from the first time that's happened. I know how to play his game.
I'm not playing any games here, man.
That sounds like a challenge to me.
What?
What?
How is what I said? Are you drunk?
No.
Okay.
Hey, keep vamping. I'm still looking.
All right.
Let's see. Here we go. When do you expect the next flight to be? So, with all of this testing happening now, when flight 12?
E.
E is not a date. It is a number, but it's not a date.
Thank you, Sawyer. I didn't
E
know
is a
E wasn't
number?
a date.
Yes.
The more time goes on, I was really hopeful for like maybe the first week and a half, in April. Although I think the more time goes on, obviously, this sounds super self-explanatory, but the more time goes on and the longer the booster stays at the pad, considering it has to roll back to Mega Bay 1, have the rest of its engines installed, and then roll back out, which is going to be roughly a 2-week process, I think, at its fastest. I think more likely we're going to see mid to late April, best case scenario, I think. So probably I would like to say April 20th, just for the sake of the funny and for the 3-year launch anniversary of Flight 1, which is crazy to think that that's been almost 3 years already. But yeah, I think probably mid to late April, best case scenario now for launch.
By the way, E is 2.71828, so it is a number. But what do you think, EJ?
I prefer C, but
Well, that's a little faster.
yeah, I agree. It is way faster. Anyway, I'd say end of April. I'm kind of with Max on this. Guys, it would behoove SpaceX to launch this sooner rather than later, but also brand new design, new booster design, new pad. I say go slow, but keep in mind what you're seeing on the screen here is going slow. Like, doing one test a day, very incrementally. That is slow for SpaceX. This is their slow. So just keep an incremental testing campaign. Be very conservative with your testing with your red lines. Not that I need to tell them this. I'm pretty sure they already know that. And yeah, get a really nice successful flight 12 end of April. You know, you don't. I've been saying this. Max has been saying this. Look, they need to have that lander in 2028, in either the beginning or the end of 2028. You need to have a lunar lander ready to go. It needs to be tested. In order for them to test HLS, they got to get something into low Earth orbit for testing. And I don't know, whatever you do with that. That, guys, that's 2027. So that's next year. 2027 is 9 months away. So
Oh,
like I said, it would be very prudent of them to be very deliberate and very conservative in your testing here, i.e., go a little bit slower, because this has to work. We can't have Block 2, we can't have Flight 7, Flight 8, Flight 9. You can't have any of that here. These
No.
tests need to work. They need to work because they need to get that. They need to get an HLS up there. They need to get an HLS up there for testing purposes, for NASA's sake, for the Artemis program's sake, and well, they got paid $2 billion to do it, to have one ready in 2028. So, you know, $2 billion, probably do that. Probably do that. It's probably a good idea. Especially NASA. You know, NASA has some deep pockets. It would probably be good to not upset them. Like, not that, I mean, the crazy thing is that that's not even all of SpaceX's revenue nowadays. Like, you know, they make a lot from Starlink and stuff, but also working with NASA pays dividends. Yeah, that, and you know, getting them stuff on time also pays dividends. That's probably a good idea. So you can't screw this up. It's gotta be right. It has to be right.
It's in everyone's benefit for everything to go well.
also, thank you for reminding me that I'm still trying to come to terms with the fact that it is 2026, and we're already talking about how close it is to 2027.
Yeah, it's just a number, man. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. So is anyway. We'll have to see when they end up doing it. I still think it'll be the 20th of April, just because. Just saying, it's SpaceX.
Say the 23rd, just because that's my wife's birthday, and of course it would launch that day. Yep.
Also, guys, really quick, Firefly just came out with an announcement on their website confirming Flight 7 was a success.
Fantastic.
Great. I'm so happy for him, man. Alpha, yeah, that thing. I'm really happy they got that thing working. That's big W for Firefly right there.
Yeah. We
Big,
didn't even
big
get to
W.
use the breaking news stinger, though.
Dum bum
Uh-oh.
bum bum bum.
Is that how it goes?
No, but
No breaking news stinger. No kidding.
no, 'cause
Shocker.
it's not breaking anymore. You gave it away. But anyway, successful. That's what matters.
Yeah, that man, that alpha was the last of the Block 1s, guys, and they're moving to Alpha Block 2 after this. And that one was being very temperamental, right? Like all the times they scrubbed from the FAA conditions, the FAA flight wind parameters, to, you know, commodity fluids on the, you know, on the pad and everything. That one was being a little stubborn, but you know, Alpha Flight 7 was flawlessly executed with all mission requirements completed, further proving the resiliency, innovation, and passion of the Firefly team. That's from Jason Kim, Firefly CEO. Man, huge W for them. That's great.
They need it.
You know, working through a buggy launch campaign like that is, and overcoming with a successful orbit insertion. That's adversity, guys. That's hard to do. It's hard to keep your cool when the vehicle is being temperamental like that, because you know you have all this time, all this work. You just like, just launch it. You got to resist that urge, right? To all right, fine, just send it. No, don't do that. Sit there and make sure that it's right. And they did. And you know, you always face adversity when you have multiple scrubs on the pad like that. It's always a pain. You're like, all right, can we just go with this? No, don't. And that speaks a lot. It speaks a lot towards what kind of tenacity that team actually has. It's really hard to be staring a big L in the face and pull out a W. You know what I mean? And they did. I'm really happy for them. That's really cool.
Absolutely. Congratulations. By the way, I will say I don't think they're gonna want launch on my wife's birthday, because I don't have one.
Well, I was talking about me, but
I know
yeah,
you were, but
what?
it's not always about you.
But it is though. I'm the main character.
Over on Twitch, you are, because you have your
Yeah,
own channel, but
yeah.
this isn't Twitch. This is YouTube.
It's being streamed on Twitch though, so I am at. So see, I'm not an ancillary character, but I am like the best friend of the main character in this rom-com with spaceflight that you are all seeing unfold in front of your eye sockets or
Anyway,
something.
detanking is happening.
It is in fact happening, and like I was saying before, okay, professionals have back on subject. Like I was saying before, you really want to modulate that. You want to keep the you want to modulate your LOX vents to make sure that you don't depressurize the tank too quickly. If you depressurize the tank, you could run into some structural problems. You want to keep that pressure up, especially since there's still methane up in the tank above you. It's not a lot, but it's still there. That's why you're just slowly seeing the frost line go down here. It's not anywhere near what happened when they went to launch it, right? Or when they went to test it. Like we were watching that thing visibly rise up in the air. But once again, to maintain the tank pressure, you let the propellant boil off, you vent some of it, let it boil off, vent a little bit more, just incrementally keep the pressure in the tank, low delta P in the tank. You don't want a lot of pressure change. And then the LOX will eventually just boil off and you vent it out as gas. And then eventually they will inert the booster after that.
Yep, and that will allow teams to be able to go back out to the pad and do any visual inspections or work that they might need to do out there following today's test, which again, they did do a test of some kind. It appears very much to have been a spin prime test, but of course still waiting for official confirmation from SpaceX on that. We did see the DSS activate, and then we saw some kind of plumage come out from underneath the vehicle, but definitely not static fire. So we'll wait for that official confirmation on what it was exactly. But since then, that happened at about 8:20 p.m. in Starbase, and they have now been detanking, since, meaning that they are very likely done with the testing tonight, especially given that they only have another hour and 45 minutes left of the current road closure. But there in the top right of your screen, in that little picture-in-picture, you can see there is the roadblock. Hopefully we'll soon start to see cars lining up, getting ready to head in and go back out to the pad. Oh, they've got the flares out. Nice. So that is where we are at currently. So yeah, again, I'm interested to see what the next steps are in this testing campaign. What do you think, Max, is the next major testing steps, and how soon do you think we'll see those?
So let's rewind for a second. So a lot of the primary testing that I think SpaceX wanted to get done in the first phases of this first testing campaign with the booster on the pad was primarily with tanking and making sure that all the BQDs or the booster quick disconnects were happy with the booster, and that prop flow into the booster was totally fine. Looks to be that way because the past couple of days in a row now, they have had 2 successful tanking tests, and one of which included the DSS and the Deluge, and tonight included the DSS and an apparent spin prime test as well. So my gut tells me that they might try to light a few engines next. I think that's going to be the next step, although I don't know when that's going to be. It could be as soon as tomorrow. They have a closure for tomorrow with a backup on Friday from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Central Time in the U.S. So yeah, I think lighting the engines is the logical next step, assuming that they are happy with all the data.
Exactly. And it'll be interesting to see if they do that static fire, how many engines too, given the weird engine configuration. Again, I call it weird. I know there's probably reasoning behind it. I know some of you can still hear us out there. YouTube is being a bit strange, as is apparently our streaming over on Facebook. So hopefully some of you can at least still hear us in chat. And not sure what it is. It appears to be an issue with multiple platforms right now. So we're dealing with that. But again, we continue to watch the detanking action here, and it just looks so cool at night with all of the frost around the base of the vehicle and everything. The ambiance of this is spectacular.
Yeah, when we say like atmosphere, like around Starbase, like this is exactly what we're talking about. Just the amount of vapor around the pad from both the tank farm and the residuals coming off of the booster itself, and around the launch mount as well. They're on the ground from the bunker vent, dude. Like this is just spectacular eye candy right now. We've been waiting to see this for a very long time, being an actual flight article vehicle on the pad, and here it is, Booster 19, technically the second version 3 Super Heavy booster, but the first to make it to the launch site and get through testing. Yeah, they think things are trending in the right direction towards Flight 12 right now. I think that's probably the best way to put it.
That's a really good way to put it, yeah. Let's see. All right, good. I'm seeing a bunch of people who are 5x5 at least, so there are some people out there that still hear us, and everything's still working at least. So I will take that. That's a good sign. Oh boy. Let's see here. Yes, everyone talking about that. Someone saying, when will we see V4 test articles?
Oh God.
I feel like it's way too soon for that, and I'm hopeful that we get to a point with Starship where we don't need multiple versions, where we get to that steady state of, hey, this is working, this is what we like, this is what's tested, and a variant that we can then, crew rate and say, yes, we are definitely comfortable with hopefully V3 being crew rated kind of deal.
Yeah, I think Elon himself has said that version 4 coming in a couple of years. But version 3 is aimed to be the first operational variant of Starship, between carrying useful cargo to orbit and then also servicing NASA's HLS Human Landing System lander for Artemis 4, now 4. So, yeah, version 3 is like the first, I guess, quote unquote. I hate to say it like this because it sounds kind of like I'm talking smack on Starship, but I'm not. But version 3 is the first, quote unquote, real version of Starship, where there's actually going to be real use beyond just experimental flight tests, just for data. So yeah, version 3 is built for the long haul, and then version 4 will build off of version 3. It's not like version 2, which was just kind of a hodgepodge evolution from the lessons learned from version 1, and then version 2 had their own issues to adapt to. Version 3 is a clean sheet design from the bottom of the booster to the top of the nose cone of the ship. It's a brand new vehicle and a brand new launch pad to go with it. These vehicles and the ground systems that are supporting it are built for the long haul.
Absolutely. By the way, we were joking earlier about Twitch. Gaw coming over from Twitch saying, hello from Twitch, we do exist.
Nice.
Did we get a super chat from a ghost? Apparently, people coming over from Twitch. EJ, what are you doing?
What? I'm not doing anything. I just came back. What'd you break? Nobody could get a signal.
No, someone came over from Twitch, from your Twitch.
Oh yeah. No, that guy's cool.
Okay, cool. Let's see here. Which version will HLS be? I mean, hopefully version 3, because they need to get that off the ground soon, given the whole new Artemis 3 deal of they want to test something in orbit around the Earth with Orion and with one of the landers in 2027, which, as we were just talking about earlier, is coming up way too soon already.
HLS is going to be a version 3 variant of Starship. Version 3 is sticking around for at least 2 to 3 years until version 4 begins testing. But that's, again, at least 2 years out. But that's Elon time, and that could mean it's 3 to 4 years out. Version 3 is in it for the long haul, and again, it is going to be the first operational variant of Starship. So version 3 design is what the foreseeable future Starship vehicles are going to be based on. So HLS will be version 3.
Now, you see, fellas, I have a question, and while we're watching kind of the tank farm wind down and stuff, I have a question, and the question basically is, all right, so Starship V3 is projected to be able to do 100 tons payload capacity to low Earth orbit, right? That's what all SpaceX's slides, and that's what Elon has been saying. Do you think it's going to be able to move 100 tons?
I don't know, honestly.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, maybe it's possible, and I'm sure SpaceX will dial it in because, like you said, Max, it's going to be here for a little while. But just, I guess where I'm going with this is like, okay, if HLS is a V3, is a version 3 Starship, right? And they can, obviously, it doesn't have flaps, it doesn't have a thermal protection system. And from what we've seen from SpaceX's renders, it seems like most of the internal volume of an HLS is empty. Obviously, you have the elevator to get down to the surface. You have multiple airlocks, right? You have an airlock for surface activities. You have an airlock for, there's like a docking hatch on the top for EVA activities, if I'm understanding this correctly, right? Now, here's the real question. Okay, so if HLS can go, if they can shoot off an HLS, the point is that HLS is not going to be, doesn't have 100 tons of payload, right?
Yep.
If HLS has, let's say, all of that complement, all the airlocks, the elevator, everything, and enough provisions for people to be down on the surface of the moon and do all the lunar operations that Artemis wants to do, right? Let's say that's 16 tons. Let's say it's 20 tons, right? 20 tons of payload, right? If that's the case, do you guys think that Starship HLS, like I've done the Delta V calculations on this before, but if it can move 100 tons, you might not need to refuel it as much as everybody is saying, right? If you have 16 tons of payload, you like 1 or 2 refueling flights could pretty much get you to the surface of the moon and back to an Orion in lunar orbit or wherever Orion's going to be during the Artemis mission. I mean, like, think about it. If you have 100-ton payload capacity, you have 16 tons of payload, you're not going to need 12 to 16 refuels or refills on orbit. Your concept of operations gets in like really simple really quickly, right? It's just something I've been thinking about, like, especially since, we say, oh, the lander is come, we got to get the landers coming. The landers got to come real soon. They have to get it ready for 2027 for the Earth rendezvous flight for Artemis 3. And then, it has to be a lunar landing like 10 to 12 months, like right after that. And SpaceX has said they've been doing a sped up or architecture to be able to get to the moon quicker. Do you think that's just V3? Like, I mean, I'm sitting here kind of thinking about it. Like, you might not, like one refill, maybe 2.
I think it's going to be, yeah, but I think there's also going to be variants of version 3, like maybe a version 3.2, 3.3, similar to how we saw Falcon 9 evolve from Block 3 to Block 4, Block 4 full thrust, and then on to Block 5. And Block 5 even itself has gone through changes, mostly with increasing the thrust ratings on the Merlins and being able to perform RTLS trajectories where it otherwise couldn't beforehand, mostly with flight paths going to the ISS or the oh my gosh, the International Space Station.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it's going to be like a full stop version 3, like that's it, just version 3. I think like there's going to be variants of version 3, like 3 point, maybe 3.2, 3.3, and so on and so on. It's like there's going to, I have no doubts that they're going to be conservative with how much payload it can carry at first. But time will tell if they will reach that full 100 tons to low Earth orbit metric that they have quoted so far. I don't know. But that's a maximum. I mean, how often is it going to carry that much payload though? Like, especially to LEO. Like, if they want to bring super heavy payloads to the moon or onto Mars, like, yeah, that would require a lot more performance. But I don't think a majority of LEO payloads are going to be more than 25 tons maximum. I could be wrong on that, but I don't think they're going to need anywhere near that. More often than not, at least in the first couple, in the first half of version 3's life.
So you're saying that, okay, so the booster is going to get, they're going to get more and more power out of it over time, right? Yeah. So do you think they could have, like, once again, I'm just doing the math out in my head, like, 1 to 2, maybe 3 refuels. You know, like when you have 100 tons to LEO payload capacity, like you have so much that's so much aggregate payload space left on the table that's just going to be unused fuel for your LEO insertion for HLS. It'll get up there with a pretty, not a full tank of gas like when you get on orbit, obviously. And when I say gas, I mean your propellants, right? But it's I really don't think it's going to take as much refilling as, you know, everybody said. Like the con ops for Artemis for Starship before, you know, Jared Isaacman came in and started to change, you know, shake things up in a good way, were like 12 to 16 refillings. Like, I don't see, that's where I'm getting confused. How you have 100 ton to payload, you have 100 ton to LEO payload capacity, and you can't wait a minute. You have to still have to refuel like 12 times? That's I don't know, man. I think they could simplify it with HLS, to be honest with you. I really think they could. Especially when you can push with what Raptor 3s are doing, when you can push 100 tons to low Earth orbit, totally doable.
The question is just what would that payload be then if they were to need 100 tons to LEO? Like what would fill that?
I think that's the point, Max. Like if you want a general purpose utilitarian logistical carrier, right? I think if you like, you could put 100 tons of lead in it if you really wanted to, and that wouldn't fill up the payload bay completely. You have almost 1,000 cubic meters of space here. You know, like if you guys, you know, want to figure out the density of lead and figure out how much 100 tons, how many cubic meters is 100 tons of lead, I really don't think that number is above 1,000.
Or tungsten.
I mean,
Get the lead out. Yeah. Stairway to 7.
Hey, all right. But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think they benchmarked 100 tons to LEO to be able to put whatever the heck you want in there. You have 9 meter diameter, 1,000 cubic meter payload volume. You put whatever the heck you want in there, you know?
Looks like Tim Dodd, the everyday astronaut, the one and only, has snuck into our chat saying he has a video coming up about this topic, and it's a lot.
Timmy!
Ooh. Hi, Tim.
Oh my God, it's Alex!
Wait, what? Where are all these people coming
Oh
from?
my gosh, it's a party now.
See, I summoned him. That's all you got to do. You just got to be like pi r squared, and he'll.
Yeah.
Wait, that's amazing power to be able to summon both Alex and Tim in
I
a
know.
single answer.
Like, what is happening right now?
I aim to please, man.
Here, I'm gonna let the smart people do that. I'm gonna go. I'll be right back. I'm gonna let the smart people talk. I'm just gonna listen.
So, Alex, what do you think, dude? How many refueling flights? Like, once again, I'm just thinking about, you know, you're aggregating 85 tons, because I don't think HLS, with all of its crew compartment, all the stuff that NASA requires, is going to be anywhere near like 20 tons. Like, I really don't think so. Like, you're not gonna have 50 tons of HLS payload, right? It's right.
Thing, it has usually about 7-8 kilometers per second of delta V.
Hey,
delta
Alex,
V,
give me
so
one-
if
give me
you're-
one
on
second.
what?
I don't think people can hear you.
Carson got on mute in the back channel.
Oh, no way.
Alex is saying a lot of really awesome
No
numbers right now,
way.
and it's really good stuff.
Oh,
Like
man.
what he was saying, dudes, is like I summoned Alex, and he was like getting ready to go to bed, and now he's here because
Yeah.
he heard me talk about numbers, just like him.
I did my whole thing and everything. I wasn't even aware that I was muted. Thank you, Carson, for muting me, I guess. You're not Jack. You shouldn't do that.
Anyway, so
Oof.
well, Alex, while he's figuring it out, I want to see what Tim said in chat. Let me just pop back over here. So Tim, what do you got? You could start with your first 100 tons of extra propellant, but you still need 9 kilometers a second
Yeah.
delta V to go from LEO to rectilinear halo to surface and back to rectilinear halo, which is 1,500 tons of propellant or 14 refuel launches. Yeah.
So that's where I was starting from with my explanation that nobody started to hear because I was muted apparently, and I wasn't aware of that. Anyways, so yeah, I was saying that even a normal ship, right, when it's launching, you know, the normal ones that we see technically, if you do a very rough math, right, it's got about 7 to 8 kilometers per second of delta V available, which means that you can basically launch few dozen tons, maybe 100 tons to low Earth orbit with a regular ship, right? Now, it is true that HLS doesn't have the flaps, but it may have maybe TPS, right? Thermal protection system, shielding, and things like that, right? It does
Yeah.
have landing legs, it does have the cabin, so it sort of compensates, right? It doesn't have a very heavy payload, as you said.
Yep.
So the delta V available to the lander increases a little bit, but it still needs pretty much full tanks. You need quite a lot of delta V in order to go to the moon, do the translunar injection essentially, then insert yourself around the moon into lunar orbit, whatever it is, near rectilinear halo orbit or the new whatever cola, whatever it's called, right? Then you have to come back to you have to go down to the surface from that orbit and then up, right? And so it's a lot of delta V that you need for such operation. At one point, there was even certain documents suggesting that there was even going to be a second refueling trip, sort of in a high Earth orbit. I don't know what about those plans are still in place. Like that was a couple of years ago, if I'm not mistaken. But what I'm getting at is that even though you have 100 tons to low Earth orbit, you still need pretty much full fuel tanks, right? Those tanks need to be pretty much full, right? Even if your ship has a lower dry mass, you don't have full payload and things like that, just because of how complicated it is to get all of that oomph to go all the way to the moon, down to the surface, and back to lunar orbit, right? And so because full tanks is like 1,500 tons of propellant,
Yeah.
even if the transfer of propellant were perfect, which is probably not going to be perfect, and not accounting for boil off and everything, 1,500 over 100 is 15. So even by that, you get 15 already.
Yeah, I get that, but you're not gonna. It's not gonna insert into Starship HLS is not gonna insert into low Earth orbit. You like expending a full 9 kilometers a second delta V that you need to get into Leo, right? With 85 tons of no payload mass, like right. If our expectation here is that Starship,
but that
you know-
shaves you like a couple of tankers, right? So instead of being 15, it's 13.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
But it's just like
See,
it goes
I
from
think it's
15
more
to
than that.
13, right?
I would say, dude, I would say get it down into the single digits. I mean,
If you get to single digits, you're talking about leaving like 500, 600 tons of propellant in that tank. In those tanks, basically.
it's not going to
Like,
burn
we're
two
talking
thirds of
about
the
that.
fuel, dude, to get into Leo with 15 to 20 tons of HLS when its main payload capacity is.
I know Tim did the math. He's been talking about it, and I mean, leaving so many hundreds of tons of propellant will mean that Starship is quite more capable, right? It will be able to essentially launch hundreds and hundreds instead of just 100 to low Earth orbit. So I'm not sure it works that way. I think the solution is just to launch more often, having more launch pads. You know how freaking fast these people are going.
Well, yeah,
We
of
saw
course.
already
I mean, I'm
pretty
not going
much
to
the
argue that.
entirety of the tower for Slick 37 rolling out to the pad already, right? So I think their acceleration measures is just going all in with all of this. Yeah.
Dude,
If it takes 15 tankers, I don't mind if it takes 15 tankers. Like because of that, you can get 100 tons to the moon, right? Like
yeah, of course. I mean,
honest,
yeah, if they do the 15 refuels, yeah, then instead of 100 tons to Leo, you get 100 tons to the moon. I'm cool with this. I want to drive a Cybertruck around in Taurus Litro, man. Like let's freaking go, right? Like that's fine with me.
Yeah, I mean, with Saturn V, you could get like 1.5 tons, I think it was, to the lunar surface, and that was with a single launch. Now add 15 times that. I don't know how much that will be times 1.5, but I know it's definitely not 100, right? It's way less than that. So you can launch more.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that,
Anyway,
once again, no, it's a good conversation. I thought this.
one of the things that I said while I was muted to people watching is that I was actually preparing to go to bed, and I jumped here because I was listening to some math and some physics stuff and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, Tim, exactly. Don't forget, even if it's lacking 100-ton payload to Leo, then we'll have 100 tons of prop left over when it gets to
Yeah.
orbit. Yeah, that's what I mean, dude.
Yeah, but
I mean,
that only means one fewer refueling.
but
Like,
but
it
if we're
already has
talking,
100.
but fellas, if we're talking about the delta V formula, we're not talking about a linear correlation. The delta V formula is logarithmic, meaning that it's compounding over time, right? So it's not just, oh, we're launching 16 tons of payload into low Earth orbit, and our maximum payload capacity is 100, right? So that gives us 85 extra tons of propellant when we get on orbit. That's not how the delta V formula works, right? Because of the logarithmic scale, the natural logarithmic scale that it uses. So you're not saving 85 tons of propellant there. It's way higher, way.
But you're also not
higher.
keeping 500. Like, if we go to single digits again, and supposing a perfect transfer of propellant, which is probably not going to happen, we're talking about at least 500 tons of propellant remaining. You think an HLS ship, like a bare bones, even not even HLS, like, just think about a bare bones, just tank and engines starship, could do 500 tons to low Earth orbit?
Say that one more time, dude. I think a bare bones could do 500. 500, probably not.
So if it cannot do it, even with a bare bones starship, then it can't.
Well,
with an HLS.
I mean, I don't know. We'd have to go do the math out, right? Like,
there we go. See, but I want to get you at this with a bit of logic, because I don't see that happening. You know what I mean?
Alex, don't make me get the calculator out. don't make me get the calculator out, boy.
Oh boy, we need a flame trench that is just EJ and I with delta V graphs and everything.
I'm in.
And
Let's do it.
calculators. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that. But no, really, like that's my approach to it, basically. Like, I've done the math, at least, because the problem with doing the math as well is, like, you can only assume things to a point, right? We don't have any hard numbers on most of these things, and I bet Tim has done the same thing with his calculation, right? Because it's like, you just have to assume certain numbers, but then you put a bit of leeway into those numbers, and you try to, like, okay, what if the dry mass is this low or this heavy, right? Like, what is the leeway that I have, and how that changes the outcome of the calculation, right? And I've done that a few times, and I just don't see 500 tons, for example.
What kind of dry mass are you figuring into this then? That's where I'm getting confused. What's your final mass in your calculations that you're using? Anyway,
hang on.
Carson is yelling at us that the roadblock is the road is open.
Wait, it's open?
Yeah.
Is it?
We got breaking news.
I see police there.
Oh, it's a replay.
Oh, what?
They watch.
Did you see that? Cool.
Whoa!
It's a shooting star.
Oh yeah, I saw that
actually
earlier.
Oh, you saw it. All right, that's not cool anymore.
I did, but I was talking in the moment.
Well, you didn't say anything?
It wouldn't be the first time. We've seen a few of these. It's the thing of having cameras that are wide angle and looking at a lot of sky, right?
Yep.
You're bound to find one of these. That's for sure. At some point, we even got a dragon returning on our cameras. That was way back in 2021.
Dude, I remember that. I remember that when it flew over. That was cool.
Yeah, Tim bringing up a good point that dry mass
Yeah.
will be within what 10 to 20% of HLS and a standard starship, and that won't boost your Leo capacity by 500%.
Yeah, even with the natural log, you will still have definitely not 500%.
Also, in your apologies if I missed this part of the equation entirely. Is this including a super heavy booster reuse or an expended super heavy?
Yeah.
Well, reuse.
Reuse. Okay.
Yeah, expending the super heavy boosters for a certain number of refuelings, that will be a lot
Yeah.
of expended engines.
Yeah,
Not that it
we don't want to do that.
Not that it will be super expensive, to be fair, because one of the things of the way that they build super heavy is that it's all tube, basically, right? It's all rings, and the engines, they're trying to make them also cheaper, right? Over time, not just make them reusable, but also producible, I guess. Manufacture at scale and all that, and so it will be quite cheap eventually, I guess, to if they ever needed to expend a booster. Like, I bet without reusing and everything, like fully expendable, this rocket is probably Falcon 9 priced, or at least internal cost, or something
Scale
like
is
that. I
going to
don't know
bring
how
that
to.
price down,
Yeah.
but that's about it. Like
Yeah.
you know, there's no way that these Starship launches right now aren't costing $1 billion a pop. Like, but that's going to come down in the future because SpaceX is building an entire assembly line and mass production facility for
Yeah.
Starship, right? Like, but if we're figuring total cost involved, Starship is expensive to launch right now, but the return on investment later, yeah.
And this
you ain't
is-
kidding.
And this is another thing that happened with Falcon 9 as well. Like, when it was expendable, right, before reusability, it was still cheaper anyways. Like, I remember Wine Shotwell saying, there are rockets out there that are being sold by $400 million. I don't know how to build a rocket that it's $400 million. Like, she was just like that. Like, it's too expensive.
Yeah.
I see Tim supported us there.
Hey, all right. Love the discussion, dude. I mean, Tim, this is what I nerd out about, and I know you're the same, dude. I know you're the same, man. No, it's good conversations. I'm thinking in the future, like, dude, I mean, come on, give me discussion about aggregate payload space, for HLS going to the moon and back, right? Like, or just to the moon, back to Orion or something, right? That all aside, 100 tons to Leo with Starship, you have a 9-meter diameter cylindric payload space that's 1,000 cubic meters in volume. That, dude, can you imagine what you could do with that?
Yeah.
Like, there's so much potential. Like, give it a robotic
Moon
arm and an
base.
airlock, man. Like, my mind defaults to like it's basically reusable Skylab, right? You send a Starship up there with an airlock into Leo with solar panels that can loiter up there because you already made it able to be refilled, right? It could just sit up there. You could send up a Dragon to it, dock to it, and you have reusable Skylab. It's just reusable Skylab. That is nuts.
Not to mention carrying modules for an eventual lunar base.
Yeah, dude. Oh man, please. I need it.
There's a lot of potential there, but like I was saying earlier, as a big TLDR to this whole conversation, I think that they'll be starting off super conservative and not really needing to go over 30 tons. I think because that's already pretty heavy for a payload. Could be wrong on that front completely. I could be dead wrong on that, and they may find something to fly much heavier than that and actually do it. But I think starting out conservative here is I think the path that they're going to take. And of course, we know that they're going to start launching Starship Starlink version 3 satellites as the first payload aboard Starship. So that will actually be a good measurement to how much it can actually carry, assuming that they are able to fully load a Starship upper stage with as many as they possibly can.
Okay, so the road is
block.
let's do it. I'm in. So the road is. I said it was open a little bit earlier. No, it's not. It's not open yet. There's still a roadblock in, and we're gonna be here until we see those cars with the flashing lights move. But you can't see traffic building up there. So I mean, I do think we are winding down a little
Are
bit
those-
here.
Is that a
What's up?
tanker?
Yeah,
Of course.
dude.
Of course it
Man,
is.
when I was down there, it was a never-ending stream. Tim, if you're still out there, back me up. I mean, you've seen it. It's just tanker truck, car, Cybertruck, tanker truck, Cybertruck, tanker truck,
It's
car,
not as
car,
bad
car.
as it's not as bad as it used to be. Granted,
Right,
but
right.
It's yeah. The tankers are constantly coming in and out.
Anyway, I'm gonna get through. So Tim had his support there. Tim, I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for popping in, dude. You can nerd out with us anytime, man. You're more than welcome in here. All right, so we got Aviator Bob here with $4.99 super chat. We're all realists here. It'll be late April, and there are 4 lights, dude. I told you there's 4 lights. I told you. And we got Robert Keeper with a $20 super chat. Deep voice dude plays too much devil's advocate. Enjoy the coffee and Red Bull. Hey, it's just coffee, dude. All right, it's just coffee. Just coffee. And am I deep voice, dude? Is that me? It's me. isn't it?
Definitely not me. That's for sure.
I'm deep voice, dude. Oh no. Can I? Hey, with that Starship conversation, it was Angel's advocate. Okay, I was advocating for an optimistic future, not a pessimistic future with Starship. Less refueling flights, not more. All right, Angel's advocate, is that a thing? Anyway, thanks for the support, man. I will use that to get more coffee. Can't drink Red Bull.
I'm a Devil's advocate because I grew up in New Jersey, so I used to watch the Devils.
Ah, gross.
Okay, Sawyer's back. Time for me to go. Bye.
All right, Alex. Hey, thanks for popping in,
Alex.
dude. I appreciate you.
Thank you guys for holding the conversation there. I had to step
Yeah.
away for a bit, but
Yep. I did it. I did good, I think. You know.
you did good. Yes. You and
Cool.
Alex nerding out. I agree. That needs to be its own Flame Trench or an NSF Live special of the EJ Alex Geek Out.
Yeah, dude, we should do that.
What we need then, merch store needs to come up with NSF calculators specific for that event. We need to sell, like, even if they're little cheap ones, just put an NSF logo on a calculator and put that in the shop.
Yeah, that's not. I mean, can we partner with like Texas Instruments and sell like NSF TI-83 or not TI-83s? That's from my time.
Mine too. But
I have- I-
cheaper. Now they're like $20-$30. Back in my day, it was so expensive.
TI-83s are $20.
I saw one somewhere that it was like, it's an older version now apparently. So yeah.
Oh, dude, I have see, I was saying, like, you guys can't see it, but I have my TI-83 in my hand. I wasn't kidding when I was saying I was going to bust out the calculator.
Oh my gosh, you legitimately do.
I have my TI-83 right here.
Wow.
Yeah, baby.
Oh, someone else says they're still like $100. I don't know. I saw someone post somewhere online that they saw a TI-83 in a shop for like $40 or something. It's like, no, that was definitely.
Dude, I would take I would buy an NSF branded scientific calculator. That would be sick. I'd do that. Chat, would you do that? I'd do that.
Hey, Lindsay, got an idea for you.
She's gonna see this and be like, what? No, what? No.
Yeah, it's like, you want Texas Tank Watcher gear? I can bring that back because it's a classic. We can always have the Texas Tank Watcher merch back, which is an option at shop.nasaspaceplate.com. Calculators?
Oh, no, you didn't.
What?
Yes,
It's
he
got
did.
trucker hats. It's got shirts. There's stickers for it. How about that? You can put at least a Texas Tank Watcher sticker then on your calculator. How about that? So we,
All right,
as we
that
continue
works.
this classic Texas tank watching here, make sure you get your Texas tank watching gear so that you are repping what we're doing here. Finally, it's back. So of course, we got to make sure that merch is in the forefront and back. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Of course, I step away for like 15 minutes and I come back and yes, instantly into a merch plug. What do you expect from me, folks?
I don't know. Chopped liver?
What am I, chopped liver?
Yeah, I'm walking in.
I would never say that, even though apparently someone impersonated me by saying that's what I would say.
I think that is what you would say.
And now there is photos of calculators going back and forth in the back channel right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That is the thing. Anyway, so at this point, for those kind of tuning in, the frost level definitely decreased a bunch after testing that they did just a couple hours ago. It looked as if they did a spin prime test, although again, waiting for official confirmation on that's what it was. But we did see them fuel up the booster almost all the way, if not all the way with locks. Then we saw some of the methane in there as well. We then saw what looked like the detonation suppression system activate, and then we did not see the deluge system, but we did see some stuff kind of pooling out of there. So we believe because of that that was a spin prime test, especially following yesterday's test that we saw, which was basically all of the above, except it did include the deluge system test, and we didn't see a spin prime. So that is where we are at. And they have been detanking since. A reminder, there's still another road closure tomorrow. So, yeah. And a backup day on Friday.
Let's go.
Let's
Also,
go.
the calculator war continues, although Carson coming in.
That's a phone, Carson.
With the calculator
Still a
app
calculator.
on his iPad. But hey, at least he has the Texas Tank Watchers merch plug behind him when he's taking the shot.
Oh my god.
My man, respect. Fun fact: we don't get commissions or anything for doing the merch plugs or anything. I don't.
Sawyer does it for the love of the game.
If I find a segue, I will take it. I may not be able to stand on a segue, but I can really do a good segue.
You can roll all over that segue.
Exactly.
Yep.
The only commission that comes with the shop at all is if you buy one of the metal prints or posters, a portion of that sale does go to whoever took that photo. That's the only one. So, yeah. Yes. And I know everyone loves when I do that in chat here. Also, someone saying they need NSF pocket protectors. Or
Dude, I'd get one of those.
A Starship-shaped TI-83.
You know what? You know what I think we should do? I think we should sell NSF slide rules. Yeah.
I mean, that is true.
Yep. I mean, we slide rules might be easier than the calculator on the wallet. You know what I mean?
Roll me across the sheet of ice.
What?
Then because that would rule, and then it would be slide rule.
That.
I don't know. That one was terrible. Someone also said we should have rocket bookmarks. That would actually be cool.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
J-Volt says that EJ must prove he knows how to use a slide rule first.
I don't know how I'm going to prove that to you when you can't see me. So you're just going to have to take my word for it. Tell you what, you can get a good look at a slide rule by, talking to an aerospace engineer, but you'd rather take his word for it, right? Like,
I mean, you need to pull one up on your Twitch stream. That's all. Or on the Flame Trench. There you go.
It's got to be your slide rule.
We need to see a slide rule demonstration on an upcoming Flame Trench here at NSF.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
I don't.
There was a drone that was over there at the roadblock. Just took off.
Yep, drone took off it went screen right, stage left.
So is that where they stage the drone during testing, or where do they normally stage that? Do either of you know where the drone operator normally is?
Yesterday, the drone operator had a Cybertruck parked on the side of the road at the roadblock. I'm pretty sure.
Well, that'd be pretty obvious. There's no Cybertrucks at all in Starbase.
Yeah, I know, right?
But yeah, we'll have to see if they're going back out to the pad with that, or final checks, what they're looking at. Because as pointed out, there's a lineup starting to form, at least at the roadblock, indicating that we're somewhat close. And what time was that? They started loading prop at 8 Central Time? was it?
Yeah.
A little before 8?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
and then about just a little over 30 minutes later, we saw what we think is a spin prime. We're pretty sure, but
there we go. Yeah, so we saw that, and now it's been about 2 hours since about 2 hours since they started loading prop, and are almost already fully detanked after a test. That still boggles my mind when you consider the amount of propellant that they have to move in and out of that vehicle. And yes, now people are saying that their Apple Watches and their smartwatches count as a calculator.
those are not calculators, posers.
They're built-in calculators, EJ.
No, built-in calculators. Texas Instruments TI-83 Plus. Okay.
Oh,
Say
there's
it
where the
with me.
drone operator was the other day, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Cybertruck on the side of the road. Did I not say that?
No, you did. I'm just saying. Now we actually see what it looks like there. Which thank you,
Oh.
Carson, for finding that.
Man, you know you're right, Sawyer. We never see those Cybertrucks around ever. There goes the drone again.
No, it's out at the pad at least now, so we saw where it started and where it's going.
Yep.
Also, there's a bright case for a drone. I don't know what color cases our drone team uses, but yellow is very bright. Let's see here. Also, someone posted...
Coming back. It's landing.
Oh, there we go. That was
It
it.
just landed.
Also, someone, I think, using Grok to create an image of an NSF abacus.
Nice.
I'd buy it.
At Gork, is this real?
Gork, is this true?
At Gork, context.
I require context, Gork.
Anyway, continue to...
Dude, the support queue, Philip Anderson. Sawyer is definitely not the deep voice, dude. It's me, isn't it, Philip? It's me.
I've seen some comments during live streams where they're like, geez, can't they get a guy with a deeper voice? So,
I guess I'm the deep voice, dude.
So what does that make me?
You're Max.
Yeah. So what does that make me? Makes you a real boy. I'm a real boy. There we go. Folks, it's gotten late into the evening.
We've been doing this a long time today, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yesterday's stream, we split it up between groups of commentators. Today, it's been this gaggle of goons, in addition to Ryan Weber earlier, throughout the whole stream. And I think the stream today is just as long as yesterday's entire stream. Also, I need to thank really quickly here Stabby Unicorn coming in with a $50 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Again, we appreciate those because they go directly to us. Ooh, is that an animal?
Is that a coyote? I think that was a coyote.
Ooh, a piece of candy.
Oh
yeah,
my God.
That was definitely some kind of four-legged animal running across the road to get to the other side. But yes, the tips help us directly without many middlemen in between, which we appreciate. So thank you. And saying the one true calculator is a TI-89.
No, TI-83 Plus.
I've seen 83s and 84s. I have not seen a TI-89.
They are pretty nice. I'm not going to lie. They're pretty nice. But also, the TI-83 Plus is from my time. It's an antique, like me.
Yeah.
Wow.
We all had it. I remember I had one teacher who had some kind of adapter so that they could show the screen of the calculator on an overhead projector and thought it was the coolest thing.
Chad is saying, no good. You're saying you have an 84 Plus. Is that good enough? Yeah, that's fine, dude. 84 is all right. They're all good. These are all, I mean, if you think about what this thing does, right? It's pretty dang good. Pretty dang nice scientific calculator. I mean, obviously, like, you can do all this on, a smartphone, or you could ask AI if you want to waste your time and not learn how to do math. But yeah, it's still cool to have a dedicated calculator, man.
Oh yeah. But again, back to my day, yeah, it was I'm sure you saw it too, where they were able to use the calculator on a slide projector, an overhead projector.
Yep, they had that weird output cable that plugged into the bottom. I remember that. And like it looked like a magnifying glass that you put on the bent down.
More depressed venting from the methane tank
Big one.
and the locks.
There we go. We saw that as well yesterday as they were nearing the end of testing. That big final big vent there. So that's... Oh, there's more.
That's right, Super Heavy. You let it all out. Just let it all out.
I can relate. I can very much relate, Super Heavy Booster. But yeah, so with that deep res vent, that much closer to the road getting opened. And here's another one.
Another one.
Booster, are you going to let me explain what's going on, or are you going to keep venting every time I try to? So anyway,
the one time you're gonna do it, it's gonna you know. Yep. See, there it goes again. The one time we wait, Sawyer, is when it's gonna be done. Watch.
so I'm not going to wait then. So this, again, a good indication of what we saw yesterday. These final depress vents was the last things we saw before the road opened up again. So very much nearing the end of testing.
You got it in.
I got the full sentence in. That was
You
what
got it in
mattered.
between vents, dude.
We got the explanation in. Trying to time it out. And thankfully there's a delay in the sound getting to us, so I had an extra... As soon as I saw it, I knew I had like 2 seconds left. So there we go. And another one! Someone in chat pointing out that Gene would be the deep voice.
It is the deep voice. Yeah, I wish I could talk like that. That's awesome.
I mean, yours is pretty close, minus the whole having a Boston accent.
Hey, hey. You're gonna come in here, you're gonna disrespect me like that, you're gonna do that. What are you doing? Get out of here. Get out of here.
Yo, what you talking about? Come on, man.
That's you. That's what you sound like.
You guys are so corny.
Yeah, that's what I sound like when I park my car in Harvard Yard. I'm EJ. That's what you sound like.
We do not talk like that.
And we talk like this. We actually do. What you gonna do about it? This is, by the way, fun fact, folks. What you hear me say, how you hear me speak, is not my actual accent. Over the years, I have had to train myself to lessen my New York, New Jersey accent.
I do not speak in my native tongue on stream for a very, very good reason.
Because your native tongue includes a lot of words that you can't say?
Yes, you know, that has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, me too. So, but yeah, no, interestingly enough, the only one who I talk to in my true accent is my cat, Jake. I do talk to him like that, and yes, I say talk normally, otherwise in coffee and a hot dog, and I say it the Jersey way, I say water, so there you go.
You say water?
Well, water. Yeah. Not so much water, but water.
Water is more Philly.
And yeah, that's more South Jersey. I was North Jersey, but still. Ninja, what do you mean you have a better New York, New Jersey accent? I grew up on the New York, New Jersey border. Come on.
I didn't, thank God.
Oh my God, come on. What you talking about?
Talking about an 8-piece. Let's go.
Can SpaceX open the road?
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's... I don't know, it's just the way that I normally do talk.
Yeah, they're just built different over there in New York. You know, you capiche? You understand what I'm saying?
I get what you're talking about. Yeah, we really talking like this.
Max, nobody asked you, all right?
Yeah, come on, what you talking
Pretty
about?
open-ended question there, EJ. I don't know.
It's who even cares about Chicago accent? Come on, my guy.
I never said I had an accent.
Oh, you do.
You do.
Not. I do not have an accent.
I do not. Yeah, you do. Midwesterner detected.
No, I do not. I do not have an accent.
Yes. I don't know why you deny this thing, you know?
I don't. I don't. There's no way.
Chat, help us out here. Boy, this feels like a flame trench right now.
It does,
Yeah.
actually. I mean, it may as well be at this point.
Chat, back me up on all of our accents here. And again, I had to unlearn my accent because I worked in TV news, which, oh my gosh, I worked in TV news. I never mentioned that. But my
Jesus.
first job was in North Florida and South Georgia. So I would call up sheriff's departments in South Georgia. And at one point, they called back and said, yeah, I got a call from somebody. I couldn't understand a word they were saying, but it was from your station. And that's Sawyer, it's for you.
Okay.
No.
Well,
Dang.
true, honest to goodness, true story. So yeah, that's when I realized I have to slow down. And then when I did my on-air segment, Science with Sawyer, that was when, yeah, I really had to. For the first time, I said y'all and meant it, and then had to say the word fixins.
Huh.
Do you know how weird that is as a Northeasterner to have to say, instead of stuffing and stuff for the turkey, it was fixins.
That's a little strange.
It hurt. It hurt my soul.
I started saying y'all because I hung around with Das too much.
Dude, same, actually. I'm not
Yeah.
even joking.
Yeah. Now, like when I'm actually doing like normie stuff in Boston, I say it and people are like, "Where are you from?" I'm like, "Oh no."
I still can count on one hand the number of times I have said y'all unironically. So,
It's like it's a combination of being around DOS a lot and then also just being in the South here. You just kind of pick it up and it sticks.
and see, I managed to avoid it somehow. I spent, what was it, 5 years in the North Florida, South Georgia area? Yeah,
Well, the
somehow
thing
I
about
avoided it.
Florida is the more north you go, the more south it gets.
Exactly. Very true.
I lived in Florida for 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that was when you
Yeah.
went to school, right?
Yeah. It was a
Yeah,
good time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So someone else, New York, New Jersey border for me. Yep. Yeah, Das's accent is quite strong.
Is it? I can't really say I've noticed it before.
To me, it sounds like it. I don't know, EJ. You feel the same? Again, ours are so sharp for what we're used to around us. I think with how rough, northeastern New England versus a New York, New Jersey accent is.
Das has a hint to Texan. He has a southern draw.
Yeah.
He
Exactly.
has a southern draw. Yeah, Javel, you said it right. That in chat. That's right. Guys, just in case you're wondering, we're waiting for the roadblock to go out. There really isn't much more testing for the day, but we don't. I mean, my eyes are still glued to the screen while we're talking about this.
Yep.
I just want to make sure we don't miss anything. That's why we're still going.
Yeah, we've seen things that are not even at full pressure tests have issues, so we always just are there just in case. We want to see it all the way through, make sure everything goes successful.
But yeah, Sawyer. I mean, yeah, no, I try to speak very clearly and concisely. The reason why I did it, dude, is not because I mean, let's be real. If I spoke, relaxed, people would be like, "Hey, well, you sound funny. What's wrong with you?" I'm like, I mean, people say that anyway, but like I did it because I try to, like, over on the Twitch stream, I have people that English is not their first language, so I try to speak very slowly and concisely so I can. So when I'm explaining something, if English isn't your first language, right, you can work with me. Like, you can understand what I'm saying, because I'm not just going to sit here and be like, oh yeah, the delta V of the rocket, it has, your delta V is your specific impulse time, your gravitational constant, natural logarithmic function, initial mass over final mass, and you have to do this. Like, I try not to do that. I try not to go off because I like this stuff, right? I try to speak very slowly and concisely.
Yeah, after hours is when we start to notice it from EJ.
You should try harder, EJ. I'm not sure it's working.
Try harder.
Try harder.
Hearing word that the beach might start to be open now, which means we should see
sheriff vehicle moving.
Exactly.
Guys, the sheriff has shifted he put the car into drive.
The lights are still on, though.
And now it's in reverse.
Put it in reverse, Terry!
By the way, someone said I sound more like South Jersey. No. If you know where I'm from, it really does not get that much more North Jersey than that.
He's from the area that Tony Soprano is from. He's from the same place. Sawyer worked at Waste Management. That's where he worked.
There are episodes of The Sopranos that have been filmed in the towns in and around mine. So yeah. But now we continue to watch that roadblock there after a unexpected
Ooh.
day of testing.
Is that a Cybertruck heading down the road? Or a truck down the road?
That's something going down the road.
Yep. That's what it looks like. Man, I hope those tanker truck drivers that are hauling hazmat are getting, getting by the mile or by the. I hope they're not getting by the mile. I hope they're getting by the hour, right? Because they've been waiting there a pretty long time, dude. The guys I'm talking about, the guys that are hauling the propellants to the pad. All those trucks on the right hand side.
Oh,
I hope they're
Sheriff's
getting
moving.
hourly because they've been waiting there a good minute.
Sheriff's spinning back around. This is what they did yesterday. They did a whole lot of forward and backwards.
It's when those
Now they
lights
just
turn
gotta-
off. That's our magical cue.
Come on, fellas. You've done your job. Head on out.
Do it.
Just do it.
Do it.
Just do it.
Do it.
Johnny Red, neat. Okay, do it. Do it.
I'll bring out my accent in the meantime then.
Tom over there said, Tom in chat says, EJ has more of a Boston accent. Well, it's funny you mentioned that, dude.
No, really?
It's funny you mentioned that.
No kidding. What you talk about? Now people are going to say I sound like I talk like I'm from New York.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, I was born in New York, so.
So you're from New York.
Yes, that's why when I say I'm from New York, even though I grew up almost my entire life in New Jersey, except for the first couple days of my existence, I say I'm from New York. Robert Keeper, while we're talking about accents, by the way, coming in saying, "Wooder, whale, it's water." Still love all of it.
Thanks, Rob.
It hurt my mouth having to say water.
Water.
Yeah, wooder, whale, it's water. It's just, it hurts my jaw to say it like that. It's water. I say water. Yeah, you can make fun of me for it. I don't care. Make fun of me for everything else. Why not?
Yeah, that's where we draw the line. No, that's not.
Yeah.
No, that's not where we draw the line.
It's the way Sawyer says water.
I joke. It's because we do really love each other. We're, as much as it seems like we make fun of each other, it's all because we do care about each other here at NSF. We are a really close family. We appreciate all of you that stick around with us here in chat. So thank you. Really
That
does mean
and
a lot.
insulting someone is a traditional greeting in the northeast part of the United States. It's a regional thing.
Very
in
much
New York,
so.
they're like, "Hey, have a nice day, you moron." It's like, "Oh, all right, you too, buddy." It's like that's normal.
Get out of here, or scram, things like that. Those are words of affection. You say that to people you care about, like, get out of here. Okay, bye.
Yeah, Robert Hampton over in the chat. Yeah, dude, y'all earworms you. That absolutely is a thing.
It
yeah.
does.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. Mm-hmm. You are not wrong, dude.
At least, guys. At least we don't say "wha."
True. We're not Ryan Caton.
True, or Chris Bergen.
Well, is that even a language?
Or Chris B's got bottled water. He's got bottled water, mate.
Wha.
Yorkshire is barely under. It's a bunch of syllables. I don't know if it's words put together. And folks, in case I no longer work for NSF, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Chris Bergen has entered the chat. Oh God.
Oh no, I got a wow, just wow.
All right,
hey,
all
I
right.
can understand when you type.
So wow in all caps.
I mean, all right, here, I'll try to redeem us. I don't think it's Yorkshire. It's Yorkshire. You got to say Yorkshire.
Yeah.
No, sure. Yorkshire.
That's what I said.
No, that is not what you said at all.
It is what I said. It is quite literally what I said.
The guy that runs this company's from Yorkshire.
Yorkshire.
Just like, that is not, you're not saying it
Brother, I swear to God.
No, if I
Sheriffs are
really
moving.
wanted,
Oh, a sheriff is moving.
if I really wanted to be fired, I would say how great Leeds is. but I don't want to be fired.
Or just
and
say
I only
soccer.
speak the truth. So
Just say soccer as well.
Michael says,
Yes.
try saying Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire? Yeah, we know how to say it right because I live in New
Worcestershire
England,
sauce.
dude. New England.
Sure.
That second part. That second part's kind of important to that.
What's a word that we can all say to like differentiate our quote unquote accents?
Roadblock open.
Or
How
afraid.
about that?
Oh my God, road's open.
There we go.
The road.
Couple of
Road.
things. One, it's Yorkshire. Two,
That's what I said.
No, you said Yorkshire.
AJ got it right. AJ got it right. And second, it's water. Not water.
Water.
It's water. There we go. Thank you.
Water.
Bye.
Hijacked.
Thank you, Chris Bergen. That's the Spaceflight official.
All right. See you later, mate.
I think on that note, I'm about to go get my my pink slip. I want to thank everybody who joined us here for the stream today. EJ, thanks for coming over from Twitch.
Hey, Sawyer, thanks for having me here. I know it's a pleasure being on here, and I know I always have a good time when I come in here and we talk about the booster testing that was done today. So thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. It's a privilege being here, and I try to bring my A game when we come in. So yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
The J in EJ stands for John F. Kennedy. Thank you as well for joining Max Evans.
And on that bombshell. No, it's been fun, guys. Really, as always. It's always fun to see a flight hardware out on the pad. But we have more to come, hopefully, in the next few days. So we'll be back very soon.
Earlier, we also had Ryan Weber on, who apparently is at work, yet still messages us in the back channel here. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate your commentary early on. Of course, they did all the testing as soon as you left for work. Starting off on the producing side of stream was Jay Keegan, and then wrapping things up today was Carson Phillips. Thank you to both for providing the views and getting everything working out there, in addition to all of our amazing field team and Starbase Live operators working those remote cameras too. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I don't know who you're talking to. Oh, yeah, Alex was on too. I forgot as well. Sorry about that. I know Alex chimed in a little bit. Now, I've been talking a lot. I'm hungry. I want to go get some food. Make sure you follow us on all the social channels. But yeah, I'm Sawyer Rosenstein. I've been your host for the broadcast this evening and today, and we will talk to you all again soon.
And here we go.
There's the W. Here's ignition.
Doubling up.
Did he just do a Kerbal? Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, you know.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, that sure looks like a perfect flow.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
We did have an observation.
Equalize.
343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo!
Right in the center. Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No!
Oh my God.
Yikes. You bet. We don't need any more of these.
Hi, we're back. It went off the rails at the end. That was I'm sorry. There's only so much we could talk about, dude. Like after the test. Hi, I'm here. Oh, how you guys doing? Caffeine toothpick. Caffeine toothpick. No worries, it was fun to watch. Right on. StarCraft 2 Terran playthrough 100% completion speed run? No. Let's do this again tomorrow, plus we have the NASA presser at 3. Yeah, dude. Funny, who cares about being professional? Hey, I got Tim to show up in chat. I don't know if you guys saw that over on the YouTube side of things. Alex and I were talking about Starship and like propellant aggregation and stuff, and Tim just popped out of the woodwork. He's like, hell yeah, I have a video about this. Let's talk about it. I'm like, let's friggin' talk about it, bro. Let's go. You know, like, you still have that calculator handy? Still got my lunch money from the 3rd grade. $39. So this calculator, it's reserve batteries host, so it doesn't work. Give me a second. 39103 times 136. 5,318,008. Yeah, I gotta change it. I gotta see what type of battery it is. It's a CR1616 or CR1620. Yeah, it's just, you got to open this up. But yeah, dude, I had Tetris on this back in the day. This is my calculator from high school. I got this my sophomore year of high school, and that was 2003. No, yeah, 2003. I've had this calculator for freaking 23 years, and it's worked the entire time until the BIOS battery ran out. I use this for calculating delta V all the time. Like, I put it up on stream, and I do like calculators on stream so you guys can see it, but the calculator is older than you. Dude, this thing is sick. It's really cool, man. I failed my SATs with this calculator. Yeah. I mean, it's not a lie. I inherited a slide rule from your father-in-law. Now that's how they used to do it. I should get a slide rule just for the heck of it. It's been you too? All right. High five. You know. That's a question. Who remembers KSP TV? It did. Yep. Oh, nice. Which SAT? I don't know. One day, my parents are like, hey, you need to take a test this weekend. And I'm like, what? They're like, you need to take a test. It's about what you've been learning in school. And I'm like, learning in school? All right. And they're like, show up at this time and make sure you study. And I'm like, what? They're like, you need to do this to get into college. And I'm like, okay, I'll go and study. Okay, yeah, I'll get right on that. Just, oh, what's wrong with that other one, Fluffy? It's a lie. You can't fail the SATs. I think I got like a 800 or something on my SATs. If we want to be real, I got like an 800, dude. That's not good. That's not good. Boeing's proposal. What does it look like? That's a B-52 with a cargo bay attached to it, isn't it? That's a B-52 with a cargo bay attached to it. Oh no, it's a 747, dude. Oh shit, it's a 747. I'm sorry, I saw the glass and I was like, that's a B-52. But no, it's not a B-52. It's got to be 747 because it's JT-8s. Thanks. I hate it. I hate it a lot. That looks ridiculous. That looks like you attached a cargo bay to, you crudely attached a cargo bay to a 747. That's exactly what that looks like. It looks terrible. Why? The wings are too far forward. They're going into the hump. That's awful. No. No. How have you never seen this before? I don't know. I've never seen that before. Oh, that's awful. That looks terrible because it's a high wing design. 747's wings are like over here. Ew. Dude, I firmly believe that sometimes the military procures stuff. Even if another thing is better, the military procures stuff just because it looks cooler. I'm like 100% sure of this. I will give you a very good case in point. That's the X-32B. Boeing made it. It was their bid for the JSF, for the Joint Strike Fighter. What would become the F-35, right? That thing is better than the F-35. Like, from a technical standpoint, it goes faster. It can do a bunch of other things. I firmly believe they went with the F-35 because that thing looks stupid. I'm like 100% sure of this. It looks ridiculous. See, look at that. See that? The F-35 does not look ridiculous. The F-35 looks great. Yeah, like the YF-23 was more capable than the 22, but the 22 looks cooler. I mean, that's debatable. I still think the YF-23 looks... The YF-23 is bae. Oh. That's a nice... It looks happy, though. Yeah, no. Well, that's what I mean. You know, the fighter plane can't look happy. Why can't it look happy? How are we supposed to instill fear into our enemies? Freaking YF-23, dude. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, it's beautiful. What a sick-looking freaking plane that is. It looks a little funky from that angle, but... Oh, woof. No, hey, come back. Come back, please. Dude, the diamond wing. The diamond wing. Diamond wing's a good idea. You get all the benefits of a reverse swept wing, but you don't have a reverse swept wing. That's why like the F-22 and the F-23 and the F-35 have stuff like this. See the diamond wing? Isn't that cool? Oh, man. The YF-23 is cool, but the 22 looks cooler. I'm sorry. Dude, that is so nice. It's such a nice looking plane. That's the YF-22 again. Oh. Dude, it don't get better than that. What the funkin' waggles is that? Whoa, 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 whoa. What is this?
What is this? What is that? What is that? What is the NAT? Hold on. All right, a little bit of a okay. Lockheed's team designed for the Navy Advanced Training Fighters, sometimes referred to as NAV-22 or F-22N. Because the NATF needed lower landing speeds than the F-22 for carrier operations while still attaining Mach 2 class speeds, the design would have incorporated variable swept whoa. I like that. Oh, I like that. Yep. Yeah, I like that a lot. That's nice. You should make that. That's that. Oh, that is a very nice looking plane. Raptor Cat, I love it, dude. I love that. That's awesome. Please make that. Damn. They're not going to, but dude, look at some of these variants. It looks like an F-14 and an F-22 had a kid. Brother. You've got to be kidding me. What in the AI slop is this? The FB-22 was a proposed supersonic stealth bomber aircraft for the USAF derived from the F-20. Yeah, no, all right, no, that's cursed. Get that off the screen. Get that off the screen. That's terrible. Just kill it. Kill it. I'm really happy that thing never existed. F-22 Vulcan. You know what, Foz? When you put it like that, oh, the Super Tomcat. I know that one, Caviar. Yeah. Super Tomcat. I'm so sad about the F-14As, dude. I'm so sad. Dude. Oh, hold on. Where is it? Come here. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, that, yep. Yep, that's doing it for me. That looks... That looks awesome, dude. Wow. Oh, what a nice looking plane. Oh my goodness. Oh, they should have made that. They should have made that. My tax dollars could go to that. They could. That's fine. They should have made those. My tax dollars can go to this. This is okay. What engines does it have? Oh, it looks so good. Oh, an internal payload bay on an F-14. Please inject this into my veins. Dude, it looks so good. That is such a cool looking airplane. Oh, no. No, kill those. Get those off the screen. I wish that existed. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I don't know. Spoiled. I don't know. I'm just looking at the plane. That thing is... Oh.
I'm nerding out, man. It's like an F-22 and an F-14 had a kid. That pitot tube is not stealthy. Yeah. You know what? I don't care. Oh, Zonku, it looks so good, dude. It looks... Dude. Oh, they should have made that. That thing looks amazing, dude. Oh, my goodness. Like, that looks... I knew the Super Tomcat was a thing, but I've never seen it like, you know, video of it like this. Like a render. I posted the proposed engines. The proposed engines for the F-14 was an F-110G 429 augmented turbofans. 30,000 pounds of thrust each. Mach 2. That's how you spell Mach 2. Holy crap, dude. What a monster that plane would have been. What does this do? Let me see. You guys are making me want to freaking play Flight Simulator. Oh, this is from VTOL VR. No. It's in VTOL VR. Oh, no. Bro, that plane is so cool. I'm bumming about the F-14s. I'm bombing, dudes. But what are you going to do? Do you have a VR headset? Yep. Yeah, I do. What's that flying? All right, fellas, let's go to sleep. We're probably gonna have to do this all again tomorrow, so I hope you enjoy the tank watching stuff. I'll try to come in a little bit. Well, like I said, we play it by ear. I'll be here at 12. If there's no tank farm activity, we'll begin part 2 of that build. Oh, thanks, guys. Yeah. We'll get into part 2 of the X-76 build. God, it's 11:45. Yikes. This day went by real fast. Yeah, let's plan for noontime startup. If we have some time before the road closes and stuff like today, we'll get into part 2 of that build. If not, we'll I don't know, we'll play it by ear. Maybe, and you know, like if I actually get a good night's sleep for a change, maybe we'll come out here and work on the car before that. All right. Either way, thank you very much for watching, everybody. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Have a good night. Okay.